Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Villain Displacer. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Eri Midoriya missed her adopted brother. Her mum did too. They didn't have the heart to clean up his old room. He had moved out years ago, but still it remained the same. Even after he died, the All Might memorabilia stayed plastered across the walls, the bed made and ready, as if it were expecting his return. Eri was so worried when she moved back to UA as the semester began. She was scared about leaving her mum all alone, in an empty house full of memories. Inko told her not to worry, but she did, nonetheless. Inko and Eri Midoriya met for tea every Sunday without fail. Sometimes it was at a local cafe, sometimes it was at home. But this week was special, everyone knew. It had been 2 years since the #1 hero disappeared in a blinding light and a bone-chilling scream. Izuku Midoriya, known to the rest of the world as Deku, had died as the nation watched on in horror. Her classmates gave Eri sympathetic looks as she wandered through the corridors at school. Sometimes they even patted her on the back. Eri hated it. The only person in her class who seemed to understand was Kuda. Everyone else called him Izumi, but to the Midoriyas, he would always be Kuda. Today, Eri, Kuda and Inko sat around the table in the Midoriya household in a glum silence, letting unsaid words of compassion drift between them. "This is stupid," Kuda cried, breaking through the quiet atmosphere with his sudden exclamation. "He wouldn't want us to be so upset. It wasn't like this last year. Why is it so hard? Last year there still felt like there was a chance," said Inko with a forced smile. Tears watered in her eyes. She was always a bit of a crier, but it was almost worse to see her try to hold it back. A chance that he might reappear out of the blue. But now it's more than clear. He is gone for good. It's harder because we've finally accepted it. "I'll never accept it," Kuda murmured. Silence fell over them once more, filled only with the sound of the clock ticking by. "How is the hero course going, Eri?" asked Inko, hoping to change the subject to something a little happier. "Are you settling in well?" Eri nodded. She hadn't said much all day. "Kuda's been helping." "That's nice of you, Kuda." Kuda shoved a cookie in his mouth. "Mr. Aizawa has too," Eri added. "He's been teaching me how to use his capture weapon." "What a good idea," Inko smiled. "Izuku always said you could be a formidable opponent if you could get them in close to erase their powers." Eri nodded. "But I still want to be a rescue hero, like Uravity. Kuda wants to be more like Deku." "Why does the conversation always boomerang back to Deku?" Kuda questioned exasperatingly. There was water dripping from his hands now as his quirk was activated in his frustration. "I have an idea," Eri said suddenly. "Why don't we go down to the beach? We could make this a picnic." "That's a wonderful plan, Eri," Inko replied. She got up immediately and began to pack the food she had laid out on the table into a bag which she had summoned from a random corner of the room with her quirk. Kuda sighed. "There'll be people at the beach." "I love the beach," said Eri. "Deku used to take me there to practice my quirk." "Great, so Deku will be at the beach as well." "Kuda, I invited you because I knew you would be sad as well. The least you could do is to try not to make everyone even more miserable." "Sorry." He stood up, blinking furiously. Eri realized that he must have been only moments away from tears. She decided not to push him any further as they helped Inko pack up everything they needed. As they walked down to Dagoba Beach, Eri glanced at Kuda's feet. She had meant to bring it up ages ago, but she never got the opportunity. "What did that say?" she asked. "There's some writing on your shoes, but it's rubbed away, I can't read it." "Deku signed them," he answered quickly. "Oh, sorry, I didn't realize." "It's okay. Mandalay asked him to sign them for my birthday a while back. I've been wearing red shoes ever since I met him." Kuda smiled for the first time all day. He used to wear them as part of his hero costume before he had it upgraded. He would wear them in his civilian clothes too, Inko acknowledged. "I probably still have a pair lying around." He hated having to go out in public in disguises, Eri remembered. You made him wear surgical masks and hoodies so he wouldn't be recognized and swarmed. Yeah, and he always wore Ground Zero merchandise. Kuda laughed. Those two were really close, weren't they? You could say that, said Inko. It was a complicated relationship. They had known each other since they were just kids. But All Might told me that they had grown into real rivals. Well, they were number 1 and number 2. Eri interjected. Now it's Frostfire and Ground Zero who fight over the number 1 spot. But Lemillion's been shooting through the rankings ever since I helped him get his quirk back. I wonder what the positions will be like next year? Yeah, it'll be interesting, that's for sure, Kuda agreed. It didn't take long for them to reach the beach. Eri knew the way off by heart. Inko and Kuda seemed repulsed by the place when they first arrived. Rubbish was strewn across the sand, made worse by the tides which seemed to dump more of it there every passing moment. It used to be a lot cleaner, Eri explained. It's nicer further down though, I promise. It feels so neglected, Kuda acknowledged as they wandered down the length of the beach. I suppose it is. Deku was the one who used to clear it up. But now he's gone, it seems to have just deteriorated again. I didn't know he came here, Inko pouted. They sat down on the cleaner sand and she laid out a blanket for the food. There's still so much I don't know about him. Don't say that, Mum, said Eri. You know more than most, I'm sure. Speaking of secrets, Kuda interrupted. Did they ever release the information about capturing the villain who, got him? Inko shook her head. He disappeared with Izuku. They told me that the villain's quirk destroyed them both. He had taken those quirk enhancements, it was too much for him. Eri shivered at the thought of quirk drags. She hated to think about something that was initially developed from her as being one of the reasons for her hero's death. That was all they told me, Inko continued. The authorities had been tracking him for a while before it happened. He called himself Displacer. They think he had a teleportation quirk, which ripped himself apart. And Deku, Eri, finished. They sat in silence. It was less eerie than in the house. The gentle sound of the waves gave a sense of calmness and serenity. They didn't need to say anything else to each other. Each other's presence was all they needed. Silent praises and gratitude for the fallen hero were lost to the wind, the salt and the sand. It was a simple mission. Just some imbeciles who thought it would be a smart idea to try and rob a bank in the middle of rush hour. Idiots. Ground Zero snatched the megaphone from the officer to his right. Hey, listen up, losers. Shoot, that's Ground Zero, he heard one of them exclaim from inside. Come out of there with your hands in the air or things you'll get messy, he warned. Bakugo secretly prayed they wouldn't heed his warning. He looked forward for the chance to rage again. It took a moment, but eventually he saw one of the villains burst through the front of the bank with a gun to the head of one of the hostages. Move and he dies, the villain yelled. The banker, civilian, whoever the hell he was, struggled against the grip of his captor, but he was getting nowhere with it. Bakugo didn't have to say a word in reply. The gun was knocked out of the villain's hands in mere milliseconds and she was thrown down the steps. The only reason Bakugo agreed to work with that invisible wannabe was because she was already on the scene. Although, he had to admit, she was proving rather useful. A victory with even a single casualty would be no victory at all in Ground Zero's eyes. Bakugo picked up the villain by the front of her shirt. She was too terrified to move, probably because his hands were already smoldering in his anger. How many more of you are there? He asked in barely a whisper. It was incredibly menacing as expected from the number 1 hero. She was too scared to speak. Tell me, he hissed. FFOR, she managed. Ground Zero dropped her immediately. For? You called me out here to deal with 5 measly criminals? You could have dealt with this easily. 5 measly criminals who have at least 20 hostages, the officer replied calmly. Whatever, Ground Zero mumbled. It's 19 now. The guy's in shock. Deal with him whilst I deal with the others. The officer nodded and Ground Zero marched towards the bank. He could see the news reporters pointing their cameras at him from all directions. He couldn't mess this up. Hey, Bakugo! Ground Zero almost jumped. Almost. Invisible BSTRD, he acknowledged. Invisible girl. Does it look like I care? Anyway, there are 4 other villains. If the first one needed to have a gun, then their quirks are probably pitiful. Don't be too quick to judge, she exclaimed. They might be more dangerous than they seem. I'm the dangerous one, Bakugo smirked. He didn't say another word as he burst through the doors dramatically. Stand back or we'll open fire, yelled one of the other villains. He had some sort of mutation quirk, resulting in him towering above the two heroes with skin which looked like it was made of some kind of crystalline substance. Pathetic, Bakugo thought. I'll blow him to bits. He felt invisible BSTRD slip away from him. He hated it. How would he know how to avoid hitting her if he couldn't see her? I'm warning you, he pressed, pointing his weapons at the hostages, who quivered in fright. They were all huddled up in a corner. These guys were absolute amateurs. Ground Zero couldn't see the other three. They must be trying to escape. He grinned. This was going to be easy. With perfect timing, the invisible girl pulled the same move as earlier, knocking the gun in one hand away from his grasp. The villain cried out in surprise, swinging around and shooting erratically with his remaining weapon. Screams filled Ground Zero's ears, but he remained calm. He used a concentrated beam of his power to blast the other gun away, leaving his opponent completely defenseless. Get out now, he ordered as he marched towards the villain. The hostages scrambled to their feet, helping each other out of the bank in panic and running down the steps towards the police. You too, Hagakure, Ground Zero warned. Hey, you remembered my name, she called out from behind him. Go. She didn't argue with him. Ground Zero smiled when he heard the door swing closed. I guess it's just you and me. The villain turned and ran. Hey, I'm not finished with you. Ground Zero yelled, pursuing him using his explosions for a burst of speed. They charged down winding corridors of the bank, eventually reaching a perfectly cut hole in the wall. Get in the van. Go now, the villain yelled. His associate clapped her hands together and Bakugo watched the hole vanish before his eyes. It must have been her quirk. But the hero wouldn't let that stop him. He blasted the wall apart and leapt out in time to see a black van screech around the corner. Ground Zero smiled. He didn't need to move another inch, he had already won. With another concentrated blast, he shot out the tiers of the van. It screeched to a halt, right in front of a police blockade. The press swarmed him as soon as it was over. He ignored them. He never had time to deal with those DMN nerds. Thanks for the help, Ground Zero, Hagakure exclaimed. She was wearing her gloves again, so at least he knew where she was. You're just lucky I was in the area, he snarled. Yeah. Wait, why was that again? None of your business. Now back off, I have somewhere to be. The circle of people around him retreated immediately, all too aware of his usual method of departure. With a burst of power, Bakugo took to the air and flew out of sight, leaving clouds of smoke in his wake. Pulling an all might on us there, were you? Shut up, weird hair. Red Riot laughed. Good to see you, buddy. We should meet up more often. Maybe outside of hero work next time? Whatever, Bakugo hissed as the two of them waltzed into the building. They were both in full costume. People turned and stared as they walked past. Of course, they knew that they must have been there on official business, but that didn't stop them being curious. Half and half, Bisudi, Bakugo yelled as he threw the door open. What are you? I am involved in this case, Ground Zero, said Todoroki calmly. Haven't you got family issues to be sorting out? Bakugo snarled. Ground Zero, Red Riot, thank you for coming, said the detective. Kirishima pulled his friend into a seat to stop him from doing anything reckless. Bakugo glanced around the rest of the room. His eyes rested on two other people that he hadn't acknowledged previously. Round face, he said. What the hell are you doing here? Did you even read the debrief? Uravity exclaimed. You're lucky I can even make it. Let alone read a debrief that one of my good-for-nothing sidekicks clearly didn't tell me about. Detective Tsukachi sighed at the explosive interaction. You are all here because of your status as heroes and because of your role as witnesses. Witnesses of what? Bakugo questioned. The Displacer, Todoroki said menacingly. That guy? But he's dead. What the hell? Let him explain, man, Kirishima interrupted. We don't know the true identity or motives behind Displacer. Before the initial attack 2 years ago, all we knew was that his quirk resulted in a flash of light which gave out a unique electrical interference, before the victim disappeared and reappeared not long after in a state of obvious confusion. We didn't consider him a great threat until we learned that he was smuggling quirk-enhancing drags around the country, Tsukachi explained. Red Riot was the first of you heroes to work officially on the case. He has had a lot of previous experience with these quirk-affecting drags. Kirishima nodded in agreement. Bakugo leaned forward, taking off his gauntlets and listening on in obvious curiosity. This was beginning to look like it would be a whole lot more interesting than what he first expected. Frostfire, Ground Zero. The two of you were there the day Deku faced off against Displacer. The two of them showed no emotion. We spent a lot of time researching the event. We had hoped that the quirk enhancer that he took simply allowed him to teleport himself and Deku to a different country. However, it soon became clear that this was not the case. We interrogated Displacer's associates and discovered that this mission of his was a sacrificial one. He had been experimenting teleporting only parts of a person's body away in order to kill them, but a drawback of his quirk meant that wherever they were teleported he was taken too. The quirk enhancer was meant to bend this rule, allowing him to kill Deku by teleporting him to so many different places at once that he could never be found. He knew the risk and how easily it could go wrong. In the end, we concluded that the Displacer's plan didn't work, and he died along with Deku. Uravity seemed obviously upset by all this. She had always been irritatingly close to Deku, thought Bakugo. Kirishima looked kind of sad too, come to think of it. Sappy BS. But last week, Uravity here was working on a rescue operation where a landslide had caused serious harm to a local school. Thanks to her, no one was hurt, but she reported having technological malfunctions that were characteristic of a certain villain that we assumed long dead. So, you brought us here on a hunch, huh? Bakugo snarled. You've got no proof that was actually him. None apart from CCTV footage of frequent flashes of light on the hillside by the school, all of which took the definitive form of a person. If you had been working on this case for as long as I have, then you would be agreeing with me. I wouldn't be bringing you here just for a hunch. Warp quirks are rare. There are no other people in Japan with a quirk like Displacers. I am sure that this was him, the detective finished. But what would make him want to resurface now? Frostfire pondered. And why the school? The area is known for having a high crime rate, so we're expecting it has something to do with that. As for why he's resurfacing, well, it could be another coincidence, or the fact that the 2-year anniversary of Deku's death is fast approaching could have something to do with it. So, you're asking us to help you with the investigation? Asked Frostfire, brushing his hair away from that ugly scar of his. Yes. You are the only 4 heroes to come into close contact with him and survive. Other than that, I am here to warn you. The detective looked directly at Bakugo. The hero frowned. You think he's after me? Then he'll get what's coming for him. I'll enjoy taking that BSRD down. Our research has shown us that Displacer had an obsession with hero ranking. Before taking on Deku, he had been focusing on lower-ranked heroes. Each one was slightly higher than the last. He believed that heroes should not be ranked at all. He thought they were too obsessed with it and that made them lose focus on what really mattered. Sounds like Stain's ideology, Todoroki muttered. The detective nodded. It does. He created a movement of criminals that we're still trying to contain today. But Stain protected Deku, Frostfire pointed out. He deemed him a true hero. Why would Displacer try to murder Deku if he was following Stain? He wasn't half and half. Bakugo exclaimed, Stain's old news. Displacer's just some idiot who picked up the trail he left behind. I have to agree with you there, the detective said unwillingly. Deku was targeted because he was number 1. When they were fighting, Displacer was telling him that he would take the world's new symbol of peace away. How can you represent peace when you're always fighting to be the top? The detective hesitated, perhaps pondering what he would say next. He knew the explosive nature of this hero firsthand. He didn't want to make him take the wrong direction with this case. You, Ground Zero, have been acknowledged as the symbol of victory. Bakugo smiled. It was Deku's terminology for him. It was the only thing he ever thanked that med nerd for. So, you think he's just let the dust settle before planning on bringing down the new number one? Destroy the symbol of victory by forcing him to acknowledge defeat, he agreed. Kirishima almost laughed. If he thinks he can do that, then he's nuts. It would be a cold day in hell when Ground Zero backs down from a fight, Todoroki nodded. The detective doesn't know that's what he wants, Uraraka interjected. She had finally stopped sniffling pointlessly. That's just an assumption. I don't care what he wants, Bakugo smirked. I'll kill him either way. You can't face him alone. That's why Deku failed. He didn't wait for us to arrive. By the time we had, it was too late, Todoroki explained. You think I care? I am number one, higher than you, Scarface. I don't have that position just because the last guy was ripped to pieces. I will prove I earned it when I pulverize that demon villain. You remind me of my father. Silence. I what? Being in first place just because the hero who used to be there can't continue. You sound like Endeavor. Don't compare me to your pathetic excuse for a father. I compared you to an ex-number one hero. Don't try to brush it off like it wasn't an insult, he hissed. Hey guys, calm down, Kirishima interrupted. His skin hardened on reflex. Years of being the barrier between Bakugo and his old classmates had ingrained the response into his mind. Why don't we change the subject? Uraraka suggested hastily. What are we going to be doing moving forward? She asked. Right, Detective Tsukachi responded. He turned on a tablet that was sitting in front of him and slid it towards the heroes. Uravity's reports weren't our only alert. Recently, we have had several similar incidences all across Japan. Ground Zero and the others narrowed their eyes at the map in front of them. Red blips showed every location where they had tracked these incidences to. Those are two very confined areas, Uraraka acknowledged. I don't know about all these spots in the north, but here, around Tokyo. Zoom in, Bakugo ordered. Uravity glared at him, so Kirishima took the initiative to do so instead. Whereabouts? He asked. Bakugo snatched it off him and did it himself. Yue. There's a dot at Yue. When did that happen? Todoroki questioned. A few days ago, Tsukachi replied. It set off the emergency alarm. So, you want us to investigate these places? The detective nodded. I know you all have busy schedules. But if someone runs into Displacer, I would prefer it to be a professional capable of detaining him. By the time I'm done with him, there'll be nothing left to detain. Bakugo exclaimed, sliding the tablet back across the table to the detective. Wait just a moment, Ground Zero, he pushed the tablet back to him. I've done some research and I believe some of these locations mean more than what meets the eye. Bakugo frowned. He zoomed out on the map and looked around for a bit, before settling on one particular position, one that would mean nothing to anyone else but him. I know this place. There? The detective raised an eyebrow. That's not what I expected you to pick up on. We used to sneak into those woods when I was a kid, the hero explained, not caring about the slight issue of trespassing. Me and Deku. Something clicked in his mind. Frantically, he moved the map around. There was a dot at his school. The playground. Shoot, they were all over his old neighborhood. Every spot on here means something to Deku. How the hell would Displacer know about all this? What about the other concentration? Todoroki questioned. Bakugo moved over to it. He had never been to that part of the country. No idea. Maybe it means something to Displacer himself. I will go there, Todoroki decided. Bakugo, you know these other places better than I do. If you used to live around there, it wouldn't be too suspicious to be wandering around. Yeah, and like hell it will be wherever you're gonna go then. The number 2 hero slinking around such an out-of-the-way location doesn't have suspicious activity written all over it at all. There are plenty of dots in Tokyo as well, Kirishima pointed out. Todoroki, you could go there whilst I head out to that other place. Uravity could come with me if you're worried I couldn't take Displacer on, which I totally could by the way. If he can murder Deku then he's more than a match for any of us, said Bakugo. The others turned and stared at him. They had never heard such admiration for his childhood friend leave his mouth. The gesture reminded them of what was at stake. "We have a plan," the detective continued. "We'll need as many heroes as possible on call if we want a chance of pulling it off." They nodded simultaneously. The number one hero cracked his knuckles. "Where do we begin?" Uncle All Might had been in and out of hospital a lot recently. Inko explained to Eri in a shaky voice that he might not have long left. But Eri still had faith. Uncle All Might had always been ill. She wouldn't be able to remember him not being so. What she did understand more than anyone else was why this time was different. He had lost his will to live. The hospital staff knew Eri's face well. She didn't know if any of the senior members there knew her from when she was first rescued, but now the recognition was mostly because of her frequent visits. Of course, a lot of the people there recognized her from the UA Sports Festival. She remembered the event fondly. Eri had firstly been let into the General Studies Department of UA. Mr. Aizawa had told her that he could get her into his class at the Heroics Department, but at the time she didn't really have much motivation to do so. All she could think of Deku, and how his life as a hero had been cut so short. She didn't want that for herself or for any of her loved ones. She was happy to be in Class 1C. But as time went on, she realized why Deku had been a hero. She remembered what he had done for her and for so many others. By the time the sports festival had arrived, Eri had a new meaning and a good grip on her quirk. Eri smiled, remembering the shock on her opponent's face when she erased his quirk and used the martial arts Deku had taught her to knock him out of play. "Morning, Uncle All Might," she said cheerfully as she bounced into Toshinori's hospital room. "Hello, Eri," he said with a forced smile. "Come back again?" "You know it. I brought candy apples," she said, handing him one. He accepted it unwillingly, but she knew he wouldn't eat it. "How are you?" "How are you?" she reverted the question. "I know this week's tough. You don't have to act strong for me." "Neither do you, young Midori." He hesitated on the words, choking on them almost. I sorry. I didn't mean to say that I." "It's fine," she replied hastily. "I like it." All Might smiled for real this time, but it was hard for him. "I like being called Midoriya," she continued. "It feels right. Sometimes, I wonder if Eri is my real name, the one my parents gave me. But I also get that Midoriya was the name of someone very important. It's hard to live up to." "You have nothing to live up to," Toshinori insisted. "You will carve your own path." "One not filled with blood," were the words he left unsaid. He felt tears well in his eyes. The promises he had made to Izuku's mother, he couldn't keep them. Her son died a painful death and the ex-symbol of peace could do nothing but watch on in horror. Eri liked her own candy apple. "I know you miss him." "I do too. But he wouldn't want you to be so upset." Toshinori hung his head. The girl's bravery in the face of such a sad time was something to be admired. Then again, Toshinori worried that she might have been locking her feelings up inside of her. "My rescue day is coming up though," she reminded him. "Ah yes, of course it is. I'm afraid I had almost forgotten." "It's okay. We could do something. It'll take everyone's minds off Deku." Eri didn't celebrate her birthday. Instead, she chose a similar celebration to take place on the day she was rescued by Deku and the others so long ago. She usually met up with all the heroes that helped her. They would give her a small present and she would always give one back, which they tried to refuse, but Eri was persistent. It was often candy apples anyway. She loved candy apples. They would make them on her rescue day, which was a chaotic event, but that was what made it so fun. Eri thought fondly of her favorite heroes, Lemillion, Eraserhead, Sun Eater, Froppy, Red Riot, Uravity, Nijire-chan and Deku, who always forced a gap in their schedules to make time for her. Lemillion especially, who seemed to thank her for so much, even though it her was fault his quirk disappeared in the first place. She never understood why he was so grateful for her helping him get it back. "Maybe we could make candy apples at Mum's house, then go to the beach." Toshinori stared at her. "The beach?" "Yeah, you know, Dagoba Beach. Deku used to take me there." I didn't know he did that." "You made him clear it up, right?" Eri smiled. "He told me so. He thanked you for so much. Without you, he never would have been able to learn to control his power. Toshinori's heart sunk. Very few knew about One for All. Eri was not one of them. Midoriya had asked to tell her on several occasions. He was worried about her quirk, knowing that if she accidentally reversed it from existence, he wouldn't be able to get it back again. It would have been lost forever. But Deku never found a successor. One for All died with him. Not that it really mattered. Its core purpose, defeating All for One, had been fulfilled. However, that didn't mean it was no longer needed in the world. A symbol of peace, that's what Deku became, just like All Might. Yet at the same time he was nothing like him. All Might was a mystery. No one knew the man behind that never-ending smile. But Deku was relatable. Even as a pro-hero, he kept that fanboy spirit of his. He even asked his fellow heroes for their autographs from time to time. It frightened them that the #1 hero kept all their strengths and weaknesses jotted down in one of his many files. Toshinori didn't know where those files were now. He hoped they remained in his agency, that the hero who took over from him looked after them well. For the symbol of peace was gone. This time, there was no one to take his place. Of course, there was Ground Zero. Toshinori was proud of him. He had grown into a respectable young man with good prospects and a bright future. All Might had always thought the two rivals would be together. They both had something the other lacked and admired each other wholly and fully for that, even if those words of admiration rarely left their mouths, especially in young Bakugo's case. Despite all this, Ground Zero was not a symbol of peace. If he were to say in an interview that he strived for a world of harmony, he would be lying through his teeth. He lived for the hardship of battle and the thrill it gave him. Yes, he was a symbol of victory, not of peace. Who could ever fill the void Deku left behind? Hey, Uncle All Might? Toshinori broke away from his thoughts. Yes. You were muttering. Toshinori's eyes widened. I was. Eri laughed. Deku used to do that all the time. The other heroes found it so annoying. Don't worry, I couldn't actually understand what you were saying. It's just funny that you picked up on that habit. I didn't even realize I had, he replied, staring at his candy apple. She paused, thinking carefully about what she needed to say next. Why don't you come to the beach with me when you get out of here? It would be really nice to speak outside of a hospital for once. Yes, I suppose it would. But Toshinori didn't know if he could bring himself to visit Dagoba. It was where Midoriya began. Happy memories had been made painful to him. But if Midoriya hasn't visited the beach in 2 years, I'm sure the place would have just become a bit of a tip again. It's such a shame that all his hard work there amounted to so little. And no, of course not. Eri quickly replied. I went there the other day and it's still perfectly clean, she lied. It is. Yeah. The locals must have taken it upon themselves to clean it up after he disappeared. Of course, they didn't know it used to be the #1 hero who cleaned up their beach, but that doesn't matter. His actions inspire people, Uncle All Might. People like me. Toshinori smiled. In that case, I will be honored to see Dagoba with you. Eri beamed. It was hard to remember that the girl once didn't even know how to smile. She leapt to her feet. We could do it before rescue day if you want. It could be a special thing like for Deku. Then you don't have to worry about lots of people being around or anything. He smiled the best he could. It's not like he didn't want to spend time with Eri, it's just, well, he didn't feel up to it. But he knew how much it meant to her, so he went along with the idea anyway and agreed. When Eri had finally left, All Might stared at the candy apple she had left behind. It probably wouldn't be a good idea for him to eat it, but he couldn't bring himself to throw it away. With his free hand, he picked up his phone and began to scroll back through the many hundreds of photographs he had. Eventually, he reached what he had been looking for. A scrawny-looking boy was lying on the sand of a rubbish-filled beach, crying uncontrollably. Toshinori grinned. It was the first picture of Midoriya that he had. Meanwhile, Eri didn't go back to UA. Instead, she ran to a nearby hardware store and bought a set of heavy-duty gloves and a roll of bin bags. She may have lied, but she wasn't planning on letting Uncle All Might down. The beach would be spotless by the time they met up. Because Deku's actions did inspire people, including her. Eri may not have been the successor of One for All, but she followed in Deku's footsteps, nonetheless. You have 20 monitors. The Displacer has turned up in the same place twice before, so bear that in mind. Need to walk around your old neighborhood and hide the monitors in places where they won't be disturbed, Detective Tsukachi explained over the phone. We don't know how long they will have to be there and we don't want anyone picking up on what we're doing. Don't tell anyone about this, not even your family members. Yeah, said Bakugo, strolling through the familiar streets. He was wearing casual clothing with a hood pulled up over his spiked hair. Despite being the #1 hero, Ground Zero had never bothered with much of a disguise when he was off the job. No need to lecture me, Bakugo hissed. Oh, by the way, we had another occurrence this morning. Where exactly? Aldra Junior High, not far from where you are actually. Yeah, I know it. The detective hesitated. It's where you and Deku went to school, isn't it? Ground Zero nodded, before realizing the man on the other side of his phone obviously couldn't see the gesture. Yes, he quickly agreed. Interesting, he murmured. Well, if you come back to the police station after you've finished, we'll go over all of this again. Sure, whatever. Good luck. With what? Bakugo shouted back at him. Tsukachi ignored him and hung up. The hero sighed and leant up against the wall. He reached into his pocket and inconspicuously stuck one of the tiny gadgets into the crack between the rocks. He didn't know what he was going to do with 20 of these things. It seemed quite excessive. But he supposed it was an important case and he was covering a large area. Perhaps they didn't have a particularly large range. Questions ran through Bakugo's mind as he wandered up and down those quiet streets. He doubted that all these occurrences were actually Displacer appearing and disappearing. They were pinpointed by locals, simply reporting strange failings in their power and an iconic flicker of a light just around the corner. But were they really the villain? Was Bakugo just wasting his time here? He could be out doing some real hero work, not just strolling through his neighborhood shoving monitors under rocks and between fence posts. Anyone else could be doing this. Literally anyone. But if it meant he could run into Displacer, Bakugo was glad to take the boring job. He would do anything to take him down. Even visit the mother of the man Displacer brutally murdered. Oh, Katsuki! Inko Midoriya exclaimed, you really didn't have to visit. I know how busy you are. Bakugo shrugged, and I know how hard this is for you. You really are a hero, Katsuki. Let me get you something. Coffee? Anything at all? No, it's fine, he mumbled, casually running his hands over the door frame. I just came to give you this. Inko's eyes filled with tears when he pulled out of his rucksack a small bunch of slightly squished flowers. She opened her mouth to say something a little more meaningful, but nothing but a teary mutter of thanks fell out. Bakugo felt a satisfying click as monitor number 13 secured itself on the side of the door. It's all right. I've got to go. As you said, I'm kind of busy, but yeah. See you around, Inko. He turned and began to walk away. He felt her gaze on his back right up until he had turned the corner. She stood stunned on her doorstep for quite a while longer. Bakugo sighed in relief. He hadn't even intended to see her. The flowers were just backup, a precaution well planned out. He was meant to just wander up to her door, attach the monitor and hurry away. He hadn't expected her to spy him through the window and throw open the door with such eagerness. But Bakugo wasn't keen on the idea of spending much time with her. He didn't want it to get to him. These streets were filled with memories. They were things so minute that he would have never been able to recall them at any other time. But as he passed door after door down those happy roads that he once knew so well, everything that he had forgotten came flooding back to him. He hated Deku. Despised him. He hated how that little nothing rose up so quickly. It wasn't long before they were in an equal playing field, and at the time it seemed impossible, like he had been cheating. Bakugo supposed he kind of had. It was All Might's power, one for all, that gave him that advantage. Whereas Bakugo was born to be a hero, Deku had to earn it. Deep down, or maybe not as deep as Bakugo realized, he admired Deku for it. Not like it mattered. Deku was gone. All because he rushed in without thinking. Deku of all people should have known that it wasn't a fight he could have won on his own. Stupid, stupid. Now he was the number one. But all anyone would ever do was compare the two of them. Bakugo detested it. He detested him. But at the same time, he missed him. My favorite hero. No way. Frostfire is way better. He's got 2 quirks. If Frostfire was better than Ground Zero, then he'd be number one, wouldn't he? Bakugo hesitated. A small group of kids leant up against a chain-linked fence nearby. They looked like they could have been in middle school. As Bakugo clicked another monitor into place, he eavesdropped on their conversation. The only reason Ground Zero is number one is because Deku was knocked out of the competition, snarled one of the boys. But I've got to admit, Ground Zero's more like the hero I'll become. He never fails in a fight. Unlike Deku. Yeah, but the fight against Displacer was the first fight Deku ever really lost. And the last. Ground Zero slowly walked past them. He needed to get to the gap in that fence. The woods behind it was the last place he wanted to visit. Whatever. Losing to a guy with a warp quirk is really kind of pathetic. Bakugo froze. It would have been a lot more admirable if it was to, I don't know, someone with a gigantification quirk or fire or explosions, literally anything else. But displacement? Really? Hey, what are you staring at? Bakugo walked up to them, hands hidden in the pocket of his hoodie. He could feel their temperature rising in anger. You think you could have done any better? The hero snarled. The boys seemed a little shocked by the encounter, but somehow didn't recognize his voice. Huh, the smug one smirked. I bet you're a big fan of Deku's, huh? Ground Zero didn't say a word. I've seen the broadcasting of the fight, the middle schooler continued. He let purple flames eat into the ruined sleeves of his shirt, probably showing off to the older man. It went on for a while, yeah, but they just kept evading each other. Deku rarely landed a punch and the guy just kept redirecting it into buildings and stuff. Honestly, most of the damage was his fault. Bakugo was struggling to keep his cool by this point. So, you wanted a flashier battle? He shrugged. It just didn't really compare to the way All Might went out, you know? It was disappointing. With a snarl worthy of a villain, Bakugo pulled down his hood and put his hand on the young fan's shoulder. It took a moment for the three of them to realize who they had been talking to. Wire Ground Zero, one of them stuttered. No one can ever insult Deku like that but me. Do you understand? The boy turned off his flames and stared. There's no such thing as a disappointing murder. Get it? The only thing disappointing about any of it was that the villain disappeared before I could blast him to hell. If he's dead too, then good. But what's disappointing is that I didn't get to do it myself. The boy knocked Ground Zero's hand away. When I'm a hero, I'll do better than both of you. I won't get defeated as the world watches, and if someone needs my help, then I will actually turn up on time. His two friends stared at him in disbelief. Bakugo thought about his reply for a moment. He had been referring to how him and Frostfire didn't make it to the scene on time to help Deku, not that he could do much about it. He didn't have a warp quirk. Ground Zero smiled. You've got spunk, kid. I like it. But get down off that high horse of yours. If all you ever do is look down on everyone else, then you won't be able to recognize your own weaknesses. The hero turned on his heel and began to walk away down the length of the fence. Try out for UA, he called back. I'll be watching. Ground Zero sat on a fallen tree, staring down at the river below him. He remembered Deku, trying to help him to his feet after Bakugo had fell. He had looked at him like he was a weakling, or at least, that's what went through his mind. It was such a petty thing to be so irritated about. Kind of like that kid. He reminded him of himself. He ingrained the thought of his purple flames into his mind, just in case he turned up again at some point in the future. He would be watching the UA Sports Festival keenly in the years to come, wondering if his words ever got to him. Bakugo clicked the last monitor into place on the underside of the tree and pulled his phone out of his bag. He dialed a number and brought the phone up to his ear. Hello, Ground Zero. I trust everything went according to plan, asked Detective Tsukachi as soon as he picked up. You make it sound like this involved some degree of danger, Bakugo smirked. If Displacer turned up, there certainly would have been. Well, obviously he didn't. Where are you now? In the woods that I pointed out the first time you showed me that map, the hero explained, leaning back on the log and staring at the gray, solemn sky. Ah, yes, I'm tracking the monitor there now. I trust you are quite close to it. Yeah, Bakugo frowned. Whilst gazing around at the familiar landscape, he had noticed something. He got to his feet and wandered deeper into the woods. I'm just walking away from it now. I see. Well, I just have to wait for Frostfire, Uravity and Red Riot to respond and the system will be completely up and running. If you keep your phone on you at all times, I will contact you as soon as one of those monitors goes off, until we can have a kind of app developed and downloaded, all right. Bakugo didn't respond. Ground Zero. Detective, are you sure there weren't any more sightings in these woods? The detective took a moment to reply. We've had no reports. But without the monitors, nothing is... Detective. Bakugo looked down at his phone. The screen had begun to flicker. Holding it back up to his ear, the only words from the detective that would reach him became inaudible as they merged with the distinct sound of static. Panic started to set in, but it quickly faded away, replaced by sheer determination. This was it. Ground Zero leapt to his feet and ran to the other side of the river, almost slipping on the fallen tree in the process. Seconds later, that horrendous static sound filled his ears. It hurt. How could such a sound hurt? There was a flash of light and Bakugo realized he had reached the wrong side of the river. It was too late to correct his mistake. He turned and watched. The light returned. It was intense, as hard to look at as the sun. Bakugo forced his eyes not to divert, resisting the urge to shield them. In that moment, the blinding glow focused all of his vision. The trees and sky faded from view and all he could see was the center of that light. No lights. There were two. It was too hard to make out any distinct shapes. The lights tangled and pulled apart from each other, like they were desperate to cling to each other, desperate to be apart. They switched and turned, mingled and untangled. All this happened over the duration of only a few seconds. The lights vanished in the literal blink of an eye. Bakugo was left with floating, purple spots on his vision, which made it hard to truly see the great scorch marks the brief encounter had left behind. Ground Zero. Bakugo lifted his phone back up to his ear. I'm fine. He heard the detective's panicked breathing settle down immediately. The monitor went off. I know, he hissed. I'm right here. Well? Tsukachi questioned. What happened? I saw him. There was silence on the other end. The detective was holding his breath as he waited for an answer. It had to be him. Bakugo forced a grin. Displacer is alive. 2 years ago. Screams filled the hero's ears. He fell back in shock as his surgical mask literally melted off his face in the heat. He pulled the scorching fabric away from his mouth, coughing on the fumes it gave off. People were running. Some ignored the rules and used their quirks in the desperation to escape. Izuku Midoriya looked up at the villain in a state of shock. He had come from nowhere. There had been no warning, no clear provocation. It's like he had come there just to make a scene, just for the attention. Deku thought of Kamino and the defeat of All Might. He remembered the destruction the villain had caused without a care in the world. This guy mimicked All for One's radiation of power. But Deku knew this was a hoax. He had heard of the quirk amplifying drags, been on the receiving end of the attacks they triggered. Eraserhead told him of a series of incidences that occurred not long before he became a teacher at UA. The drag, called Trigger, had a similar amplification effect on the users. But it clouded their judgment, made them do villainous things, even if that wasn't their intention. This drag was different, however. Deku knew it had no relation to Trigger. This was a drag that was developed from Eri. And that was unforgivable. He was not wearing his hero costume. He hadn't expected someone to attack. If he had, he would have been more on the edge. He would have been prepared. The first thing Deku did was pull out his phone, click on his Class A group chat, and send his location. Putting his phone back in his pocket, he got to his feet. He didn't know what the villain's quirk was, but he had somehow sliced a skyscraper in half. They were fortunate to be close to the sea. The building crushed several roads, but a majority of it fell into the ocean. Still, Midoriya wondered how many were trapped in the rubble, How many were in the unstable tower that remained? How many were feeling the heat of the raging fire closing in on them? He didn't have time to wait for aid, no time to run to his agency and collect his hero costume. Deku pulled off his civilian disguise, which other than the destroyed surgical mask, was only a ground zero hoodie. He would have to face this villain in his ordinary clothing. Meanwhile, the villain in front of the mess he had caused, laughing manically at the pitiful shrieks that reached him. His whole body glowed a blinding light. It was dimmed by the black clothing that covered most of his skin. Which hero will leap into action? The villain yelled. He was amplifying his voice somehow, Deku acknowledged. This man wanted to be heard. Will it be someone with a little respect? Someone who cares more about the people in the rubble than pursuing me? Or will it be someone simply looking for a fight? Someone who cares more about their rating than the lives they supposedly protect? Hey! Deku yelled once he had a chance. The villain turned. He appeared almost faceless. The glow radiating off him disguised any features of his face, excluding the piercing white light of his eyes. His blonde hair floated around him. He really looked like the sun. It was painful. No one can speak of honor and fake heroes whilst causing chaos for fun. Midoriya exclaimed, thinking of Stain as he spoke those bitter words. Well, 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 the villain called out. Is that the #1 hero? Is the symbol of peace picking fights without his fancy getup on? I won't stand by and watch people die. The villain smirked, pulling twin blades from some kind of sheath attached to his back. I really picked the right place and time. My name is Displacer. I have been meaning to have a little talk, face to face, with you, Deku. Displacer charged at the hero, who leapt into the air to dodge. This was no good. He had no idea what the man's quirk was, but if he could cause so much damage so quickly, then it had to be a powerful one. He had to wait for backup, stall, by some time. He couldn't leave the villain to begin rescue efforts without risking him hurting more people whilst Deku was gone. He was clearly there for a fight, and so it was a fight that he'd get. Displacer was quick, Deku realized. Whilst he dodged and evaded, the villain became frantic and erratic, making illusion harder and harder. In the seconds of time that he bought himself, Midoriya glanced at the damage Displacer had caused. The building had been cleanly split into 2 pieces. Was his quirk something to do with slicing? But in that case, why wasn't he using it against Deku? Perhaps, even with the amplifying drag, it had a time limit. Yes, that had to be it. That would fit the blades that he swung at the hero, matching his aesthetic, that is. Villains tended to do stuff like that. Midoriya could feel the frantic vibrations of his phone within the only secure pocket he had on him. At least his friends knew where he was. Out of all of them, Todoroki would know what that message meant. With the #3 hero by his side, this villain wouldn't stand a chance. Unfortunately, Deku didn't have enough time. What are you doing, you wimp? Displacer cried, Fight me. Deku could feel the pain in his voice. What had happened to this guy? There was the distinctive sound of a news helicopter overhead. Deku wondered who was watching him on the other side of the television screen. Waiting for the media to show up, huh? The villain murmured. His hands were shaking in fury, his aim was poor. Had this villain ever done anything like this before? What made him want to act so rashly? How typical of you, hero. Displacer ripped a glove from his hand and let its glow intensify. Deku shielded his eyes in surprise. He corrected the mistake too slowly. When Midoriya looked back, the villain had vanished. Deku span on the spot, instincts warning him of what was to come. Too late, a blade plunged into his shoulder. Without his armored hero costume, Midoriya was defenseless. He threw a punch, literally blowing his opponent away. He took his sword with him and Deku's wound gushed red. Not good. Now things were getting serious. Deku hadn't been focusing, everything had happened so quickly that he didn't have time to come up with a strategy. Figured out my quirk yet? The villain yelled. The distance Midoriya had thrown him would give him enough time to recalculate, or so he thought. In a bright flash, Displacer reappeared and lunged at the hero, leaving only milliseconds for Deku to react and land his first solid hit. Displacement, Midoriya muttered. Hence the villain name, not very inventive, but that didn't matter. Teleportation was a rare quirk and a difficult one to combat, especially without his support items. Deku couldn't be much of a long-range fighter without them, but if Displacer got close enough, he might teleport him away. That must have been what happened to the building. He warped part of it only a little way from the other, causing colossal, irrevocable damage. And so, Deku tensed his fist, tried to ignore the blinding pain in his shoulder, and charged into battle. What do you mean, he's done something like this before? Ground Zero yelled at Frostfire as they practically flew across the city. A long time ago, before we were even certified heroes. Frostfire called back. He's sending for help. And that's why you called me, huh? Well, if you lot hadn't kicked me out of the chat group, I could have been there a lot earlier. We kicked you out because you're an insensitive. Shut your mouth, icy hot. Bakugo interrupted. How far are we? It's just down. Whatever Todoroki was trying to say next was silenced by a deafening noise and a brilliant flash of light ahead. The two heroes didn't hesitate. Charging around the corner, they arrived onto a scene that could have been taken right out of the past. Memories of All for One flashed through their minds as they saw the destruction that lay before them. The streets lay in ruins, and amongst it all, the culprits continued to fight. It had been almost 20 minutes since Todoroki had received Deku's message. But all of them had been too far away to quickly rush to his aid. They were shocked to see him in civilian clothing. He was battered and bruised, but it didn't look like he'd be giving up anytime soon. Displacer was redirecting blast after blast, sometimes back at Deku. It made him hesitant to use his power as he feared for the damage he was causing. But the new arrivals couldn't help Deku quite yet. Whatever that blast had been, it had disabled an already horrendously damaged building to their right. Frostfire rushed into action. With all the power he could muster, a mountain of ice towered before them, supporting the skyscraper to stop it from crashing into the road below. "Du!" Ground Zero screamed. The hero and the villain turned on their heels to see Deku's ally charging towards them. "Looks like we're out of time." Bakugo heard Displacer say. "I have enjoyed our little spar. But I have a job to do." A flash of light and the villain had Deku by the neck. Midoriya swung his fist to make contact with Displacer's stomach, but it never reached him. Static filled onlookers' ears. Power all over the country flickered and the cameras died. No one could see the murder. No one except Bakugo. A scream mingled with the white noise. A blast threw the number 2 hero off his feet with a power that rivaled his own. He was knocked unconscious. Sirens. Screams. Bakugo woke with a start. He found himself on a stretcher, surrounded by emergency services. Ground Zero. Bakugo looked around. His eyes rested on Todoroki as he ran towards him. He was covered in cuts and bruises, shivering as he overused that half of his power. What happened? Ground Zero groaned, staring at the destruction around him before looking back at Frostfire. There were tears in his eyes. "No," said Bakugo. That dim and half usually expressed about as much emotion as a block of ice. He was crying. That could only mean, "No, that's impossible. Tell me that didn't just happen." His voice cracked. Frostfire hung his head, not saying a word. Ground Zero wrestled himself away from the ambulance and charged back onto the battlefield. He didn't have to go far to have his fears confirmed. There was a crater in the ground. The street really had been obliterated. By his feet Bakugo could see a hoodie, one of his own merchandise. There were burnt holes in its back. The words Ground Zero had been distorted by the fire. He didn't have the evidence that this really belonged to Deku. But when the hero picked it up with shaking hands, he knew immediately. Deku was dead. He saw him die and he had done nothing. The symbol of peace was dead. The symbol of victory had lost. Present day. Displacer collapsed. His light was dim. Blinded by excessive use of his power, he could not see the new world around him. His body ached. He was sure he had broken several bones, but at the same time, he was not fully convinced that the blood on his shirt was just his own. He tried to stand, but he was too weak to even bring himself into a sitting position. He lay there for a long time. Time was never something that concerned Displacer. He had it in surplus. Displacer's quirk had its limits. He could teleport himself and anything he touched to anywhere he pleased as long as he had been there before. His technique, though, warp only a part of the opponent along with him. He hadn't been disturbed yet. That could only mean one thing: Deku didn't make it through the journey. Displacer laughed. It pained his ribs, but he didn't care. He had won. His eyes slowly adjusted to the light. Purple spots that floated on his vision faded away. He turned off the glow that radiated from his body whilst he used his quirk and hauled himself to his feet. Yes, he recognized this place. The warehouse was emptier than he remembered. It was covered in a thick layer of dust and grime, clearly abandoned for years. Had he really managed to go so far? Displacer shifted through his pockets, but his phone was missing. He sighed, but he supposed it wouldn't work in this era anyway. He hobbled across the empty place, reaching for the light switch that he knew was positioned right next to the large, metal door to his left. He was relieved when the light flickered into life. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. Yes, it really was empty. Everything from boxes of cargo to desks and hammocks had been removed. Did this mean his friends were caught? Or did it simply imply that they had to move on? Something caught his eye. In the center of the room was a piece of paper, taped to a small cardboard box. He stumbled towards it and sank to his knees, picking up the parcel with shaking hands. His brain seemed to be struggling to function, as if he were sleep-deprived. It took him much longer than necessary to read. Displacer, if you are reading this message, then you have completed your mission. The hero Deku was pronounced dead shortly after your attack. The country is in a panicked state. Ground Zero has taken the #1 spot temporarily, but we don't know how long he will keep it. Inside this box is a phone and a charger. It contains my contact number. Plug it in and call me as soon as you can. He struggled to open the package through teary eyes. Indeed, inside was an old flip phone of very little value. It didn't matter. He was sure it would do its job as long as his associate had kept up the phone bill. He practically crawled over to the nearest charging point, confident that there would be the electricity he needed if he could turn on the lights. Once it was plugged in, he rested his aching body against the wall and examined his wounds. One of his legs was most certainly broken, possible his arm too. The numbness he felt after his time warp covered the pain, but he wasn't sure how long that would last. Yeah, not all of the blood was his, but he couldn't deny the fact that the pro-hero had been incredibly strong. Displacer didn't know in that moment if he would die from his wounds. It was the hero's hesitance and lack of the correct gear that gave Displacer his advantage. He had only won because the attack was unexpected, because no one knew his name, face, or power. It was a narrow victory, but a victory nonetheless. The phone flickered into life. Displacer picked it up eagerly and called the only numbers saved onto the phone. It rang 4 times before it was answered. Hello. What is the date? Asked Displacer. The person on the other side hesitated. Perhaps she recognized his voice, or more likely, the question confused her. Pardon? Today's date. What is it? It is the 2-year anniversary of Deku's death. 2 years, huh? That's longer than I expected. Displacer kept his phone to his ear even when the woman at the other end had hung up. He wondered if it was the wrong number, if he was going to be abandoned there, left to die from his wounds. He couldn't move to get the supplies himself. If he went to a hospital, there was a chance he could be arrested, a slim chance, but he didn't see it as a risk worth taking. The seconds slipped by, then minutes, then hours. Finally, Displacer was woken from a pain-induced sleep by the creaking of that huge metal door as it was opened wide. He heard frantic footsteps as several people hurried inside, followed by the sound of a car driving into the warehouse. The cold wind of the night blew the hair out of Displacer's eyes. He could see his old friends standing around him, staring. No way, one of them began. There is no way that's actually you. Displacer smiled weakly. It's not as bad as it looks, he managed. I don't think this is all my blood. The woman he had called fell to her knees. Why, you did it? You actually did it, she cried. Deku, is he really dead? The third questioned in a panicked voice. As far as I am aware. You actually traveled through time, exclaimed the first. Where did you leave Deku, or when? Displacer managed a shrug. I warped through time and then teleported to as many different places as I could fathom along the way. He is left all over Japan. The two men hurried to his side and lifted the wounded criminal to his feet. They began to walk slowly towards the van they had arrived in, careful not to injure him further. What of the hero rankings? Displacer asked, voicing the question that had been buzzing around his mind for the last hour. Ground Zero's stubborn. He's still the symbol of victory. Tisk, voiced Displacer. Well, we'll have to do something about that then. His friends stared at him as they laid him down in the van. You'll fight him? They questioned in disbelief. A broken smile spread across the murderer's face. I won't take him so far into the future this time. Perhaps just 1 year. I will prove society that the hero rankings achieve nothing but death and destruction. It's their own fault for putting their celebrity status above the actual meaning of a hero. So, you'll just cut down each number 1 hero? He nodded. Until the position is considered cursed. Well, you might have to wait a while. We've got to get you fixed up first. Displacer's smile only grew wider. Don't worry. I'm in no hurry. Keep your guard up, Ground Zero. Your time is almost up. Eri wiped her brow, squinting in the fading light. The sun set spectacularly over the gently rolling waves that night. Despite all that day had meant, it brought a smile to her face. Grief was hard. It wasn't something you got over in a year or even 2. She knew it would always be there. It hadn't been like when Sir Night-Eye died. She had been too young, too full of other pains to truly appreciate the grief like the other heroes had. Eri tried to face Deku's death like Lemillion had towards Sir Night-Eye. He wouldn't have wanted her to stop smiling. He always told her that those who smile, even through the toughest of times, were the strongest of them all. Eri had been working hard that week. She had planned to meet up with All Might on the day of the anniversary, but his health had quickly declined leading up to it. The date had been postponed, filling her with more sadness, if that was humanly possible at this point. Her mum told her not to lock these feelings up inside. But she had been crying for so long now. The day seemed never-ending. She thanked her teachers for letting her off school for a day, but it probably would have done Kuda more good than it did her. He was a wreck by the time he stumbled into the Midoriya household that evening. Eri eventually had to excuse herself. She raised a few eyebrows as she pulled a pair of purple gloves from her room before hurrying out of the house. She tried not to look at the door labeled Izuku as she ran past. Putting another piece of discarded glass in her bin liner, she hauled the heavy bag over her shoulder and began to head off the beach. She had planned it to be her last round of clearing up. She had done the job for the day. Deku would have been proud. As she passed the steps up from the beach, she spotted something lodged in the rock of the wall. It was tiny, barely bigger than her fingertip. The little black device was blinking red at her. Curious, she pried it from the stone and rolled it over in her hand. What was it? A tracking device? A camera? She decided that it probably should have been left alone. Eri tried to push it back into the wall, but to her horror, it fell apart in her hands. Her cheeks flushed red and she hastily pushed the parts into her bin liner. She hoped it wasn't important. That was when her world changed forever. At first, she thought a cloud had passed by the sun, uncovering it to let the orange light catch the corner of her eye. She turned to gaze upon the sunset one last time, only to realize that it hadn't been the sun at all. It was like part of the sun was whizzing towards her. Not far out to sea, a brilliant glow began to form out of nowhere. Eri was forced to shield her eyes as it grew brighter and brighter. She was barely able to make it out as that little orb of light grew larger and took shape. Eri dropped her bin bag when a horrendous sound filled her ears. It came over her like a wave. It was almost painful. She forced herself to look back up at the light, which she was sure was where the white noise was coming from. It began to get dimmer, until it was no longer blinding. The shape of the light reformed into that of a person, who floated above the waves for a moment, before crashing into the water below. The noise stopped as quickly as it had started. She hesitated. What on earth just happened? Eri soon realized that Stranger hadn't stirred. She could see their body floating face down in the waves. Memories of disaster training at the USJ poured into her mind as she dashed towards the waves. She didn't care about the salty water that would cling to her clothes and white hair as she dived under the water. She knew how quickly the ocean deepened here and how much danger this man was in. It didn't take her long to reach him. She swam backwards towards the shore, making sure the man's face was upwards and out of the water the entire way. The panic of the situation had made her blissfully unaware of the lack of the comforting rise and fall of his chest until she dragged him onto the sand. She put him into the recovery position immediately and was relieved when the ocean water poured from his mouth. But despite that, the stranger still wasn't breathing. Eri put her hand on his shoulder, ready to roll him onto his back to perform CPR. Her eyes widened when a red fluid gushed over her hand. The man cried out in pain and Eri leapt back. He fell onto his front and coughed up the remainder of the water violently. His weak arms supported the upper half of his body. They were shaking dramatically. It didn't take long for the injured one to give way, forcing him to fall back into the sand. He wheezed, struggling with every breath. Eri couldn't tell if this was a result of almost drowning or due to his mysterious injuries. Eri's mind raced as she tried to think of what to do next. What would a hero do? She took a deep breath and smiled, crouching down to the man's level. "My name is Eri," she began. "I am a healing hero with a provisional license. If you let me, I can heal your wounds." "What? WMI?" he managed, cutting into Eri's introduction. Locks of hair covered his face. There was a green tinge to it, darkened by the water that weighed it down. He was wearing a simple, gray shirt that was ripped and stained red with his blood. There seemed to be burn marks down his trouser legs and around his neck and mouth. His bright red shoes were almost as battered as his arms, which were covered in numerous old scars. What horrendous injuries could have caused those? "Why you are at Dagoba Beach," Eri explained. "Please, sir. You are really hurt. I need to?" No, that's impossible. What am I doing here? Could you just... Did he just teleport me away?" Eri hesitated, letting the stranger ramble on in her curiosity. He must have seen the others arrive and realized that he'd lost. "Yes, that would be it. Displace me to a random location in hope that it gives him more chance to escape." Wait, no. If he wanted to do that, he would have just teleported himself. He must have wanted to reduce the numbers of heroes fighting him. In which case, wouldn't it have made more sense to remove the new heroes from the area? He had more of a chance of beating me than of defeating them. "Sir?" The man rolled onto his side to look at his rescuer. Green eyes met red. Silence fell between them. Eri continued to stare. "Oh no. This was impossible. But he looked just like him. He had the same voice, same eyes, same clothes. That was what he died in." "Or it died?" "Deku." Eri could barely force those words from her mouth. She immediately began to cry. She didn't think she had any tears left at this point, but she surprised herself. "Eri, hey, don't cry." His sentence was cut short as he tried to sit up by the unsettling reminder of the terrible hole in his shoulder. He clutched it firmly, desperate to ignore the pain and comfort the crying girl. "It's okay, I am here." The floodgates opened. She collapsed onto the sodden man, bringing him into a constricting hug. She didn't let go until the light had all but faded. Midoriya couldn't bring himself to pull her off him. He was cold, confused, and in terrible pain. But as she continued to grip tightly onto his torn shirt, that pain began to subside. His wounds closed and the strange, floating lights around his eyes vanished with time. Eri's quirk really was incredible. In that time, whilst Eri cried uncontrollably on the sand, Midoriya had time to think. There were many hundreds of questions floating around in his mind, but the one observation that stood out above all was the time. A few minutes ago, it had been the middle of the day, but now, night had fallen. Had he been unconscious on the beach for that long? Or had Displacer's teleportation somehow taken hours to complete? That means he had been missing all afternoon. Did Eri really believe he had died? Had she come to the beach to mourn? Midoriya pulled his sister tighter, feeling her horn press against his chin. "It's okay," he repeated. "You're here," she sobbed. "Of course I am Eri. I would never leave you." He heard Eri inhale sharply. She suddenly pushed away from him and scrambled to her feet, stumbling on the thick sand. You're an imposter. Midoriya leapt up beside her. Eri? I swear it's me. It's okay, I'm alive. You think that's funny? She yelled. He fell back to the ground, the response to a mixture of lightheadedness and surprise. Eri, what? Did you track me down? Did you see me at the sports festival and thought you'd the sports festival? That you'd dress up like him? That you'd act like you'd come back from the dead? Of course, you'd choose today. Today of all days. You know how hard this is for me and my family. I came here to escape from it all, and you just had to make things so much worse, didn't you? She was screaming at him at this point. Midoriya was so shocked that he had started to crawl backwards. Please, Eri. I don't understand what you're talking about, he exclaimed in desperation. Yes, you do. What the hell do you think you're doing? What was that light? Was it your quirk? Or is that shape-shifting? Midoriya got back up to his feet, struggling to keep his balance. He put his hands on her shoulders. She tried to shrug them off, but she was too traumatized to run away. Eri, listen to me. I am very, very confused, and I'm sure you are too. But I promise that I am me. She stared at him, silent tears still pouring from her eyes. Here, look. Midoriya patted himself down, searching for a pocket. Eventually, he found what he was looking for in the back of his trousers, his phone. He wasn't surprised to see it cracked and battered, but was pleasantly so when it flickered into life at the touch of a button in spite of its recent bath in the ocean. It's my phone. See? There you are. On the background. Then look at the pictures. He moved the phone into Eri's gloved hands. She hesitated, but eventually pulled them off so she could delve through the phone herself. She scrolled through hundreds of pictures, bringing back memories from long ago. Look, there's us at the billboard ceremony. When I got #1 again, remember? And there we are with Lemillion when you got his quirk back. After a moment, Eri's hands began to shake so much that she dropped the phone into the sand. That's why your phone. Yeah. Eri, this isn't some sort of quirk, this is me. She fell back into his arms. They were stronger now that his injuries had gone. He held her close as she buried her face in his cleaner shoulder. He even smelled like Deku. Eri couldn't convince herself otherwise anymore. She wanted it to be him so badly. It was her greatest wish come true. Oh, okay, murmured Midoriya, pulling away after a few moments more. We need to go to the authorities, Eri. I don't want them to officially declare me dead, he laughed as he picked his phone back up. Eri rubbed her eyes. The day was fading rapidly, but yes, she could still see him smiling and laughing. Oh no. He doesn't realize, does he? Deku, she stammered. Yeah. How long do you think you've been gone? Deku shook the sand out of his drying hair. A few hours? Judging by the time. Eri stared at him. He quickly realized this was wrong. A couple of days? She slowly shook her head. A week. Silence fell between them. No, Deku muttered. It was in that moment that he acknowledged Eri's height, the increased length of her horn. She was older. No. Eri, how long have I been missing for? She put her hands over her mouth. Deku lunged forward, shaking her shoulders gingerly. How long? He demanded. 2 years, she whispered. Pardon? Today is the 2-year anniversary of your death. Deku stopped breathing. Tears brimmed in his eyes and he fell to his knees. That's impossible. It can't be. How did this happen to me? He was yelling now, screaming, but not at Eri. He pulled at his hair, shouting at the ocean and the sky in absolute agony. No. I can't be here. I have to get back. I have to fix this. I traveled through time. What happened? Eri questioned. Midoriya turned back to her, shakily clambering to his feet. I must have been Displacer. Oh no, shoot. Displace? Not teleporter. Not the warper. Displacer. It was Displacement. That's his quirk. Displacement in the true nature of the word. Moving something from its original position in space or time. He's forced me to travel 2 years into the future. I must have ended up on this beach because of how important it is to me. But Then where's Displacer? I don't know. You were the only one who appeared. Eri explained. There was a flash of light and a weird noise and suddenly you fell into the water. Ah, that must be why I'm so wet, Midoriya realized. And you? Did you pull me out? Eri nodded and Deku stammered his thanks in reply. Midoriya sat back down in the sand and Eri knelt next to him. 2 years, he murmured. Eri nodded again. Wait, how old are you? Eri smiled, 16. Midoriya laughed feebly. Hey wait, you mentioned the sports festival, you're at UA. Class 2A. Wow Eri, you're going to be a hero? I wasn't sure at first, but you made me change my mind. I can't believe I missed your first sports festival, he murmured in disappointment. I couldn't even give you an internship. I'm a horrible brother. No, you're not. Anyway, I didn't take an internship. Why not? Well, I was still in Class 1C at the time. I got into the hero course later that year. Ah, I see. Mr. Aizawa must be pleased to have you in his homeroom class. Eri nodded eagerly. He insisted that I went into Class A and not B. You must be in my old dorm then. Midoriya realized excitably. Wait, the dorms? Eri, what are you doing here? It's dark, everyone must be looking for you. Eri quickly pulled her phone from her coat pocket. It was sopping wet, but like Midoriya's, it was fortunately waterproof. When she turned it on, she winced at the sheer volume of messages that continued to pour into view. Yeah, they are. Then let's head over there right now, he insisted, leaping to his feet and helping Eri up too. But what about you? Everyone thinks you're dead. Ah, good point. Where will you go? Midoriya thought for a moment, before reaching into his other pocket and retrieving a leather wallet. It was zipped shut, which didn't completely protect his money from the water, but then again, it hadn't been destroyed. He had his card on him, but he guessed that his bank account would have been frozen or even terminated if 2 years had really passed them by. Fortunately, he seemed to have a good amount on him in cash anyway. I think I'll wander around for a bit, Midoriya decided. It's almost like I'm jet-lagged. For me, not long ago it was the middle of the day. After that, I have enough money here to get myself some food and maybe check into a motel. I thought you said you were going to go to the authorities? I was, but... Look, I don't want to frighten you, but if I'm here, then Displacer must be somewhere around too. I have to find him before he does something reckless. Causing a panic by declaring myself alive, before just getting displaced into the future again would be unnecessary. No, you can't face him again. You've just come back, you? Eri, it's okay, don't worry. I think. Look, I just need some time to figure out what's going on. How about I take you back to UA, then I meet you after school tomorrow afternoon. You have school tomorrow, right? Eri nodded. Do you promise you'll be there? I promise. Okay. Eri beamed and threw herself at Midoriya again. I just can't believe you're here. We've got so much to talk about. I don't even care if you're real or not. You're here, that's all that matters. Midoriya laughed. Ugh. Come on, hop on my back and we'll fly to you. How does that sound? With an eager nod, Eri grabbed her discarded gloves and jumped onto his back. They were gone in a flash of green light. It caught his eye. He'd only just pulled up in his car when he saw it. He hadn't been in much of a rush. He'd visited so many locations over the past hour that it was getting tedious by this point. He hadn't found anything at all until Dagoba Beach. Bakugo leapt out of the car, not bothering to park it properly. He turned on his flashlight and hurried down the steps towards the shore. There was a bin bag there, discarded right by where he had attached the monitor to the wall. When he cast his light at the stone, he realized it was missing. Had it been thrown into the bag? It didn't take much rummaging around to prove that point. Frowning, Bakugo glanced at the rest of the beach. There wasn't anything suspicious in sight, except, wait, skid marks? It looked like something, or someone, had been dragged out of the water. Nearby these marks was a small crater in the sand, like something had crashed into it at high speed, but there was nothing in the center of the circle. Bakugo wondered if someone had leapt from this point, making it not an impact crater at all. Had Displacer been here? Was this where he teleported away, Had he seriously just missed him? Did he see the monitor, destroy it, and throw it into a random bin liner that he found? There were footprints leading from the bag. He supposed it was a possibility. He delved into his pocket and pulled out his phone. "Detective, something's changed." Ground Zero began. "Did you find something?" The detective replied eagerly. "I don't know, but I'm going to find out." Midoriya hurried away from his old neighborhood. He slunk into a darkened alleyway and quickly changed into the new set of clothes that he hadn't stolen. He'd taken them from his mum's house, from the unemptied drawers in his old room. Technically, that means they belonged to him and he therefore didn't steal them. But he couldn't exactly wander through the streets in his old, blood-stained top and burnt trousers. He chucked them in the first skip he found. No one took much notice to the stranger in the too small All Might hoodie, with a surgical mask covering most of his face. He hated wearing it. Unwelcome thoughts of the old one melting off his mouth constantly buzzed through his mind. He had his phone and his purse buried in the pocket of his jumper. He held on to them like they were his lifelines as he walked. Midoriya didn't know where he was going or even how far he had gone. He was alone with his thoughts, completely disorientated and frankly, utterly terrified. After he had dropped Eri off, he disappeared with a flash. He could have sworn he saw Mr. Aizawa just beyond the UA gate, waiting for her to return. It would have been disastrous if he had seen him. Wait, would it have been? What on earth was he doing? He should go straight to the police, explain what was going on and help with an investigation into where Displacer might have ended up, or maybe not. If he turned himself in, then he would probably be arrested. Mulling over the story in his mind, Midoriya realized how ludicrous it seemed. He was still considering that he was dreaming, perhaps he was in a coma? But would he be feeling so tired if he was in a coma? He hated lying to Eri about it, hated lying to himself. All he wanted to do was go home and fall asleep. That fight had really taken it out of him, and the whole time displacement thing hadn't helped. Maybe he would check into a motel. Midoriya rubbed his eyes, brushing a layer of sand and salt away from them. The bright, flashing lights of the streets bewildered him. He gazed at his surroundings, looking for a cafe or something. He ended up walking towards a library. There was a gentle stream of students filling in and out, probably doing some last-minute work due in for the following morning. He looked a bit out of place and consequently caught a few sideways glances. Midoriya had no idea what he was doing there for a moment, but his brain suddenly kicked back into action when he spotted a row of computers at the back of the library. He didn't know if he had to pay to use them or if he was even allowed to use one, but he didn't really care at this point. He sat down by the furthest screen, put on the headphones that lay beside the computer and immediately clicked onto the internet. Whoever last used it hadn't logged out of their session. He figured they wouldn't mind him taking advantage. Midoriya's fingers hesitated over the keyboard. Slowly, he typed in his hero name, Deku. An unfathomable amount of results appeared. He clicked on the first news article he found and began to skim through it. 2-year anniversary of the death of an idol. 2 years ago today, the pro hero, Deku, real name Izuka Midoriya, was murdered by the villain, Displacer. This idol and proclaimed symbol of peace by his mentor and previous owner of that title, All Might, or Yagi Toshinori, was beloved by all until his untimely parting. Deku held the title of #1 hero for several years before his death. At the time, the #2 hero, Ground Zero, or Katsuki Bakugo, shared a profound rivalry with the hero. He took Deku's place of #1 hero and has held it ever since. However, no hero has yet to earn the respect to take the title, symbol of peace, from the fallen hero. Midoriya brushed a tear away from his eye. What the hell had he gotten himself into? How had so much changed? How could the world have gone on without him? It was so hard to believe. He didn't want to believe it. Deku's adopted younger sister, Eri Midoriya, currently attends UA, and is well known for her dramatic debut in last year's UA Sports Festival. Midoriya clicked on the hyperlink on reflex. He'd had done enough mourning for his own death for one day. A video appeared on the screen. Midoriya eagerly turned up the volume on his headphones and leaned in close to the computer monitor. "Welcome to the second match of the one-on-one battles." Present Mike exclaimed at his usual volume. After an earth-shattering display earlier on, we present to you Richi Ito from the Hero Course versus the younger sister of an EX #1 hero, Eri Midoriya from General Studies. Deku winced. To be presented just as his younger sister must have been hard for her. She was her own person, someone who didn't deserve to live in the shadows of those who came before her. Midoriya watched as Eri's opponent cracked his knuckles with a sly smile on his face, like he was sure of his victory from the beginning. The camera panned over to Eri. Midoriya was shocked to see Mr. Aizawa's scarf hanging around her neck. Of course, students from other courses were allowed support items, but he was surprised that this was what she had chosen. Begin! Immediately, Ito slammed his fists into the ground. Eri yelled as the concrete was split into pieces and thrown into the air from the tremors he produced. Quirk reminded Midoriya of a friend he'd made at the provisional license exam, Yoshindo, but he was quickly proven wrong when Ito's quirk turned out to be earth manipulation and not simply earthquakes. Ito fought from a distance, a smart move considering he probably didn't know what Eri's quirk was. He threw rock after rock at Eri, not at all holding back. It could have knocked her out if one of those chunks of stone hit her in the head. Fortunately, Eri was an awful lot more agile than Midoriya remembered. This charade kept going for a while longer, whilst Present Mike excitably remarked on Eri's dodging skills. Ito quickly became impatient and started to advance on Eri whilst continuing to pelt her with stones. When he was close enough, Eri tried to throw the capture weapon in his direction, although it was continuously deflected. Eri's trying to use her capture weapon. Looks suspiciously like it could belong to you. Erase her head. Present Mike cried. Midoriya had to stifle a laugh when he realized Present Mike had dragged Mr. Aizawa into commentating again. I have said this before and I will say it again. The entrance exam to UA is unjust. It gives physical quirks like Ito's an incredible advantage. People like Eri don't stand a chance. But I have no doubt when I say that Eri's quirk is more powerful than anyone here. Present Mike would have been shocked, but because he knew her personally, he had no reason to question this at all. You heard it here first, listeners. What's going to? His commentary was cut short as Eri finally got a grip on her opponent and pulled him in close. Ito smiled as he was flung towards her. He used his momentum to throw a fist at her, but with another quick dodge, Eri was left unscathed, and she brushed her hand over Ito's arm. Her opponent swung his hand like he was trying to use his quirk. Midoriya could see the confusion on his face as he was unable to do so and fell harshly to the broken floor. Panicking, he leapt to his feet and kept throwing his arms around, desperately trying to move the ground. What's this? Has Eri somehow erased his quirk? Eri's power is much greater than that. Eri didn't need to show any more of it though. As quick as a flash, the capture weapon was wrapped around a distracted Ito's waist and he was thrown off the arena, unable to stop himself without his quirk. Ito is out of bounds. Midnight exclaimed, Eri wins. The audience cheered and Midoriya beamed uncontrollably. What an unexpected turn of events. You knew that would happen the entire time. Eri Midoriya, her quirk, reversal. She can reverse the body of anyone she touches. That includes injuries and, you guessed quirks. If she holds on long enough she could reverse you from existence, so watch out. Midoriya smiled as he saw Eri trying to calm down Ito. She had to return his quirk by touching him, but he wasn't having it. He seemed afraid of her. The video unfortunately cut to an end card at this point, advertising films of all the other matches of the sports festival as well. Deku restrained himself. Perhaps he would watch Eri's other matches alongside her? Yeah, she would enjoy that. He closed the tab and was faced with the distressing article on his own death again. It was that which gave him the idea for his next web search. Who is Displacer? The response he received was unsatisfying. His true name and age were unknown. The information on his quirk was incorrect. Moreover, he had been missing, presumed dead, for 2 years. Well, that answers that. But that burning question remained in Midoriya's mind. If he was alive, was Displacer around too? Midoriya waited outside the gates to UA the following afternoon. Standing there, staring at his old school, sure raised a few eyebrows. He hoped Eri would hurry up before one of the teachers decided to talk to him. He didn't want them to recognize his voice. "I am here," Eri cried as she ran around the corner. She hadn't changed out of her uniform. It made Midoriya smile underneath his mask. "What are you, All Might Jr.?" Deku smirked. "Hypocrite," she exclaimed, pulling him into a tight hug. "You came?" "Of course I came. I promised, didn't I?" "Hey, Eri, who's this?" Eri pulled herself away from the hug and span around. Both hers and Midoriya's eyes widened when Koda appeared, just on the other side of the UA gates. This is an old family friend, from way back when. He's only in town for a few days, so we thought we'd meet up." Eri lied expertly. What's your name?" asked Koda. Midoriya was too shocked to see him to respond quick enough. This is Hisashi. Hisashi, we're just going to go into town real quick. Tell Mr. Aizawa that I promise I'll be back a little earlier this time." Koda shrugged. "Sure, whatever. Nice to meet you, Hisashi." "Why you too?" Midoriya replied. Eri grabbed Midoriya's hand and they ran down the street. He glanced back, seeing Koda, who was now standing just outside UA, watching them disappear. Shoot, did he recognize him? "Hisashi!" Midoriya exclaimed when they finally stopped for a breath. "Seriously? You chose my father's name?" "I couldn't think of anything." Eri replied, "I'm so sorry." No, it's okay. I'm honestly just surprised you even knew him." Eri blushed. "He's been in contact with Mum recently, it being the anniversary of your cough. Yes, that makes sense. Wait, Eri. What?" Midoriya hesitated. He knew he shouldn't be asking this question, but he needed to know. "Am I funeral?" Yeah, that's a thing that happened," Eri muttered. "Did he go?" "Hisashi?" "Yeah, he didn't stay long." "I see." Midoriya immediately gained a dozen new questions, which now flew around his mind, desperate to be set free. But he managed to keep a lid on them, realizing how awkward this conversation was for Eri. "What about Mum? How is she?" "No, she's doing better. I'm fine." Midoriya's fixed smile was dropped instantly. "What do you mean?" "Well, of course it's hard. Her son's been dead for 2 years and now I'm in the dorms, so, well, she doesn't really have anyone." "Then Uncle All Might's been in and out of hospital?" "All Might's been. Can we go somewhere else to talk about all this?" Eri interrupted. Midoriya hesitated. They were just standing randomly on the side of the road. Eri was recognizable from the sports festival, and with Midoriya's mask and a hoodie pulled over his head, he looked like a celebrity. "Right? Yes, of course," Midoriya murmured. "Is there anywhere you'd like to go?" Eri grinned. The two of them sat side by side on Dagoba Beach. With no one around, Midoriya was free to throw off the clammy surgical mask and finally relax. "It's nice to see that the beach is still so clear." Midoriya sighed. "I figured that after 2 years it would have declined a bit. I still had to come back here now and again to clean it up." He saw Eri's beaming smile from the corner of his eye. "He did a double take." Eri nodded. "It really did decline. I couldn't stand to see it like that." Midoriya laughed. "So, was that what you were doing here when I appeared? Cleaning up the beach?" "I told Uncle All Might that we'd meet up here after he got out of hospital. I wasn't going to let him see it like that." "Yeah, All Might." Eri shrugged. "He's old." Midoriya burst into laughter once more. "He's old. And injured. He's a retired hero, the X-symbol of peace. Of course, he has some health issues. It's been like that since before we met," Midoriya acknowledged. "I suppose it's expected." "He misses you too," Eri added. "Also expected." "Yeah, understandable," murmured Midoriya. Of course, with Midoriya's parting, One for All was lost. Although he hoped that it wasn't just the loss of the power that, no, he was being silly. All Might wouldn't care about One for All at this point. He misses Midoriya, he convinced himself. Although, the doubt remained lingering in his mind. Another thought to drive him crazy. So, Midoriya continued, trying to think of another, perhaps happier topic to talk about. "Koda? He's at the UA?" Yeah, Eri exclaimed. He got in through the entrance exam, of course. But he's in class 2A2. You know, he's got your old room in the dorms. Does he? How do you know that? The teachers put little plaques next to the doors, telling us what heroes used to stay there. Wow, who was in your room? Earphone jack, I think. Midoriya laughed. She used to have every instrument I could think of in that room, he said, thinking fondly back to their first-year culture festival. Did you keep in touch with your old Class A friends? Obviously, Midoriya nodded. He pulled out his phone and loaded up one of their group chats. But I don't think they've heard from me in a while. Go figure, Eri chuckled. What about your phone, does it work? Well, I don't think I'll be able to send any text messages. Group chats like this might work over Wi-Fi though. I can certainly still receive stuff. They stared at the sheer volume of notifications on Midoriya's phone. There were so many that it kept crashing if he tried to look at certain apps. The group chat managed to load up though. Scrolling back through them, Midoriya smiled at the random conversations his classmates were having, organizing meetups, making fun of each other for incidences they'd seen on the news, asking about job opportunities and, yeah, missing Midoriya. It took a while, but eventually he reached the last message he ever sent to the chat, his location 2 years ago. That was the place he supposedly died. Mr. Aizawa didn't expel us after all. Deku, location sent. Half and half, I'm on my way. To infinity and beyond. What's going on? Class rep, Midoriya must be in trouble. He only sends a location like that if something extremely serious is occurring. Manliness, so serious that number one's got to call for help? Yikes, I hope everything turns out okay. Momomo, I assume that most of us are too far away from said location to go to his aid? Can't see me, I don't think I'd be much help anyway. Midoriya scrolled down further through the chat, skimming through conversations regretting kicking Bakugo out for too many death threats. He saw his classmates become increasingly panicked, right up until Bakugo was reinstated as a member of the group. Half and half added Lord Explosion Murder to the chat. To infinity and beyond. Seriously, guys, I'm really freaking out. The news lost their live feed and I can't get any intel on it. Please tell me you're all okay. Half and half. The fight's over. Melt your face off. Oh, thank goodness. Class rep, what about the conditions of any victims of the attack? Any confirmed fatalities? Lord Explosion Murder, the lot of you are missing the big picture. Manliness, then tell us what the hell is going on. Lord Explosion Murder, the villain was guy called Displacer. He had a powerful warp quirk and was destroying buildings with it. Obviously there were fatalities, you idiots. Manliness, shoot. I'm investigating that guy. Lord Explosion Murder, well, you didn't do a very good job, did you? Manliness, what do you mean? The fight's over, I'm guessing he's been arrested, right? Why didn't Aizawa expel me? You guys better have not left a power-crazy villain running around. Hey, who changed my name again? It's supposed to be Grape Rush. Momo, you were talking about Displacer in the past tense? Don't tell me you killed him. Class rep, that is unacceptable. Reply immediately. Half and half, Displacer is missing in action. Lord Explosion Murder, dead. To infinity and beyond. What about Deku? Don't tell me he did it. Lord Explosion Murder, dead. Froppy, you already said that. Where's Midoriya? Lord Explosion Murder, he's dead, you bastards, dead. That villain killed him. I saw it, he's dead. Dunce face, real funny, Bakugo. To infinity and beyond. No, that's impossible, he can't be dead. Half and half, it's true. Midoriya couldn't bear to read anymore. He closed the chat and threw his phone into the sand. I'm sorry, Deku. Midoriya had almost forgotten Eri was there. She'd read all of that over his shoulder. It brought tears to both of their eyes. I left them. I left all of you. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. Eri exclaimed, hugging him tightly. You didn't do anything wrong. You jumped into action, even in your civilian clothes, to save those people. You didn't lose, the fight's not over yet, you can still win this. Midoriya couldn't hold back his tears anymore. He was completely overwhelmed. They wrapped their arms around each other and cried until there was nothing left. I have to find him, Midoriya managed. I have to find Displacer. Maybe he didn't make it, you might be safe, Eri suggested. It doesn't matter about me. I'm dead, remember? I don't care if I get sent another 2 years into the future, but I won't let Displacer do that to anyone else. He came after me because I was number 1. What if he's after Kaken now? I can't let that happen. I can't lose you again. Midoriya sighed, rubbing his swollen eyes. Of course, this time around he couldn't be a martyr. He had to make it out of this alive and in the correct timeline. Wait a minute. Eri, what if I made him take me back? Midoriya realized. If I found Displacer, I could make him take me back to the past, to 2 years ago. No one would have to go through any of this at all. Is that possible? I don't know, he said honestly. But I'm going to find out. We've been having signals non-stop for months and then all of a sudden, nothing? Bakugo yelled, his hands smoking as he paced back and forth in the meeting room. Whatever Displacer is up to, he seems to have settled at some position in the country and has stopped using his quirk, Todoroki theorized. Yeah, but guys, we had that one weird reading, remember? No, wait, wasn't it 2? One at that beach and the other in the north. Kirishima pointed out, looking back at the electronic map. We've never had 2 signals at the same time before, Uraraka acknowledged. So, what's changed? One was obviously a fake, you idiots, exclaimed Bakugo. Most of these signals probably are just stupid anomalies. True, there's no way he could have been in 2 places at the same time, Kirishima sighed. But there were strange occurrences at both locations, said the detective, who had been irritatingly silent up until this point. At both places? Asked Todoroki. I thought only my location was a definite sighting? There were flashes of light at Dagoba Beach, Bakugo said, and some weird skid marks in the sand. But what the hell happened over in your location? It was an abandoned warehouse, he explained. We'd had readings there before. Except when I arrived the lights had been turned on and there was blood traipsed across the floor. You better have. Yes, I took a sample. Good, is it being analyzed? The detective sighed deeply, taking off his ridiculous hat and putting his head in his hands. It doesn't match anything on our records. Either whoever it was didn't have a criminal record or a reason for us to have their DNA, or it really was Displacer and his real identity is just an enigma. That would make sense, Kirishima pondered. People with warp quirks are quite hard to catch. That's why we're here, Bakugo snarled, to catch him. Red Riot, you've investigated Displacer before he ever became a problem, the detective acknowledged. I need you to check through your records to see if you have any defining descriptions of him, witness sightings, medical records, anything at all. Kirishima nodded with a determined smile. Hey, what about my locations? What about Dagoba Beach? Something happened there and the monitor was destroyed. Bakugo interrupted. Yes, that is quite worrying. Do you know the beach? Was it ever a place that Deku visited? Tsukachi queried. No. I've never been there in my life, hissed Bakugo, slamming his hands on the table and leaving scorch marks in their place. I only put one of those monitors there because you said there were reports of those ridiculous electrical disturbances there before. Perhaps one of Deku's family members would know? Uraraka suggested. Yeah, that conversation would go down brilliantly a few days after the anniversary of his death, wouldn't it? Sorry about your dead son, but do you remember if he ever visited this random beach for no particular reason whatsoever? Hey, what's wrong, Bakugo? Kirishima questioned. You seem more agitated than usual. Of course I am. We've gotten nowhere with this stupid investigation and it's wasting my time. Besides, we still have no idea why Displacer keeps propping up in all these weird places which have something to do with Deku. It's driving me insane. Have you considered the fact that Displacer could know that we're on to him? Todoroki asked. Creating signals in those locations could be a way to distract us from more valuable targets. How would he even know about all this? Bakugo fell into a chair, almost tipping it over in the process. You can't know about this stuff by looking it up on the internet. This is from Deku's private life. Had he been stalking him before the fight? That is a good theory, Tsukachi nodded. In which case, Learning about the reasons behind these locations could help us pinpoint where he could appear next. Uravity, perhaps we will interview a family member. Which one? Asked Uraraka. The only living relatives he has is his mother and his sister. Adopted sister, Bakugo corrected. Someone else who might know something would be All Might, he remembered. They were closer than the press realizes. The others stared at him for a moment. Of course, they didn't know about One for All. However, they did have a good idea that All Might had been training Deku for longer than he'd been at U. Todoroki especially had his suspicions. Muttered the detective. Any one of them could give us the answers we need. I'll look into having a talk with them. For now, Ground Zero, I would advise that you keep an eye out on that beach. That monitor was purposely destroyed. I would like to find out who did it and why. Bakugo hated being instructed like that, but he didn't care, as long as he could get out of that stupid meeting. Red Riot, if you could look into those records I mentioned. Frost Fire, the warehouse needs further inspection. Finally, Uravity, I would like it if you could join me in investigating Deku's family. The others nodded, happy with the new arrangement. Bakugo, however, was not. He was left with that trash-filled beach whilst the other heroes had something at least worthwhile to attend to. How utterly useless. That beach meant nothing. Deku had never been there. It was a fluke. It had to be. Deku leant against the wall outside of UA that afternoon. After another day filled with reading and researching, he could use the break. He looked forward to seeing Eri again, and of course, she felt the same way. He was scrolling through the Class A group chat as he waited, smiling as new messages appeared. He was glad message receipts were off. If it alerted his old friends that he was reading them, a whole new dimension of panic would be invented. Mr. Aizawa didn't expel us after all. Caught on tape, have you seen it? Can't see me. See what? Insomniac. Funny. Can't see me. What is? Insomniac. Never mind. AUX Cord. OMG, are you talking about the music video? Insomniac. God, I miss Deku and his puns. Revelry in the dark. You are hard to read, Shinso. Insomniac. Guys, Caught on Tape is talking about a video and the AUX Cord is blabbering about music whilst the invisible girl says see what? Dunce face. I don't get it. Insomniac, you wouldn't dunce. Dunce face changed his name to Charge Bolt. AUX Cord changed Charge Bolt's name to Jaminye. Jaminye. Ha. Caught on Tape. No, but seriously, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Revelry in the dark. Obviously not. AUX Cord sent a link. Manliness. Oh my god. Jaminye, what the actual heck is that? AUX Cord. Ha ha yeah. Jaminye, who made that? AUX Cord. Ha. Midoriya tried to hold back the laughter as he watched the video. Some random fan had sliced together hundreds of clips of Kaminari to a ridiculous tune, all whilst he was in his dunce mode after he'd used his quirk too much. Jaminye, that is not funny. AUX Cord, it so is. Hisashi, was it? Midoriya jumped, pulling out his cheap, new earplugs. He looked around to see the suspicious face of Eri's classmate, Kuda Izumi. Ah yeah, Midoriya murmured, hoping his surgical mask disguised his voice a little. He hadn't seen Kuda in so long. He'd meant to meet up with him a few months ago. Wait, no, years. He was in the future now. Kuda was a second-year Hero Corps student at UA, not the little kid he saved from Muscular so long ago. Are you waiting for Eri? He asked. Yes? She might be a while. She overused her quirk in training today, so she's still at the nurse's office, Kuda explained. Oh no, what happened? I just told you. She overused her quirk. Yeah, but what was she doing to overuse it? Powering up too many people, Kuda shrugged. Midoriya sighed. I suppose it's expected. Overusage of quirks can happen to the best of us. Kuda raised an eyebrow. What's your quirk then? Oh, Fire Breath, he replied, thinking that if he's using his father's name, then he might as well adopt his quirk too. Fire Breath? Then what's with the surgical mask? Aren't you afraid you'll melt it? Midoriya laughed. It's happened before, I must admit. Not a lie, but no. I've just got a bit of a cold, that's all. You don't sound like it. Better safe than sorry. Kuda nodded in understanding. Midoriya took the moment to look him up and down. He hadn't changed much. He was taller, that's for sure, about a head higher than Eri. He still had that shaggy, dark hair which he covered with a tattered old red cap which had a pair of golden horns sticking out of it. But what really caught Midoriya's eye was his battered shoes. Red, with a faint remainder of a signature sprawled across one side, Deku. Nice shoes, Midoriya said without thinking. Kuda glanced down at them. They're old. I need new ones. Sentimental attachment? You could say that. I'm guessing you spotted the signature. Sure did. They may be a little old and worn, but I could bet you'd still get a lot of money for those. Are you offering? No. I'm just saying. Kuda shrugged. I wouldn't get rid of them no matter how much someone offered me. Midoriya nodded and smiled. Understandable. Duh. The two of them looked up to see Eri, who had appeared rather suddenly around the corner. Hisashi, she corrected herself. Sorry I'm late. That's okay, Eri. I heard about what happened. Are you okay? I'm fine, she muttered, before scowling at Kuda. What are you doing here? Nothing, Kuda mumbled, just saying hi to Hisashi. Well, say bye to Hisashi. Midoriya expected Kuda to put up more of a fight. Instead, he shrugged and simply said, bye, Hisashi, before wandering back into you. Eri. What? Don't you think that was a little harsh? Midoriya acknowledged. Eri kicked at the ground. Whatever. What really happened in training today? Can we go to the beach before we talk about it? She muttered. Of course. Dagoba Beach was as empty as usual. How utterly typical. Just another waste of the number one hero's time. Bakugo muttered this to himself in irritation and he marched away. He rammed shoulders with the only wanderer he'd seen all day on his way out. His appearance didn't change his plans. No villain was going to walk around wearing Ground Zero merchandise, side by side with a teenage girl who looked like she could be his sister or something. Bakugo couldn't be bothered to get a good look at them. You should watch where you're going, said the stranger. You should get out of my way, Bakugo hissed in reply. The two parted without looking back, having no idea who they had just encountered by chance. So, are you going to tell me what happened or not? Midoriya questioned as he sat down in the sand. Eri groaned, flopping down next to him. It's complicated. I'm in no rush. She sighed. It's Kuda, mainly. Basically, we had this training exercise today where we were paired up with another random classmate, and I got Kuda. It's just ugh. We didn't even do half bad. Kuda's just being infuriating. He keeps moping around and he wouldn't listen to me. I can't fight on my own. I'm just there to power up other heroes, but it won't work if the other one is acting like they'd much rather sit back and let us loose. Midoriya smiled in sympathy. It sure does sound like a complicated relationship. He's been like this all week. It's ridiculous, get over it already. Get over what? Eri glanced at Midoriya before falling back into the sand. Me. Yeah. Eri, you're not just there for a power-up. I've seen your debut at the sports festival. You were amazing. Wait, you've seen that? Of course. I've only watched your fight against Ito, was it? I thought you'd want to watch the rest of them together. Yeah, that would be awesome. Eri exclaimed. Midoriya was glad he was able to cheer her up, at least a little bit. You've got so much to catch up on, she continued. It's amazing how much can change in 2 years. And how much can stay the same, Midoriya added. Like you. I'm the same? Eri questioned. Well, you look a little different, and you've certainly improved your quirk. Moreover, you're aiming to be a hero now. But, despite all that, you haven't really changed a bit. You're still Eri Midoriya. Eri threw herself at him. She'd been doing that a lot lately, but Midoriya wasn't complaining. Honestly, he needed all the hugs he could get. Hi, Hisashi. Midoriya froze. Oh no. Eri pushed Midoriya away from her and leapt to her feet. Kuda, how dare you follow me? What's going on, Eri? Kuda demanded. Midoriya got up too, after frantically pulling his disguise back over his face and turned around to face Eri's classmate. Kuda, who are you really? Kuda demanded. Midoriya sighed. Have you really not figured that out? Kuda took a step back. You appear out of nowhere and suddenly Aries as happy as dandy? Not a care in the world. Even when it's Deku's death day. Kuda, please? Don't call me Kuda, he hissed. I have no idea who you are and call me by my first name? I know that you're not an old family friend because I've asked Aries' mother. Kuda! Aries exclaimed in frustration. Would you just leave me alone? What? And leave you two to vent about me behind my back? I don't think so. I've known you since we were kids. If this guy really was a family friend then I would have met him. And Hisashi? Really? That's the name of Deku's dad. I knew that. I also know that's not your name. So, tell me who the hell you are before I go to Mr. Aizawa and tell him that his favorite student's been wandering around with an absolute stranger every day after school. Midoriya sighed. He knelt down in front of Kuda, and once more pulled off his surgical mask and finally his hood. He looked up at him slowly, watching the boys melt from an expression of surprise to undoubtable horror. Hi, Kuda. Kuda took another step back. He tripped up on his battered old shoes and fell into the sand, not taking his eyes off Midoriya. No, his voice cracked. It's been an awful long time since I last saw you. Tears dripped from Kuda's eyes, pouring uncontrollably over his face, yet he didn't make a sound. Apparently, it's been a while since I saw anyone. Deku, Kuda managed. Please, this sea can't be. Midoriya pulled him into a hug. He could feel the frantic rising and falling of his chest, and he struggled to breathe through his tears. I'm so sorry, Kuda. I didn't mean to leave you all behind. But I'm here now, I'm here and I promise I won't. I won't leave you again. Midoriya wondered if he could keep that promise, but in that moment he knew it was what he needed to say. Perhaps the promise was for himself as well. He didn't think he could bear another unexpected trip to the future. How? Kuda managed as Eri joined in on the hug too. Midoriya laughed, not able to hold back his own tears. Displacement. There was a knock on Toshinori's door. Come in, he sighed, expecting another doctor to arrive and tell him that he would have to wait another day before being discharged. The man who entered had not even been listed as a possibility in Toshinori's mind. He took off his hat and gave a swift bow. It's nice to see you again, All Might. Tsukachi, what are you doing here? Toshinori exclaimed, sitting bolt upright in surprise. I'm sorry for the disturbance, but I was given the opportunity to see you and I had no plans on passing up on it, the detective explained. The opportunity to see me? It's official business, I'm afraid, he said, closing the door behind him and pulling a chair up to All Might's bed. Besides that, how are you doing? I've been better, Toshinori muttered miserably. Of course, Tsukachi replied. But I heard you'll be discharged this afternoon. Unless there's a change of plans, yes. That's good to hear, said his old friend, putting his hand on All Might's shoulder in a friendly, supportive way. So, what official business concerns me this day and age? Toshinori questioned. I'm afraid it concerns the death of Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori could have sworn his heart stopped beating for a moment. What about it? He asked. I am currently leading an investigation into the whereabouts of Displacer, the villain who took him down. He's alive. Yes, that has been confirmed now. Toshinori stared at him. How? We believe he has been in hiding for several years. His quirk releases certain signals that are traceable and easily identifiable. A team of pro heroes have been following these signals for a while now. Does this team include Ground Zero? Yes. How did you? I didn't know. I just thought it would be best to have a powerful hero on call, Toshinori explained, trying to ignore the lump rising steadily in his throat. Yes, I thought along those same lines. However, that isn't the only reason why he is on the team. Oh. Those signals I mentioned, they have been appearing in some peculiar places. One concentration is located in the north of Japan, which is now where we believe Displacer had his main operations in. The other is around here. More specifically, in places that Ground Zero believes meant something to Deku. That's strange. Indeed, the detective nodded. Very recently, the signals have stopped altogether, right after two peculiar incidences in both concentrations. Right. One was at a warehouse where we found Displacer's blood. The other was at a place that we have yet to understand at all. I was hoping you might know, considering your relationship with Midoriya. Ah, where would that be? Asked Toshinori, desperate to help despite the tears welling in his bloodshot eyes. Does Dagoba Beach mean anything to you? Toshinori immediately coughed up blood. Dagoba? Tsukachi hesitated in shock. I would assume that it does then? That's where That is where I trained young Midoriya to use one for all, where I gave him the power. Ah, so it does fit the pattern then. What was Displacer doing there? We don't know. But we will find out, I promise you. When you capture him, All Might stuttered, I want to meet him, face to face. I want to know why he did it. Tsukachi sighed, he is a villain. They often don't think about the implications of what they do, of the families that they take heroes away from. But All Might, I will do the best I can to fulfill that request. Thank you, Tsukachi, and good luck. Midoriya ran out of money. He knew it would happen eventually. But he had hoped, no expected, for him to get further through his chase of Displacer before he did. He couldn't use the money in his bank account and couldn't bring himself to ask Eri for any. He checked out of the motel he was staying at and wandered through the streets in his civilian disguise. He looked back down at his phone, hoping Eri or Kuda would message him to ask to meet up again, but they both seemed to have other plans. Displacement squad. Kuda, I have detention. I can't meet up, sorry. Deku, Kuda. What did you do? Kuda. Basically, my special move's called water gun. Deku, who got water gunned? Kuda, wow, straight to the point. Eri, Mr. Aizawa did. Deku, oh no. Kuda, it was an accident. Eri, in the middle of homeroom class. Kuda, I was aiming at Ito. Eri, what did he do? Kuda, he was being an imbecile, that's what. Deku, are you free from detention, Eri? Eri, yes, but not free to see you, I'm sorry. Deku, no, that's okay. What's going on then? Eri, I've been meaning to meet up with All Might for ages now and he's only just got out of hospital. I couldn't cancel. Deku, that is a brilliant excuse. I'll see you both tomorrow or something then, okay? Eri, see you then. Kuda, don't get sent another 2 years into the future. Deku, I'll try. Midoriya sighed as he wandered along the beachfront. He'd sent that last message hours ago and he'd run out of things to do. Moreover, he needed Wi-Fi for messaging, so he couldn't receive anything from the chat unless he walked back to a cafe or something. He didn't know what he was doing at Dagoba again. He supposed it was because he didn't have anywhere else to go. It was time for him to stop this charade of, being dead. It's not like he could carry it on anyway. He didn't have any money to sustain himself and he couldn't exactly find himself a job. But Midoriya was still worried about turning himself into the police. There would be no way they'd believe him and it would stir up more trouble than it was worth. Moreover, if the public found out about him, Displacer would too. His original plan was to find the villain and take him down before trying to return to normality, or, even better, get sent back in time and carry on as things were meant to be. But now, it was taking too long. Midoriya had to think up a new plan or face sleeping rough. He stopped in his tracks. Midoriya had been walking over to this bench for ages, the perfect place to watch the sun set over the sea, but it was already occupied. Oh well, he thought he'll probably move when I sit down. The stranger looked obviously uncomfortable by Midoriya's presence as he sat down on the far side of the bench. Midoriya ignored him completely as he pulled out his phone. He didn't have any internet, but the 2 years' worth of messages on his Class A chat were an entertaining read, nonetheless. They sat in silence for a while, both in their own worlds, completely oblivious of the other. Midoriya eventually grew tired of reading and slid his phone into the pocket of his Ground Zero hoodie. He probably shouldn't have bought it, saved the money for something a little more worthwhile, like food or water. But the All Might one he had taken from his mum's house was far too small. It came too far up his arms and showed off his numerous scars. He felt self-conscious about them, as in he was worried someone would recognize their unique pattern. The hoodie was on sale. Wow, he had less self-control than Mina. Beautiful, isn't it? Said the stranger. Midoriya jumped at the sudden interaction. He glanced sideways at the other man. His eyes widened in shock. It was All Might. This beach used to be covered in junk, you know, he sighed. I'm glad to see it so clear, even after all these years. Yes, this must have been where Eri took All Might. She had mentioned something about it before. He must have stayed behind even after Eri had to go back to UA. Said Midoriya. He was worried about speaking. All Might would recognize his voice for sure, but would that really be a bad thing? Did you help clean it up or something? He asked. All Might shrugged. I oversaw the operation, you could say. Wow, he didn't recognize him at all. Some say the first thing you forget about someone is their voice. Midoriya wondered if his mentor really had forgotten his. Then again, his surgical mask muffled his voice quite a bit, and meeting a long-dead hero isn't exactly what someone would be expecting on any day of the week. My friend did the work, he continued. Sounds like a good person. He was. He passed away a couple of years ago. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He could take the opportunity and leave now, Midoriya thought. But oh, he so desperately wanted to stay, to pull off his hoodie and mask and throw himself into a hug, shouting, All Might, it's me. I'm right here. He was so young, had such a bright future ahead of him. But it was cut short. A villain attack? All Might nodded. It wasn't Displacer, was it? All Might frowned at him. Midoriya immediately looked forward, hoping his hood would cover his face better that way in the fading light. Yes, he replied. How did you know? I heard there were a lot of fatalities, not just the hero Deku. Yes, there were. Fewer than there could have been though. That's good to hear. Good to hear? Means the hero did his last job well, right? All Might gave a weak smile. I suppose so. But some people forget that heroes aren't just the ones who throw punches and go out with a splash. There are heroes out there who do little things, but little things that matter, like cleaning up this beach, said Midoriya. People don't remember those acts of heroism. No. It's a shame too. Midoriya nodded. It is. A moment of silence fell between them again. Do you come here often? Asked All Might. Emmy? Recently yes. I haven't been around for 2 years really. These past 2 years sure have been interesting. A shame I wasn't around to see them. Where have you been? Abroad? No. Just out of the picture. Well, I haven't seen this place in a long time either. I came here the other day and I saw a young girl picking up litter, Midoriya smiled. He just had to tell him somehow how much effort Eri had put into getting this place clean for him. I asked her why she was doing it and she explained that it was almost painful to see it like that. What did she look like? Asked All Might, picking up on what he was saying. I can't really remember. White hair I think, and yes, a little horn on the side of her head. All Might beamed. I know her. Really? Well, you have good friends, sir? That I do. Will you tell her that you know she did it? All Might thought for a moment and then said, no. If she didn't tell me then she must have wanted to keep it a secret. Maybe she did it for me. She reminds me of the other friend I mentioned. He was about to say brother, Midoriya thought. What would you say to the other friend if you could see him again? All Might sighed deeply. Midoriya could see a tear falling down his cheek. I would apologize that I couldn't be there for him when he needed me most. That all I could do was stand aside and... That I am so sorry. It pained Midoriya to see him like that. Streams of silent tears fell down his face, similar to how Kuda had cried when he saw him for the first time. He couldn't bear it. You know what I think he would say if he saw you again? Don't be such a crybaby, you absolute hypocrite. Toshinori stared at him. The stranger that had sat beside him revealed a head of unkempt, green hair underneath that hood. He threw his surgical mask onto the floor and beamed at him. No, this had to be some kind of trick. I thought we talked about the waterworks, All Might. But those big green eyes were full of tears too. They were his eyes. And Midoriya? Don't cry, you're going to make me cry, he exclaimed, rubbing the tears from his face. Midoriya, my boy. All Might cried, pulling him into a tight embrace. I'm so sorry. Don't you dare. This is the third time I've had to do this and I'm really bad at it, he sobbed. How, Midoriya, how are you here? Toshinori asked, pulling away from him and staring at the face he had longed to see for too many years. I really hate time travel. Time travel? Displacer. All Might his power is displacement across space and time. He sent you forward in time? Yes. Midoriya cried, I'm lost. I don't think it's possible to be more lost. Everyone thinks I'm dead, I have no home, no money, I don't know what I'm doing here or where to go. But I don't want to go to the authorities because they won't believe me. And Displacer, he's still out there, I'm sure of it. I have to find him, I have to. Toshinori drew him back into a hug. Doubts and concerns drifted away from Toshinori's mind as he held his successor in his arms. He knew this wasn't some kind of trick. This was him, no matter how impossible it seemed. Young Midoriya had returned. He continued to mutter senselessly into Toshinori's shoulder. He had no idea what he was saying, but whatever it was, it seemed like he needed to get it off his chest. Who else knows about this? Toshinori questioned. Eri, Midoriya mumbled, and Kuda Izumi. What about your mother? Midoriya shook his head. We're going to see your mother. What? And no, we can't. Do you seriously expect me to leave you here after you tell me you're all but homeless and penniless? Asked Toshinori, getting to his feet and pulling Midoriya along with him. Why, you really believe I'm me? Of course I do, Toshinori smiled. Unless you're telling me you're not? I could be a villain with a transformation quirk. But despite that, you're just going along with all this. Midoriya looked up at Toshinori and saw him beaming in a way that he hadn't seen since he could obtain his muscular form. He uttered a single question, one which only the true Midoriya could answer correctly. What does one for all mean to you? Midoriya smiled. Everything. Inko stood outside of Izuku's room, holding her adopted daughter in one arm and her best friend under the other. Are you sure about this? Asked Eri, staring at the dust-covered bedroom. Inko nodded. It's about time we cleaned this place up. Izuku wouldn't want us to keep grieving after so long. Kuda pulled away from her. Mrs. Midoriya, please. Can we just leave it another year? Why is that, Kuda? Asked Inko curiously. You might have outgrown some of these old clothes by then. I don't want to have to give them all to a charity shop. Inko Midoriya had no idea that the two teenagers were reframing themselves from blurting out that her son wasn't really dead. They wanted to leave that to Deku to decide to do, but they couldn't bear seeing her move on when he was about to reappear. Mom! Eri exclaimed, jumping between her and Izuku's old room. There's something I need to tell you. Knock knock. The three of them froze. The knock had taken them by surprise. Inko started. I'll get it. Eri interrupted. She pushed past her and ran towards the door. What was that about? Inko frowned. Kuda grabbed her hand and led into the living room. Oh, nothing. I'm sure she'll explain in a moment. Why don't you sit down whilst we sort out whoever that is? Yeah. Eri threw the door open as soon as Inko was out of sight. Hello, Eri. Is your mother in? Inko perked up at the sound of All Might's voice. Toshinori. She frowned. What was he doing back so soon? He had only just left. You know, Inko heard Eri begin. Yes. We've already had that long conversation, Toshinori replied. But I think it's about time we filled Inko in on what is going on. Inko saw Eri was around the corner. Hey ma. So, that thing I needed to tell you. Eri, tell me what's going on this instant, young lady. I'll get some tissues, Kuda sighed. Toshinori appeared in the living room. Hello, Inko. Sorry to interrupt, but this is a matter of urgency. What is it? What's wrong? She demanded. Toshinori took a step to the left, revealing someone else behind him in the corridor. Inko gasped. Hi, Mum. Izuku, my baby. Ground Zero hasn't been making many public appearances recently. Strange of him. He's known for not associating with his fans much, But to not be doing much hero work whilst the world is mourning the man who used to be above him is, yeah, peculiar. I wonder why. Displacer stood up and looked at his reflection in the mirror. With his injuries healed and outfit redesigned, he once more looked like a formidable opponent. Last time, he wore black, comfortable clothing. He was unknown then. His disguise let him blend in with the crowd. This time, he had no intention of blending in. Clothing no longer masked his skin, it was sleek and well-made, supporting several hidden places for his various blades and weapons. Whilst his quirk was activating or charging as he so called it, his skin glowed in iridescent white. His hair floated around him, giving the illusion of a halo. He smiled thinking this was the image that his last opponent saw as he met his death. I don't care why, Displacer hissed at his associates. I want to know when he will be out and about. When I make my appearance, any heroes in the immediate area will instantly arrive to take me down. But that's not the plan. I need a one-on-one fight with the number one hero. That's the only way I can pull this off. Preferably, I would have a good 10 minutes with him. It's the media those heroes care about. That should be a reasonable amount of time to let those drama-seeking rats to sniff us out. We'll be on live TV across the country. That's when I click my fingers and rip him to pieces. It'll be difficult to get just him though. Last time we were able to track Deku to a specific location when we knew there weren't many heroes around and he didn't have his costume or support gear. Ground Zero isn't in the public eye, like I said. So, it's next to impossible to know where he's going to be and when. Then we lure him out of the shadows, Displacer suggested. Lay a trail of breadcrumbs that only he can see. You have the monitors. His ally lifted up a sack of tiny, black gadgets in response. The unexpected hero activity around their old hideout, the warehouse that Displacer had arrived in, raised a question that none of them had ever thought to ask before. Had they found a way to track him? Further investigation led them to two mysterious heroes who had been wandering the streets of Displacer's birth town for the last week. They had been sticking these strange electronics to anything from walls to tree trunks, thinking they had gone unnoticed. Unfortunately for them, it didn't take much to figure out who they were. The rescue hero, Uravity, and the chivalrous hero, Red Riot. Now, Uravity they could understand. She had been working on a rescue operation about a devastating landslide not long ago. Red Riot, however, that was interesting. Displacer had experience with the young hero. Although they had never met face-to-face, his smuggling operations had more than once been affected by his acts and investigations. However, he often worked with that hero Sun-Eater, who was nowhere to be seen. Another interesting fact was that Red Riot and Uravity were very close friends of Deku's. So, Displacer's team found and collected as many of these monitors as they could. Some further electronical delving into their composition showed that they had been designed to activate when exposed to a certain frequency, something which Displacer gave off whenever he teleported far enough in place or time. Then, on an underground news station, the number 2 hero, Frostfire, was seen placing these same monitors all over Tokyo, especially around the location where Displacer had made his dramatic debut. And finally, much to Displacer's delight, a third location propped up, Mizudafu, Deku's hometown and the location of UA. You see, Displacer had killed Deku by teleporting him to so many places at once, over a span of 2 years, which in reality took less than 2 minutes, that he could never had survived. These places were the first things that came to Displacer's mind, many from his past and many around Tokyo. He assumed that he must have also taken him to Mizudafu, taking the locations from the hero's mind by mistake. That's why the other heroes were investigating those places and that's why there were monitors there. But that also meant that Displacer could use this to his advantage. He sighed. I believe that Ground Zero isn't doing as much hero work as usual because he is wrapped up in an investigation into me. An investigation which involves those monitors. So, what's the plan? First, we have to distract the other heroes on the case, specifically Frostfire. It is not his turn yet to face me. How do we do that? I don't know. Blow up a bank? Why would I care? Just make sure it suits his abilities. His associates nodded in understanding. Next, I take those monitors to somewhere that will really stand out. somewhere where I'm bound to be noticed. With Frost Fire busy and the other two heroes still focusing their efforts in the north, or whatever else they're doing, that'll leave Ground Zero as their best option to pursue me. It's a chance that the symbol of victory will leap at. And then you plan to face him? One-on-one. That's the only way. Ground Zero isn't like Deku, he won't be so easy to dodge and counterattack. Deku wasn't easy, Displacer hissed. And neither will this hero be. They aren't number one for no reason. But I will be a plague upon that position. First Deku, then Ground Zero, and then whoever takes his place. Frost Fire, I'm assuming. You're overconfident, his ally reasoned. What do you hope to achieve by this? Even if you defeat Ground Zero, you'll just appear again 2 years later and repeat the entire ordeal. Then it's just going to happen again. That's what the heroes need to start realizing. Displacer yelled. It is not me, but the rating themselves which are the downfall of the heroes. Until a time when they understand what they pride themselves upon, I will keep going. Until this isn't a ridiculous popularity competition, but a representation of what really matters. The lives that they should be saving. I admire rescue heroes. They focus on what really matters, saving lives, not striking a pose in front of a camera after defeating a villain. His ally moved the sack of monitors at Displacer's chest. Fine. You do you, he said, not looking the menacing man in his eyes. But don't expect me to be there in 2 years' time, even if you do somehow kill him. You're a madman. You can't win the battle you've picked out. I will come out on top, Displacer promised. The symbol of victory will have to accept defeat. Just you wait and see. Class was silent except for the sound of pens scratching away and the turning of pages. Despite that, Aizawa could almost hear their bitter thoughts. A pop quiz? On a Friday afternoon, really? Really? They'd been taught about the rules concerning hero and vigilante activity many times before. Aizawa decided that a little reminder of what they should already know was in order. Of course, if they'd all been paying attention, then passing should be easy. Yeah, right. He had their class representative take the papers in at the end of the lesson and pile them up on his desk. They were all eager to get the weekend started. However, there was one little issue that he'd like to attend to first. Kuda and Eri had been acting awfully suspicious over the last week. He sincerely hoped it wasn't anything to do with, romance. But he had reasons to believe that it was something very different. Monday had been the anniversary of Deku's death. Aizawa knew Eri well and saw perfect reason to let her have the day off. Kuda probably could have done with one too, but then again, a number of his class were heavy fans of the hero. He couldn't be seen playing favorites, even if Kuda was the first kid Deku ever truly saved. The day had been slow and painful for all of them. Aizawa had expected the entire week to be like that, so why hadn't? Tuesday, Eri skipped into class with a smile on her face that couldn't possibly match the circumstances. Kuda looked like death, and here was Eri, the younger sister of the fallen hero, who seemed as right as rain, more than, if it were possible. Aizawa hadn't seen Eri act so bubbly for months. Moreover, she had turned up well past her curfew, accompanied by a strange man who disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. By Wednesday, that strange aura of euphoria around Eri had faded a little, probably because of that training exercise. Aizawa had thought that pairing the two polar opposites would help to even the two out. Instead, it resulted in Kuda dragging Eri out of Cloud 9 in just 5 measly minutes. Aizawa had dreaded the next day, knowing that they would both be absolutely insufferable. But then Kuda caught that strange happiness as well. Thursday ended and the two of them asked to leave the campus to visit Eri's mother, something about her messaging them about cleaning away Deku's old things. Aizawa couldn't be bothered to stop them and so gave them the go-ahead, even though Eri had only just returned from her meetup with All Might and Kuda had only just finished his detention. Then, after once more missing curfew, the two problem children must have snuck back into Heights Alliance without Aizawa noticing, meaning he couldn't tell them off because according to them and the rest of the class, they had been back for hours. This whole situation smelled strongly of Izuku Midoriya, which didn't make sense considering he'd been dead for 2 years. Aizawa just supposed it reminded him of his old student. Eri was his adopted sister after all. Perhaps he'd passed on that infuriating rule-breaking spirit before he left her for good. Aizawa had been watching Eri and Kuda all day. Something had happened Thursday night. They wouldn't stop talking about it in coded sentences that didn't seem to have any meaning. They constantly glanced at their phones but hid them before Aizawa had the chance to confiscate them and see what they were snickering at. So, as class ended on Friday afternoon, when Kuda and Eri packed away their things at lightning speed, Aizawa stood in front of the door, blocking their path. "Eri, Izumi. Stay behind. There's something we have to discuss." The rest of the class glanced at the two of them with mocking expressions, wondering what they had done now. Perhaps they just thought he'd realized they didn't get back before curfew again last night. The final student closed the door behind them as they left, leaving Kuda and Eri to face Aizawa alone. "What's going on?" he questioned. Eri and Kuda exchanged glances. "With what?" asked Eri. "You know what I'm talking about. All week you've been acting strangely, Eri. And Izumi, since yesterday you've been doing the same thing." "Which is?" Aizawa narrowed his tired eyes at him. "It's been 4 days since the anniversary of Deku's death. I thought the two of you would be a lot less happy." "Is it a crime to be happy?" said Kuda. "The sass about that child would be the death of him." "Don't try me, Izumi. Tell me what happened." "Nothing happened," Eri replied quickly, too quickly. "We've just been talking with Lemillion over the phone. He says that we should keep smiling, you know? Deku wouldn't want us to be so upset after all this time." That was a good story. But it felt rehearsed." "So, who are you meeting after school every day?" Aizawa questioned, cutting straight to the chase. He'd seen the stranger lingering around the UA gates until Eri arrived every afternoon. Kuda had conversed with him more than once, leading Aizawa to think that they knew each other. "Just an old friend," Eri shrugged. "That I don't know?" "He's like a Midoriya friend." "Another a good story. What's his name?" "Hisashi," replied Kuda. He could have sworn Eri held her breath. "Hisashia?" Aizawa recognized that name, but he couldn't pinpoint where it was from. "I see," Aizawa sighed, not able to think of another question to interrogate them with. "Well, are you meeting him tonight?" "Yeah, at my mum's house," Eri replied. "Shoot, so Aizawa couldn't even talk to him after school." "Fine, be back before curfew this time, I will be waiting." "Yes, Mr. Aizawa," the two chanted before hurrying out of the classroom. Aizawa checked the clock. 10 minutes, then he'd set out. Fortunately for him, he knew exactly where the Midoriya residence was. The Midoriya residence hadn't been so happy in years. A certain life had returned to it. And there are two meanings to that. With the literal reincarnation of Izuku Midoriya, the atmosphere about the household had been lifted, a weight cast from their shoulders. Piles of grief and regret that had been building up there for oh so long had been tossed aside. There were so many things that his friends and family wanted to say to Deku. So many things that they thought they would never get the chance to apologize for and to thank him for. Deku was honestly a little overwhelmed. However, he was glad he'd waited a few days before meeting his mother again. The whole ordeal had been a lot for the young hero. Deku was grateful that he had that time to wander aimlessly through the streets in confusion. He was glad that he'd had that chance to, well, panic, so he could face his family in some understanding of what had happened to him, and what had happened to them as a consequence. Eri and Kuda managed to get out of UA and met Inko, Izuku and Tashinori at the Midoriya household. For hours on end they talked and laughed. They binge-watched Eri's and Kuda's entire first sports festival. Eri may not have made the podium, but Deku was immensely proud when Kuda stood on that third-place position. "Oh, come on. It's not that big of a deal," Kuda insisted as he struggled against Deku's bone-crushing hug. "But it is. To think you both did so well. And I missed it. I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault, Deku," Eri smiled sympathetically. "Anyway," Kuda mumbled, "joint third place isn't great. I'm sure you were amazing in your first sports festival." There was a moment's silence before everyone burst into laughter. "You mean you haven't watched it?" Deku exclaimed. "No?" Eri replied. "What happened?" "I didn't even make the podium. I broke all the bones in my fingers and I've been permanently scared ever since." "Wait, I thought all those scars on your hands were from muscular. Kuda cried. Nope, those are just on my arms. Right, let's watch Izuku's debut, shall we? Inko suggested. No, I.S.E. Yes. Eri exclaimed. But I want to run out and get popcorn. No, Deku interrupted. I'll go and get some. I haven't been allowed out the house since I arrived. I'm worried you won't come back again. Inko reasoned. I promise, I'm getting popcorn, not fighting Displacer. Well, you were out shopping when you were wrapped up in that battle against him 2 years ago, All Might acknowledged. I was going to get a rescue day present for Eri and lost track of time. Everyone groaned. Deku laughed. Mum, I'm stealing your purse. Don't lose it. I won't. He hurried out the door before they could stop him from leaving, and he took off down the street towards the nearest shop at a run. He almost forgot to grab his surgical mask and pull up his hoodie before he did so. The following interaction probably would have been a lot shorter if he had really forgotten. Midoriya turned a corner not far from the corner store and stopped dead in his tracks. There, leaning against a wall at the side of the road, was a man with long, dark hair and a matching baggy outfit. He wore a long, gray scarf around his neck, and Midoriya could just see a pair of yellow goggles hidden amongst the scarf's folds. Shoot, it's Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya immediately turned on his heel and jogged in the opposite direction. He'd just take a detour? Yeah. He's probably just here by coincidence, right? 5 minutes later, after the panic had faded away a little, Midoriya slowed to a walk and took a sigh of relief. Hisashi, I believe? Midoriya jumped. WHY. Who are you? Midoriya asked, pretending he didn't know exactly who this was. Eraserhead marched out of the shadows, frowning at him with that terrifying face that he made when his students were misbehaving. Midoriya knew it all too well. I'm Midoriya's teacher at UA. Wait, Midoriya? Oh, right, Eri. Oh, nice to meet you. She told me you were a family friend. That I am. Are you following me? A strange man has been turning up after school every day to pick up one of my pupils, who without fail returns late every time. Then, a second student begins to follow the same pattern, and it all boils down to you. Midoriya gulped. Do you see why I'm concerned? Yes, of course. You seem like a very diligent teacher. Don't worry, I promise I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just spending some time with my family. I've been abroad for quite a while now, you see. I arrived on Monday, of course. I'm assuming you know how difficult that day was for everyone. I hope I'm serving as a good enough distraction for them all. I see. Have you got a cold, Hisashi? Oh yeah, Midoriya said, pulling at the surgical mask around his mouth. Horrible cold. Those foreign germs, you know? You sound perfectly fine to me. Oh good, it must be wearing off then. Oh my god, he's going to expel me. I don't know from what yet, but he'll find something. I'm sure this is Mr. Aizawa we're talking about. You're mumbling. Oh sorry. Bad habit, seems to run in the family. Midoriya laughed sheepishly. Makes sense. I taught Izuku Midoriya when he was at UA. He did the exact same thing. Helpful felt. Did he now? What? I never knew. Strange, considering Hisashi Midoriya is the name of his father. I'm doomed. Popular name. No, not really. In our family, I mean. You're running out of excuses here. Silence fell between them as Midoriya failed to come up with a reasonable reply. Eventually, he simply sighed, I knew you'd catch me at some point. Mr. Aizawa hesitated. What? You're right. I've run out of excuses. With lightning-fast reflexes, Mr. Aizawa's scarf was wrapped around Midoriya's waist, and he was pulled in close to the hero. Who are you, really? He interrogated him. You sound like Kuda. Mr. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Midoriya. That's exactly what Kuda said, you know? I guess there are only so many possible reactions to meeting me. I'm not looking forward to Kakens, to be honest. I think I'm going to lose a limb or something. Mr. Aizawa yanked off his mask, letting his hood fall down in the process. The smirk was instantly wiped off his face. Wouldn't you agree? Problem child. The sound of the front door opening filled their ears. "Oh, finally," Eri sighed. "That took him longer than I expected." "He worried me for a moment there," voiced Inko, dabbing her eyes with a piece of tissue as they continued to watch Deku win the obstacle race. The person who arrived in their living room was not who they expected. "Mr. Aizawa?" Kuda and Eri exclaimed simultaneously. Deku hobbled in behind him, still wrapped in a layer of Eraserhead's capture weapon. "On the bright side, I have popcorn," said Deku, who was clutching a plastic shopping bag with his only free hand. "Aizawa, did you ambush him or something?" questioned All Might. "So, you're in on this as well?" Aizawa scowled. "It's just been a week of tears and confusion," Deku muttered. "That sounds like your average week." "Fair enough. Anyway," Aizawa continued, "I've been told Displacer's quirk involves time travel, is that correct?" Everyone in the room nodded solemnly. "And you didn't once think to alert the police?" he asked. "I did," Deku pouted, "but I figured their reaction wouldn't be as straightforward as, well, all of yours. To be fair, I'm still a little confused myself." Aizawa freed him from his scarf. "My quirk proves you aren't a fake, but no one else had this proof." "You just believed him?" he asked in disbelief. "I can be very convincing," Deku replied. Aizawa glared at him with red eyes. Deku fell quiet. "What about Displacer himself?" he interrogated. "Where is he?" I have no idea. I swear. I've been looking, but I'm not having any luck." "So, instead you vouched for a movie night?" "Now, Mr. Aizawa," Inko exclaimed, getting to her feet. She wasn't exactly a frightening woman, but the glare in her eyes proved a menacing spirit which was not one to cross. "My son has just come back from the dead. He was discovered by Eri completely on accident, and everyone else here figured it out one way or another. Izuku has been doing everything in his power to make sure that all of us are happy and safe. He's been here since yesterday, and ever since he got his hands on the Wi-Fi, I haven't been able to stop him researching. He is understandably very lost and frightened and—" "Mum!" Deku exclaimed. "Honestly, it's fine. He's asking the right questions." The hero hesitated. "No, I think I've been a bit too forward with you." Deku blinked in surprise. "You must be very confused. Going to the authorities was probably something you wished to avoid until you understood your situation a little better. And being seen in the public eye would have caused widespread panic," Mr. Aizawa realized. "How long have you been here?" "I don't really know for sure. He turned up on Monday." Eri interjected. "At Dagoba Beach, there was a big flash of light and suddenly he fell into the water." "So, it's only been 4 days since you fought Displacer," Aizawa pondered. "Why, in my point of view at least. And you didn't have any injuries?" Eri hugged them away. "I have a provisional hero license." Eri reminded him. "I'm not scolding you for it," Aizawa sighed. "Look, that perhaps lying low for a few days was the right thing to do, but it's been a while now. You should talk to someone about what really happened with you and Displacer. Someone at the police force who won't immediately arrest you." Deku glanced at All Might. "Well, there is someone we know who might be able to help us out." "Nothing," Red Riot sighed. "Absolutely nothing. The guy's an enigma. No quirk like his has ever been registered. My intel on witness descriptions is varied and unreliable. He hasn't been seen for 2 years, and even before that his appearances seem to be as few and as rare as an apology from Bakugo." Detective Tsukachi responded. "I see. And didn't you say you've only got him detailed as a smuggler?" Uravity added. "Not a power-crazy maniac who was hell-bent on killing the #1 heroes." "What about the information stored here?" asked the detective, glancing around his surroundings. They were sitting in a dust-covered office that had been locked and abandoned for the past 2 years. Deku's hero agency was still up and running even though the man who founded it was long dead. It was now run by Hitoshi Shinso, hero name, Brainblank. He hadn't started off in the agency but joined it after the one that he initially worked for went bankrupted. Deku was pleased to welcome his old friend. In fact, he was positively delighted. Deku had always wanted to work with some of his friends from Class A in an agency. However, they all seemed to head off in different directions. Uravity joined Gunhead's agency whilst Red Riot was picked up by Sun Eater. Frostfire was offered his father's agency, but was determined to start off alone, something which he found great successes in. Ground Zero had his own agency too, as did a few other members of the old class. Shinso was overjoyed. Well, he showed it in a very Shinso-y way, but they knew he was happy nonetheless when he heard about the investigation into Displacer. The Hero Agency was one of the places Frostfire had inconspicuously placed monitors around to track the villain. Shinso knew something was off about his visit but wasn't angry when he found out why. He let Kirishima, Uraraka and the detective into Deku's old office so they could have some space from the rest of the busy building whilst they glanced through Red Riot's files and any of Shinso's own that he could offer. They don't have anything either, Uraraka sighed, running her finger across the rows of files that Deku had stored around the room. She pulled down an edition which had Class A written across the front in Midoriya's sprawling handwriting. If they had anything worthwhile, Deku probably would have written it in one of his villain analysis books, she explained. Is that one? Asked Tsukachi. No, this is a hero analysis book. Uraraka smiled at the drawing of herself. He had gotten very skilled at his sketches by the time they graduated from UA. He'd redone all of this analysis books when he had the time. Although, it still freaked her out a little that he had all of her strengths and weaknesses jotted down in a book. I don't think Midoriya had ever heard of him beforehand, Kirishima acknowledged. I've seen the fight. He looked really confused when he was first teleporting around. I think it's safe to say he didn't know what his quirk was until he'd seen it in action. The Midoriya I knew would have had at least 3 different methods of defeating him written down somewhere or stored in his mind if he knew Displacer was out there. Uraraka nodded. Yeah. He fought him in his civilian clothes as well. Bakugo was right. Displacer must have stalked him to know where he'd be when he was most vulnerable. It can't have been a chance meeting. Well, if he knew about Dagobah Beach and Ground Zero didn't, then he must have been following Deku for some time, Tsukachi said. We just have to hope he hasn't been doing the same to our current #1 hero. The problem is, if he has, then he probably knows about this investigation, pointed out Kirishima. Or at least about the monitors that Bakugo was sticking around his old neighborhood. Didn't Bakugo say he'd seen him in that woodland or something? Asked Uraraka. Maybe he was following him. The detective nodded. It's worrying to say the least. But for now. Beep beep. Excuse me, I'm sorry but I've got to take this. The two heroes nodded in understanding and Tsukachi held his phone up to his ear. All Might, to what do I owe the pleasure? Kirishima and Uraraka exchanged confused glances. Hello, Tsukachi. Sorry to call you, I'm assuming you're awfully busy with that case you mentioned. Yes, but don't worry. I can always make time for you. You flatter me. Is this an okay time? Don't worry, All Might really. What can I help you with? Well, we need someone in the police force that we can trust. The detective frowned. This sounded serious. Moreover, it concerns your investigation. Tsukachi's heart skipped a beat. A lead? If it's okay, can we meet you somewhere to talk about it? It isn't really something that's easy to explain over the phone. Yes, of course. I'm at Deku's Hero Agency at the moment. It could take me a while to get back to the station. I'll ask Brainblank if we can talk over here. Is that all right? Just wait a moment. He heard All Might cover his end of the line with his hand. He couldn't make out the muffled conversation he was having. What was going on? Yeah, that's okay. As long as what we talk about remains confidential, no other heroes on the case can be there. Just the two of us and my friend here. Who is this? You see, I met up with a face from the past, so to speak, a few days ago. It turns out he has some idea where Displacer has been for the last 2 years. How could he possibly know that? You'll understand when we talk face to face, I promise, Tsukachi. He sighed. I'll see you in an hour then. Thank you, see you then. The phone line went dead and he slid it back into his pocket. What's going on? Asked Uravity curiously. Well, it seems All Might has a bit of a lead on our case. No way! Red Riot exclaimed, leaping to his feet. What is it? He didn't say, said it was hard to explain over the phone and that it would make sense once we talked face to face. That's strange, Uravity acknowledged. Indeed. He also requested that no one else heard the meeting, just me, him, and the person who has this information. That's even stranger, added Red Riot. It's possible that this person wants to keep his identity a secret. I suppose that explains why he was so hesitant to come to this hero agency. Did you hear his voice? Asked Uravity. No, only All Might spoke. Weird, murmured Red Riot. Well, I suppose we can just continue with what we're doing here until they arrive. When that happens, if you two go to speak with Brainblank about all this whilst I interrogate this guy here. The heroes nodded. For now, we'll just have to wait. Uravity was called to leave the hero agency only a few minutes before All Might and his friend arrived. Something about an arson attack downtown that Frostfire was managing, but that her zero gravity could prove useful for. Red Riot was also tempted to leave, but was held back by the detective, who was desperate to fill him in on whatever new information he gained as soon as this meeting was over. Tsukachi waited in the lobby and was relieved when Toshinori wandered around the corner with a masked, hooded stranger in tow. They caught a few glances as they entered. Of course, many of the sidekicks there hadn't seen All Might around since Deku disappeared, and this stranger seemed to put everyone on edge. Morning, All Might, Tsukachi smiled, shaking the man's skeletal hand. To you too, Tsukachi. And who might you be? The detective asked the stranger. If we could go somewhere a little more private first, detective? Asked All Might. Yes, of course, said Tsukachi, raising his eyebrows at the man. He was gazing at his surroundings in obvious interest. It was hard to tell because of his surgical mask, but he could still see his beaming smile. Tsukachi supposed he had never been inside the famous hero agency. Perhaps he was a fan. The detective released some of his tension. This man didn't seem like much of a threat. He led them across the entrance and down the hall to a silver elevator. He pressed the call button and waited impatiently for the elevator to arrive. Another sidekick or receptionist stood beside them, smiling at All Might. What happened to the up button? The detective asked curiously. The call button for the elevator was indeed in a bad condition. It was covered in cracks and the metal was dented. He was surprised it hadn't already been replaced in such a prestigious agency. The woman laughed. Oh, All Might would know. I've been working here for years, even when Deku was still around. He never took the elevator, often opted for windows or the stairs. But when he did go for the elevator, it was because he was in a huge rush. But you see, it was hardly ever waiting on the bottom floor. So, he would press that button so many times in impatience that he kind of broke it over time. He never actually waited for the elevator, just pressed the button about 1,000,000 times before flying up the stairs. She giggled at the memory. All Might laughed too, elbowing the stranger harshly. He didn't budge, but instead pulled the strings on his hoodie so it was pulled tight around his face, struggling to hide his obvious amusement. The sidekick continued to chat eagerly with them as the elevator climbed high into the skyscraper, until it reached one of the very top floors and they parted ways. Sorry about the dust, said the detective as he let All Might and his friend into Deku's old office. This place hasn't been used in a long time. The two of them gazed around. Wow, it hasn't changed at all, murmured All Might. Detective Tsukachi was surprised when he saw the stranger reach towards the file that Uravity had pulled off the shelf earlier and forgotten to put away, only for him to do it himself. Like he knew exactly where everything belonged. So, what are we here to talk about? Asked Tsukachi, eager to finally get this mysterious information. All Might glanced at his friend. Do you want to get straight to the point, or? The stranger sighed. Detective Tsukachi, I'm very sorry to pull you away from your investigation. That was a very familiar voice, but Tsukachi couldn't quite remember who it belonged to. He turned on his quirk as he sat down, eager to separate his truths from lies. But I think it's about time we got to the bottom of this and I fixed all of these horribly confusing problems I left behind. Tsukachi frowned. What was that supposed to mean? First of all, I believe you don't really know what Displacer's quirk is. It is teleportation. He can warp himself and anything he touches to a place that he himself knows or that the person he touched recognizes, The detective answered immediately. Who does this guy think he is? Did he come here to insult the investigation? Well, yes, but that's only part of it. Tsukachi leant forward on the desk in interest. His quirk really is displacement. Displacement in the literal meaning of the word. Positive, and well, hopefully negative, displacement across space and time. The detective froze. Time travel? He asked in shock. The stranger nodded. Time travel. You see, that's where he's been for the last 2 years. Absolutely nowhere at all. He simply hasn't existed because he was in the middle of time warping. And how do you know about this? I know because I was in exactly the same situation. You were time traveling? The stranger sighed, lifted his hands to his face, and pulled away his disguise. The face the detective saw was not what he'd been expecting. Yep, time displacement. Not death, easy to confuse it seems. Izuku Midoriya. Tsukachi breathed, shaking his head in disbelief. This is actually Deku? He asked All Might. Tested and proven, All Might nodded. Are you sure this isn't the act of a quirk? Well, Displacer's quirk, Midoriya replied. But I've already had Eraserhead stare me down, so I'm pretty sure I'm real. On the other side of the coin, I could be in a coma. But I've already thought that through, and I don't think I have that good of an imagination, to be honest. Tsukachi took off his hat and put it on the table. Oh my god. I know, right? Midoriya smiled. I'm so confused. I'm passing that confusion on to everyone I meet. Everyone's having different reactions, and I'm kind of disappointed I'm not getting any of it on camera. You're alive. And this is my hero agency. Looks exactly the same, except for maybe all this dust. Trust Shinso not to bother with cleaning this place up. I didn't know he was so nostalgic as to not touch any of my stuff. Hey, is my hero costume still here? I would really like my hero costume back. Time travel. Tsukachi, are you okay? All Might laughed. Oh my god, this explains everything. What do you know? Midoriya questioned. If I'm allowed to be involved in this investigation after all. But now it isn't investigating my death, I suppose it isn't as serious. Not as serious? This is worse, if that's even possible, the detective exclaimed. A villain has the power to send people into the future. He could be anywhere, in space or time. How are we ever going to catch him? By being one literal and metaphorical step ahead of him, the reincarnated hero smiled. And I have no objection of being a martyr again. Your family has an objection to that, and so do I. All Might snapped. On the bright side, one for all still exists, All Might, Tsukachi realized. That doesn't matter at the moment, he replied. Midoriya grinned. Perhaps he'd been worrying that the power meant more to All Might than Deku himself. Yes, of course, the detective added quickly. And it's wonderful that you're alive, Deku. Thank you. No one said that to me yet. It was implied. Oh yeah. I hoped those tears were happy and not remorseful. All Might laughed. Oh no, he's back. I thought I got rid of him. Deku said mockingly, before slamming his head on the table. I hope this is over soon. Can Displacer go back in time? Questioned Tsukachi, who also couldn't help but smile and hold back his tears. No idea. Midoriya muttered. I'll have to find that out the hard way. If there's any risk at all, then I'd prefer you to stay in this timeline rather than go back 2 years, All Might insisted. Midoriya nodded but didn't reply. Deku, when did you arrive? Tsukachi interrogated. Monday evening, he said glumly. I almost drowned on Dagoba Beach. Dagoba Beach, the detective exclaimed. That means the other strange signal in the north must have been Displacer. Wait, you know where he is? We know where he's been. Although, I'm starting to believe all of those other signals we received were from Displacer trying to kill you as he teleported through time. Yes, that would make perfect sense. And no sense at all. Time travel was never going to make any sense, young Midoriya, All Might interjected. We have been fixing monitors to certain locations across the country where we believed Displacer was appearing. We'd had many over the last week, but they suddenly stopped on Monday, which would be explained by your arrival, explained Tsukachi. Ah, so you've been tracking him? Yes, that's probably the most logical thing you could do considering you didn't have anything else to go on. I suppose that he gives off a certain electrical signal when he teleports then? Or is it unique to his time traveling? Perhaps you haven't been getting any signals this week because he finished his trip through time, meaning any movement he made from then on would give off a different signal. But I could be wrong. It's also quite likely that he emits the same electrical frequency no matter what type of displacement he attempts. Electricity. I don't remember much of the experience of being warped through time, but I think initially it was quite painful, kind of like electrocution. But it all happened so quickly that I can't really analyze it very well. Which is weird considering it actually happened over a span of 2 years. Midoriya, All Might interrupted. You're muttering again. Tsukachi smiled. He put his head in his hands, trying to hide the fact that he was wiping a tear from his eye. Yeah, this really was Deku. I have to write this down before I forget everything, he exclaimed. Immediately he ran across the office and pulled one of the thinner folders from a shelf behind Tsukachi. He flipped it to the first empty page, grabbed a pencil and began to write. All Might and the detective stared as Midoriya was lost in his thoughts. He left gaps for missing information and an entire page for a sketch of the man when they finally got a good image of him. Tsukachi cleared his throat. Red Riot is with Brain Blank next door. Midoriya almost dropped his pencil. Next door? Kirishima and Shinso? Really? Yes, Red Riot will be filling Brain Blank in on Displacer's case at the moment. We also have Uravity, Frostfire and Ground Zero helping with the investigation. Midoriya's mouth fell open. Uraraka, Todoroki and Kaken. Oh my gosh, are they here too? No, I'm afraid Uravity and Frostfire are currently out on call. Ground Zero should be patrolling your old neighborhood at the moment, actually. Deku left the notebook open on the table and put down his pencil. I'm looking forward to seeing them all again. But haven't you only been gone for a few days in your perspective? Asked Tsukachi. Well yeah, but to everyone else it's been over 2 years now. The reactions everyone's been having were, well, interesting to say the least. Definitely emotional. Eraserhead though. Wow, that was something else. Eraserhead? The detective repeated in surprise. I was ambushed when I was buying popcorn. Don't ask, All Might laughed. Well, I hope you don't mind adding another couple of heroes to your list, Tsukachi began. Because I think it would be very beneficial if we explained all this to Red Riot and Brain Blank. Midoriya hesitated, beaming smile fading from his face for an instant. It returned brighter than ever moments later. Yeah, why not? They're not the type to murder me on sight and you two are here to explain if they try, okay? He seemed very excited now, probably as eager as ever to see them again. The detective was suddenly an awful lot more hesitant, but he didn't plan on going back on the idea. Wait here, I'll go and get them. Midoriya gasped and threw himself onto the chair behind his old desk. Have you ever watched James Bond? I'm going to do the spinny chair thing and you can't stop me. All Might was grinning so much that Tsukachi was worried that he might actually strain himself. Okay, said the detective, as he walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. What is going on? Shinso rubbed his temples in stress. He wasn't going to sleep well tonight, that was for sure. Not much of a change though. You have no information on this, he sighed. I know, Kirishima mumbled, flipping through his files again. I hope that maybe you guys had something, anything in fact. Shinso shook his head. We never even identified a body. They sat in solemn silence until Detective Tsukachi suddenly burst through the door. The two heroes looked up at him in surprise. He looked much too happy and bewildered to be allowed. You are not going to believe this, he started, running his hands through his short hair. What? Is it something to do with All Might's friend? Asked Kirishima suspiciously. You could say that, the detective replied. It explains a lot, I have to say. You have answers? Shinso asked curiously. Are you sure you can trust this guy? Oh, I'm sure. Shinso and Kirishima exchanged glances. He would like to meet you, Tsukachi continued. Brace yourselves. Shinso was more than bemused by the ominous comment. Despite that, he got up and followed Kirishima and Tsukachi out of the door and down the corridor. "What's going on?" he asked Kirishima in a whisper. "I'm not sure," he replied with equal perplexity. The detective opened the door for them and stood aside. He watched their faces intently, as if he were waiting for a dramatic reaction. The two walked cautiously inside. Kirishima had his hardening activated on his right arm, held behind his back. They saw All Might, standing in the far corner of the room with a frighteningly wide smile across his face. He was standing not far behind Deku's old desk, which was empty except for an open villain analysis notebook, holding information that Shinso was sure he had never seen before, and he'd read all of those files an uncountable amount of times. The dust-covered, black chair that should have been tucked under the desk had its back turned to them. Kirishima and Shinso could just see a mess of green hair sticking out over the top. No way. The chair spun around and the figure sitting upon it was revealed for them all to see. "Allow me to introduce myself," he exclaimed. "I am Izuku Midoriya. They told you I was assassinated 2 years ago in Tokyo? Haha." Midoriya burst into uncontrollable laughter as his chair continued to swivel around. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself." "Is this some kind of a sick joke?" Kirishima murmured. "What? You didn't get my James Bond reference? I thought it was golden." "Oh my god, that's Midoriya. Is this your second life?" Shinso whispered. "You only live twice." Midoriya cackled. "You did get it." "I don't understand," said Kirishima, holding his rock-hard hands over his mouth. "That's one of the most famous scenes in all of James Bond history. It's a British spy movie series. I can't believe you don't know them." "I don't think he's talking about movies, young Midoriya," All Might smiled. "You should see the looks on your faces," continued Deku, ignoring All Might's comment. "Priceless." Kirishima sunk to the floor, turning off his quirk as tears trickled down his face. "I'm so sorry." Kirishima, "Oh wait, hold on," Midoriya exclaimed. He rummaged through the untouched drawers of his desk and pulled out a small, cardboard box labeled emergency tissues and hurried over to them. Shinso took a step back as Midoriya held out a tissue to Kirishima. "That's impossible," Shinso muttered as Kirishima hesitantly accepted the tissue, still staring at his dead friend and shook. "I didn't have one of your cats on hand," Deku smiled. "That would have made the scene more accurate. You know, turning around in a swivel chair stroking a cat? I've always wanted a reason to do that. Shame it had to be under these circumstances. But I'm not really a criminal mastermind, I promise, I really am me." The world was going dizzy. "Oh no, I'm going to pass out," though Shinso as he took another step back to try to regain a sense of balance. Midoriya appeared at his side with a burst of his powerful quirk and held him upright. "Are you okay?" he laughed. "Why, you're alive." "Yeah. I was initially just going to talk to Detective Tsukachi today. You see, I think we should keep my existence under wraps until we catch Displacer. But then he said you guys were next door and I saw the swivel chair and I was like, oh my god, if I'm going to come back to life, I'm going to do it properly." The muttering, "It's you," Kirishima exclaimed. He jumped to his feet and threw himself at Midoriya, almost knocking Shinso out for real. Shinso stayed quiet, still struggling to recover from the shock. "Do you want to sit down?" Deku asked him, still squished in between the other two in Kirishima's unexpected hug. I'm fine," he mumbled in reply. He was dreaming. This is what he got for living on coffee and constant insomnia. He was hallucinating. Very vividly. And he was hallucinating touch? "Pinch me," Shinso's voice cracked. "I could punch you both in the face. Would that help?" "Yes, please." "I was joking." Midoriya laughed. "I would never do that." "You might have to for Bakugo when he finds out, or just take the beating, whatever suits you," Kirishima managed through gulps of tears. "Oh man, I am not looking forward to Kaken's reaction. It's definitely going to be explosive." "The puns. Oh, I missed the puns. I read the group chat." Midoriya remembered. 2 years' worth of entertaining reading. "Where have you been?" Kirishima realized, grabbing Midoriya by the shoulders and shaking him violently. Deku tells us that Displacer's quirk involves displacement through time as well as space, the detective explained. He had been waiting patiently for the emotional interaction to finish before the real reason for them being there could come into conversation. You traveled through time? Or I'm in a coma. Midoriya explained. You're not in a coma, All Might replied. Still debating it to be honest. Wait, so you're not dead? Kirishima said. Obviously not. Shinso yelled. Hey guys, calm down, Midoriya suggested. No. You just came back to life and you expect me to calm down. Actually, I've been alive since Monday. Since Monday? The two of them cried at. What have you been doing all week? Questioned Kirishima. Being the embodiment of confusion. What happened to all your injuries from Displacer? Asked Shinso. Oh yeah, funny story, replied Midoriya. According to Eri, I appeared in a flash of light and she had to drag me out of the ocean before I drowned. Wait, the ocean? Yeah, at Dagoba Beach. Dagoba Beach? Kirishima yelled in excitement. That's what that weird signal was. It was you. It was me. Midoriya confirmed. Kirishima collapsed into a random chair on the other side of Deku's desk. Aha, yeah, this all makes a lot of sense. And at the same time none at all, Shinso added. Midoriya was still holding him up because he was still worryingly putting an awful lot of his weight onto him. Kirishima put his head in his hands and groaned audibly. What the hell, Midoriya? You have no idea what it was like to... I'm really sorry, Kirishima, he replied. I know it must have been hard. I've been reading articles about my death for hours on end. I know how badly it affected everyone, but I just hope that I can finish the job I started. Silence fell over the group as they tried to process this confusing situation. It was broken by the upbeat ringtone of Kirishima's phone. Hello? He asked, his voice cracking in the process. Weird hair, we've got a situation. The voice was so loud that everyone in the room could hear it. Kirishima's eyes widened as he put it on speaker. What's going on, Bakugo? He asked in panic. Have you not checked the monitors? Tsukachi quickly pulled his tablet from his bag and turned on the electronic map. Red Riot glanced over at it. The happy expression on his face was wiped away instantly as he saw the trouble. About 16 monitors were going off at once. All in exactly the same location. Where Deku had made his last stand. Are you on your way? Kirishima questioned. I'm already there, you idiot. What's going on? Displacer. Says he'd been waiting for me. Don't go in there, the detective called. I didn't call for you to stop me. Frostfire's too busy with his stupid rescue operation, so it's all down to me. I'm calling so you can get the police over here. You'll probably need an ambulance too after I pulverize this bastard. Deku shook his head in disbelief, letting go of Shinso to cover his mouth with his hands. Bakugo, wait. Too late. The phone line went dead. Shoot. Kirishima yelled. I'm going after him, Deku announced. They turned and stared. What the hell? You literally just came back? You can't go and fight him again. Shinso exclaimed. My hero costume's still here, right? Yes, but... Take me to it. No, young Midoriya, you could be sent even further into the future. All Might acknowledged, cheerful smile evaporating from his expression. I don't care, he yelled. If I don't step in then Kaken could be instead. I lost last time for 2 reasons. I wasn't prepared. I didn't have a plan or my hero costume. And second, I didn't wait for help. This time I can do it right. He can't beat both of us. Please, please let me do this. Fresh tears fell down Shinso's face. He'd just returned and suddenly he had to face the possibility of losing him again. Shinso, lead the way, Midoriya ordered. He glanced around the room, before bowing his head and marching out of the office like he himself had been mind-controlled. People turned and stared as the two marched down the corridors. Shinso typed in a code and threw open the door to a room that hadn't seen the light of day in over 2 years. You better come back. Don't worry, I will, Midoriya smiled. And it better be in a few hours, not years. He hesitated. You have my word. Citizens on the streets stared at the billboards, broadcasting an explosive fight not far away. The number one hero versus the number one villain. They were so engrossed that they didn't see a flash of green light zoom overhead. It whizzed through the streets, bouncing off buildings and rooftops. It hadn't been seen in 2 long years. But Eri saw it. As news reporters flew in helicopters towards the scene, they didn't acknowledge that green light. But she did. Class 2A sat in silence around the television. Kuda and Eri exchanged glances as the scene began to unfold. They understood that this was far more important than it appeared. This was a moment that would go down in history. For it was time for Deku to return. Displacer wandered through the familiar streets with his hood pulled over his iridescent face. He sighed, breathing in the calm, serenity and order of the Saturday bustle. All that was about to change. He glanced at the flowers that lined the streets. They had started to wilt as the days went by from the anniversary of the attack. Displacer smiled. From his pocket, he pulled a syringe. Passers-by glanced at him in curiosity. Of course, with his peculiar sack of monitors and the eerie syringe of his Quirk enhancer, he was bound to attract attention. So, he thought as he let the drag flow into his bloodstream, what to do. The skyscraper that he had pulled apart 2 years ago now stood upright and strong. Perhaps he should bring it down to its knees again as a little reminder? He wondered if they would rebuild it a second time. What else could he do to invoke the havoc he desired? The street was lined with branded shops. The office tower he had mentioned was the only structure of such size in his immediate proximity. The sea wasn't far away, probably only 1 road down, but that wouldn't be much use to him either. Beside him was a new building. He didn't recognize it from before. It was grand, designed to impress. It's a bank. Prefect. Displacer held out his hand and summoned his power from deep within himself. The drag's effect was immediate. It felt like pure strength coursing through him, like he could do anything he wanted and no one could stop him. He felt it crackle around his fingertips. People screamed and pointed at the sack in his hand. It had started to flash and glow red. It must have been the monitors sensing his ability surfacing. Perhaps it looked like a bomb. He tossed it aside. It had done what he needed it to do. Around him, the electronic billboards began to show only static. Displacer smiled, pulling down his hood. He clicked his fingers, and all hell broke loose. He sat on a bench, tasting the salt in the gentle wind that urged the waves to creep a little further up the sand than usual. Ground Zero didn't care if he was recognized. He'd just finished a job and he thought that he'd pass by Dagoba Beach on the way back to his agency. It wasn't like there was anyone around to see the hero in full costume anyway. Bakugo sighed. He pulled his phone out of one of his secured pockets and glanced through his messages, a load of useless nonsense. He tapped on the specialized app that connected him to those monitors he and the others had to stick around everywhere. The map flickered into view. Wait, why did it flicker? He frowned, tapping the side of his phone in hope that it would somehow fix the problem, which it did, by the way. But hitting it probably wasn't what solved the issue. His entire screen flashed red. Bakugo zoomed out on the map in panic. There had to be about 20 signals going off at once, all in exactly the same place. How was that possible? They had all been strategically placed apart. Unless someone had moved them all. He leapt to his feet, shoved the phone back into his pocket and took flight with a burst of power, not caring that he had pretty much destroyed the bench he had been sitting on in the process. His phone was synced up to headphones built invisibly into his hero costume. He tapped his ear, turning them on so he could use his hands in his flight rather than messing with his phone. Call half and half, he yelled. Calling Frostfire, it replied with a robotic voice. Bakugo, is something wrong? Todoroki answered immediately. We've got a situation with Displacer. What are you talking about? Check the monitors. I can't. I'm busy. What do you mean you're busy? As in I'm busy. There's an arson attack going on. No one else is here to help but you, Ravity. But what's the situation? Screw you, I'm calling Kirishima. Hey, wait. He tapped his earpiece to hang up before the hero could finish. Call Red Riot. Calling Weird Hair. Weird Hair, we've got a situation. Bakugo landed on a rooftop overlooking the scene. There was panic in the air. Ground Zero inhaled the smoke and the chaos. The bank, he'd only been there a few days before, but now it had been completely destroyed. People pulled friends from the rubble and fled the scene, screaming for their lives. In the midst of it all, standing upon the remains of the building like it were his pedestal, was a man all in black. His skin glowed like the sun. He could barely make out the features of his face. "Ground Zero," he yelled, his voice somehow carrying over the sound of the hell he'd unleashed. "I've been waiting for you," he growled. Was he amplifying his voice using his teleportation power? How powerful was this guy? "What's going on, Bakugo?" Kirishima questioned over the phone. "Have you not checked the monitors?" Bakugo replied. There was a moment's silence on the other end. "I am Displacer," the villain cried. "And I am your downfall." "Are you on your way?" Kirishima interjected. "I'm already there, you idiot." "What's going on?" "Displacer says he'd been waiting for me." "Don't go in there," called Detective Tsukachi. "I didn't call for you to stop me. Frostfire's too busy with his stupid rescue operation, so it's all down to me. I'm calling so you can get the police over here. You'll probably need an ambulance too after I pulverize this BSRD. Bakugo, wait." Ground Zero hung up aggressively and took off. He struggled to land somewhere safe, where no one was standing in shock or fleeing for their lives. "Think it's a smart move? Showing up after all these years?" Bakugo snarled, marching towards Displacer. "I know what I'm doing," said the menacing man. "The question is, do you? I've been tracking you." "Yes, I know. I called for you, did I not?" Bakugo hesitated. So, he had found the monitors. How many tricks had he been playing on them? Had Bakugo been chasing a false tale all week? "And now I'm here. What do you want?" "To kill me." "Cut straight to the point, don't you? But are you really here just for me? Did you not pay any attention to the hundreds of people awaiting your rescue?" A news helicopter roared overhead. It became hard to hear Displacer's shouts as he yelled about what it truly meant to be a hero. "What would you know about saving lives, huh? You kill just to make a point." Ground Zero screamed, his voice cracking. "You killed that BT cared more about saving lives than saving his own. You know nothing. The man died in vain. His fight was pitiful. I could have finished it far earlier if I wished to." "So, you just toyed with him, huh?" "Sounds about right," he smirked. "Is that what you're doing with me now? Buying time, waiting for a bit more of a crowd to gather? Our faces will be plastered across every TV screen in Japan soon enough. Bet it'll be wonderful for you image, won't it? Defeating the villain who murdered your superior? Deku was not my superior. Yet a symbol of peace, he was. But no one has taken that title since. Not even you, #1 hero. I am the symbol of victory. Modest one, aren't you? Well, let's see if you live up to your name. Mr. Aizawa didn't expel us after all. Manliness. Guys, you're going to want to turn on the news. Tailman. Oh wow, I see what you mean. Can't see me, I hope he's okay. Ice Cake. This is Ground Zero we're talking about, he's got this. Hex Cord. What's going on? Caught on tape, Bakugo's fighting the guy who killed Deku. Revelry in the dark. Displacer? I thought he died 2 years ago? Insomnia. Well, turns out everything we knew about him was wrong. Jaminye. What do you mean? DUX Cord. Do you think Bakugo can beat him? Manliness. Keep watching guys, this is about to get intense. Class Rep. Where is he? Perhaps anyone in his proximity should go to his aid. Momo. Bakugo's power is constantly being redirected by Displacer and it is highly dangerous. I think it would be best to leave him to deal with the fight alone. Most of us don't have suitable powers to match up against him. Class Rep. Yes, that is understandable. Froppy, what about Todoroki or Kirishima? Can't you guys lend a hand? Manliness. Todoroki is dealing with another situation with Uraraka downtown. But honestly, I don't think I'm going to be much help. I've been told to stay put. Melt your face off. Oh man, I'm getting really worried. I haven't seen Bakugo take this much of a beating for a long, long time. It's hard to watch. Are you sure you can't help, Kirishima? Manliness, I want to. But I'm not allowed to leave. Insomnia, he's at my agency. I've told him I'll brainwash him if he tried to leave again. Plus, Rep, I do believe that it would be safest for everyone to let Bakugo finish this fight, but you should stand by as a rescue hero. Manliness, what do you think I'm doing? Insomnia, don't worry, someone else is on their way. Can't see me, who is? The chat fell silent for the next half an hour. Each and every hero watched, holding their breath as the fight continued to unfold. Many phones lay on the floor, fallen out of their owners' hands as the shock of those events took over them. Some sobbed, releasing fears and griefs buried skin deep. Others screamed at their televisions, urging their friend on, only to fall silent as they realized the truth of what had occurred all those years ago. Insomnia, someone who was lost, but by no means forgotten. Guys, get over here, you're going to want to see this. Oh my God, is that Ground Zero? It is. He's my favorite hero. Only because he's number one. Hey, who's he fighting? Wait a minute, that looks like Displacer, Eri murmured. Her class turned and stared at her. The guy who killed your brother? Kuda leapt to his feet and ran over to the screen. Oh my God, that is him. The two exchanged glances. Shoot. We're coming to you live on the streets where the pro hero, Deku, was murdered 2 years ago, to bring you a fight between our number one hero, Ground Zero, and the villain who is assumed to be Displacer, Deku's killer, the news reporter announced, sitting precariously at the edge of her helicopter. Explosions from down below her muffled her voice, making it hard to hear and hard to make out what was really going on. The feed cut to another camera further down the street, filming the carnage from a distance. The events here have been unfolding over the past 10 minutes, starting with the destruction of a bank, trapping countless people inside. Rescue heroes are already gathering to help those in need, but the explosive fight that Ground Zero is headlining is making it difficult to reach others trapped in the rubble. A third camera was switched to. It panned over the destruction, a view from overhead, from either inside a helicopter or on a rooftop. The camera showed Class 2A, those fleeing the chaos in disorderly panic. The screams continued down the distant roads, where cars had been stopped by an emergency police blockade. What no one else noticed were the green flashes that zoomed through the streets. Kuda pulled on Eri's sleeve. Did you see that? He asked. She nodded meekly. Oh no! Bakugo's quirk gave him some protection against his own explosions. However, the amount of times that his own power had been directed back at him was starting to run him thin. Scratches and cuts marred his face. The hero spat blood on the ground as he continued his ruthless fight. The Displacer simply laughed. He too was worn and tired but was not as worse for wear's Ground Zero. Give in to me, number one hero, he yelled, deflecting another explosion. Your power is no match for mine. Every blast you direct at me is simply teleported away. Shut you up. Bakugo screamed, refusing to yield. He wasn't thinking clearly, running on pure adrenaline and rage. He kicked at the villain's knees. With a blast, he spun around in the air, pulled the pin from his gauntlet, and released the power stored inside. But Displacer was too quick. With a click of his fingers, the explosion's brute force changed direction and hit the hero head-on. He was tossed across the battlefield. His skin was shredded on the rough, broken concrete. But he refused to give into unconsciousness as his momentum was halted by a pillar of the bank that had been displaced across the road. He clambered to his feet, wiped the blood from his face and stared at Displacer's malicious grin. How much have you got left in you, hero? He asked, trotting down the rubble he had stood upon like this was nothing to him. Kneel before me and I might consider letting you live. Admit defeat, symbol of victory. You cannot beat me. Never. He forced a gritted smile upon his face and charged into battle. Bakugo knew that he wouldn't win this fight. He knew that the end was near. But he wouldn't give up. He wouldn't let this BSRD win the way he wanted to. Then you will die a pitiful death, just like the one who came before you. The flash. A light that glimmered green as an emerald. The world moved in slow motion. Bakugo stopped in his tracks as a powerful wind pushed him backwards. A figure flew past him. It spun in the air. Displacer saw it too. That grin was wiped off his face and his white eyes widened in shock. With a kick aimed at his stomach, the villain was thrown across the road. His body crumpled into an already ruined car and he screamed out in pain. Pitiful? Was it? The green figure cried. Are you sure about that? Hell no. Deku, you be yesterday. No. House. You can't be here. Displacer screamed, clambering to his feet. He suddenly winced and clutched his side in obvious pain. He must have broken a rib. Yeah. What the hell, Displacer? Deku yelled back at him. Care to tell the world what you did? Out of the corner of his eye, Deku could see Kaken's face. It had quickly melted from that of clear confusion to rage. Oh, he was so dead. There was an explosion and Kaken soared towards him. Wait, Kaken, stop. Midoriya cried. He called up One for All just in time to dodge the attack. Unfortunately for him, Displacer saw this as the perfect opportunity. A flash of white light and Displacer appeared at his side. He drew his blades for the first time that day and swung frantically at Deku and Ground Zero. It was all or nothing. Hero against villain against hero. Deku didn't have time to explain to his old friend what had happened. In his blind rage, Bakugo had only one thing on his mind: destroy both of them. Displacer, now desperate to finish the fight he had started, was targeting Deku. He had no reason to attack Ground Zero when he was doing his work for him. All the while, Midoriya dodged attack after attack. He tried to aim his kicks at Displacer, but in the panic a few of them headed in Kaken's direction. With a flick of his fingers, his gloves helped him concentrate a blast of power at Displacer and he was knocked across the road. Hoping he wouldn't teleport back too quickly, Midoriya turned to Kaken. Kaken, please stop. Listen to me, he yelled. But Bakugo's anger had gotten the better of him. His explosions were erratic and hard to predict. He was obviously in a lot of pain physically, and dare Midoriya think. Emotionally too. Don't you dare call me that, you fake. Oh no, this is getting more and more difficult as the seconds go by, isn't it? I'm not a fake. Please, it was Displacer, he sent me through time. Kaken, stop. In an instant, the mania in Bakugo's eyes seemed to clear. But that instant was a brief encounter. He grasped Midoriya's arm and flung him aggressively to his side. With a flip and a light kick in the air, Midoriya landed upright. He looked back at Kaken only to see him engaged with Displacer once more. Had he just pushed Midoriya away from the assault? Did he believe him? Displacer and Ground Zero continued their routine of explosions and redirections. Deku looked on in shock. He shook his head. He needed to think. Displacer was a tough opponent. It was hard to land a solid hit on someone who would just teleport out of the way in a moment's notice. All of Kaken's attacks were turned against himself, barely any made a scratch on Displacer. The villain was a quick thinker with good reflexes and a reasonable grasp on his abilities. Or wait, did he? Deku had been doing his research. The information on his quirk was, yes, for the most part incorrect, but there was one interesting piece of information that he stumbled upon. Before attacking Midoriya, he was just a smuggler, a suitable job for a villain with a teleportation power. But what was more interesting was what he smuggled: quirk enhancers. Was Displacer under the influence of a quirk enhancer? In that case his quirk was probably much more powerful than it was normally. That would explain how he wasn't able to kill Deku. He didn't have a good enough understanding of his new abilities, meaning he didn't focus his energy into the correct technique, resulting in them both not only coming out of the ordeal whole and in two completely different places, but 2 years into the future. That means Displacer was being overconfident. Now Deku had revealed himself, it was clear that Displacer was becoming more frantic with his attacks. He wanted to dispatch of one of the heroes as quickly as possible so he could focus on the next, and that revealed one other very important piece of information. Displacer couldn't teleport two things at once. So, if both heroes attacked him at the same time, one of those hits would make its target. Midoriya leapt back into action. He ran around the two locked in combat until he was at the back of Displacer. Deku let one for all run into his legs, and with a spark of green energy, he leapt into the air in the blink of an eye. He twisted like a dancer and swung his right leg, silently thanking his iron soles in midair. Displacer noticed him in the last second, as did Ground Zero. The villain started to open another warp gate to knock Deku out of the way, but at the same time, Bakugo pulled the pin on his second gauntlet. In panic, Ground Zero's attack was deflected and Deku's foot made impact with his injured side. Displacer screamed out in pain. Deku didn't have time to rescue Kaken, as he was tossed once more across the street with the force of his own power. He grabbed Displacer's shoulder and pulled him back towards him. "Take me back!" Deku yelled. "What? 2 years ago," he continued. "Take me back in time." Displacer's marred face was pulled into an agitated grin. "You think I can do that?" he hissed, struggling to breathe through the pain in his chest. If I could go back in time, then I would have made sure you were never born." A moment of silence, and Deku processed this. Of course, he'd known that. He just let that flicker of hope continue to burn in the back of his mind, a hope that things could go back to the way they were. But no, he was stuck here for good. He saw it coming before he had time to deflect the attack. Deku moved an inch and Displacer's blade sunk into his shoulder again, but not his heart. He bit his lips so hard that it bled alongside his shoulder, trying desperately not to yell out in pain. "I failed the first time," Displacer murmured, bringing Deku to his knees. "I won't a second." The glow of his skin started to brighten tenfold. His luminescent hair flowed around his head like a halo, his white eyes blinding Deku as the greatest power the villain could muster flowed through his veins. "Let's see if you can survive your next time jump." Bang! The two were ripped apart and the blade was pulled from Midoriya's shoulder. That time he let out a scream. Static filled his ears. Deku opened his eyes slowly. Kaken's foot was on his chest. Nitrogenous sweat beading on his forehead, mingling with the blood that lingered there. To his right, Deku could see that blinding light increasing in size even more, the figure at the center of it all lost to sight. "No!" Midoriya yelled, pushing through the pain and trying to dislodge Ground Zero's foot. "Let me go. I have to stop him." A burst of his power and he punched Bakugo's leg away. He leapt to his feet, desperate to reach Displacer before he disappeared. But Kaken grasped the tattered clothing around Deku's wound and pulled him back with an explosion, tossing him to the ground. Another yell of pain was lost to the horrendous sound of white noise which filled their ears. Displacer was unable to move, consumed by his power. His promise of revenge was lost to the void of time and space. In a matter of moments, he was gone. The two panted, staring at the crater Displacer left behind. Bakugo's knees gave way and he fell to the ground. They didn't say a word to each other for a while, until Deku stood up, approached Ground Zero, and pinned him to the ground with his foot. "Great," he hissed. "Just great. Now he's gone." Deku bared his teeth at Bakugo, anger comparable to his, clouding his better judgment. It could be 2 years before we see him again. Now he has all the time that will ever exist at his fingertips. He has time to recover, time to let us fear him. If you had just let me go, I could have followed him. Then YUW would be lost T2. Deku hesitated, snarl quickly fading from his face. What? Time displacement, alright? Kaken stammered. The moment he started T2, what, time travel? We'd lost, it was over, he was getting away. We will see him again. But the difference this time is we. Midoriya stumbled backwards and fell to the floor in front of Kaken. Bakugo clambered to his feet and loomed over Deku. If letting him get away without you means defeat, then so be it. I accept defeat. Deku's eyes watered. Don't cry. That was the nicest thing Y ever said to me. I take it back. Kaken. Shut up, I take it back. Deku smiled at him. Ground Zero gritted his teeth and held out a hand to him. Are you going to get up or are you just going to sit there? Midoriya took his hand and he was pulled to his feet. You're alive, Kaken acknowledged. I think so. You think so? It's been a weird week. Deku's eyes widened. Yeah? You've been back an entire week? Midoriya took a step back. Maybe. What the hell, Udaman nerd? Do you have any idea how long we've been looking for Displacer? You just turned up a week ago and decided just to hang around rather than going to the police. You idiot. Hey, I didn't want to be arrested. What do you think's happening right now? Wait, what? Then I'm arresting you, bestie, he exclaimed, grabbing Deku's arm and twisting it behind his back. We've discussed this. You can't arrest me without a good enough reason. Watch me. Then watch me leave. And so Deku pulled his arm away from ground zero and leapt into the sky in a flash of green lightning. Bakugo was too exhausted to follow him, so he vouched for the next best thing. He tipped his head towards the sky and screamed, Deku! All of Class 2A stared at the television screen in shock. The cameras zoomed in on the two heroes. It was clear they were having an animated conversation, but no one could pick up on the exact words. Eri? She asked, not taking her eyes away from the screen. Is that really a fake? Or are all of those weird disappearances of yours after school because of… Satsuki, get to the point. Is that your brother or not, Eri? Eri exchanged glances with Kuda. Kuda shrugged. It's been a strange week. They looked back at the news coverage. Deku leapt into the air, shooting high enough into the sky to become accidentally level with the helicopter the reporter was standing in. Deku? She asked. Deku glanced at her with an air of surprise. He smiled, gave her and the camera a mock salute despite his injured shoulder, before disappearing into the blue sky. But yeah, Eri smiled. That's my brother. Brain Blank was an underground hero. He worked only at night and tended to focus on situations where he could go undercover, or at least could get a good amount of intel on the villains in question before making his move. Finding an agency which would support such methods was difficult. Of course, he could have just gone solo like Eraserhead, but that made it hard to find any jobs at all. He couldn't wander through the streets and erase the quirks of suspects. He had to be stealthy, smart, and calculated if he ever wanted to be a respectable hero. After he graduated from UA, Shinso tried several of these different approaches to heroism, none of which really worked out. Even better, when he finally settled down at an agency, it all went bottoms up and he once more found himself with no name to work under. That was when Midoriya came hurtling back into the picture. He thought he'd got rid of that curious hero after school ended, but since they had all stayed in contact, he found himself talking with the #1 hero himself. The conversation started along the lines of congratulations. He had only just made the top spot after all. One thing led to another, and a few days later, Shinso found himself holding a box full of office supplies, standing on the doorstep of the fastest-growing agency Japan had ever seen, Deku's. Midoriya was very analytical. Shinso knew nothing about One for All, however, he did know that Midoriya's quirk took an awfully long time to manifest. So, Shinso knew that Midoriya had spent a good chunk of his life completely quirkless. During that time, he picked up on a few things. He had been determined to become a hero, even without a quirk, and so, he turned to analysis. It was this keen eye that Shinso admired. His strength, too, was of course to be respected. But his mind was even more admirable. Deku couldn't really do underground operations. He was too well known and, dare Shinso say it, a little clumsy when it came to such delicate matters. So, the two would work together when such cases came around the corner. Deku's knowledge and analysis was the perfect match to Shinso's skills in underground heroics. It was a surprise to no one when Shinso took over control of Deku's hero agency after he was confirmed dead. But it took a toll on Shinso. With his hero work at night and the management of the agency during the day, he left little time in his schedule for sleep. Hence his nickname in the Class A group chat, Insomnia. And then, out of nowhere, Shinso walks into Deku's abandoned office only to see the green-haired brat turn around in his chair like he had been planning the entire reveal ever since he knew he would have the opportunity to do so. Which Shinso did not doubt for a second. Whatever expectations Shinso had morphed into his mind in the few minutes he had after Midoriya's little reveal were blown out of the water as soon as Kirishima picked up Bakugo's phone call. Now Shinso had even more work to deal with. Few knew his face. They knew his name, Hitoshi Shinso, the manager of one of the top hero agencies, but not his face. He wasn't even sure if the public even associated Hitoshi Shinso with brain blank. Much to be honest, it wasn't like he was a hero who often made the news. So, he usually didn't have a problem walking through the streets without a civilian disguise on. However, thought Shinso, staring at the horde of news reporters flocking around the front doors to his hero agency, maybe I should start thinking about getting one of those disguises after all. He sighed and started to push his way through the crowd. "Hey," one of the reporters exclaimed, "wait your turn." "For what? It doesn't exactly look like any of you are getting anywhere with this." Shinso hissed. "Anyway, I'm not a reporter. I'm trying to get to work." "Whoa, wait, you work here?" asked the reporter, turned on her heel and moving a microphone in his face. "What do you know about the supposed reappearance of the hero Deku?" "Hey, wait a second. That's Hitoshi Shinso." "Damn it. The manager?" "No way." The entire swarm turned on him, desperate to get just a word out of his mouth. All Shinso wanted was to get to his office. "Was that really so much to ask? Can you just let me through, please?" he tried. Shinso didn't really have much experience with the press. It showed. "Have you spoken to Deku? Is this real or was it the show of a villain?" Shinso's mind was completely overwhelmed. He had to be 5 meters from the door, just 5 meters. There was one man who was particularly irritating him, moving his microphone at his lips in desperation, asking such provoking questions like, "If Deku is alive, does this compromise your position at the Deku Hero Agency?" Shinso snapped. "What was your question again?" The man immediately answered, "Does Deku's reappearance?" His eyes glossed over and his sentence was cut short. The reporters surrounding him immediately stopped talking. "Get out of my way," Brain Blank hissed. The brainwashed reporter did just that. He didn't need to control anyone else to make them do the same. Of course, being an underground hero, the press knew nothing of his weaknesses, only that he could mind control whoever talked back to him, not that there was a limit to how many people he could control. He unceremoniously clicked his fingers to let the unsuspecting reporter return to complete consciousness. "Let me make one thing clear," he continued, not turning his head towards the mob as he opened the doors to the building. "We are not interested in your little spider's web of lies and conspiracies. I have more important things to attend to than the prying eyes of the media." He slammed the doors shut as they started to bombard him with questions again. Why did the doors have to be glass? He turned to the entrance hall. Everyone from sidekicks to receptionists were staring at him. He sighed deeply. This is going to be a long week. No one said a word to him as he wandered towards the elevator. His hand hesitated over the up button. It was still cracked and dented from the last time Deku used it over 2 years ago. He pressed it and stepped inside. Shinso knew he was a much stricter presence than Deku had been. When he started working at the agency, everyone knew each other. They laughed and chatted amongst themselves whilst they worked. Deku practically encouraged it. It was a happy place, always so lively, bustling with energy. That energy faded after Deku died. Shinso's withdrawn persona didn't exactly help. The entire building soon became cold and empty despite the continued work that happened there. It was like Deku's missing smile had taken everyone else's with it. And it wasn't even just that. Midoriya was always so down to earth, much unlike many of the big-name heroes, including All Might. Everyone could relate to him. They understood when he was overworked and took it upon themselves to ensure he had some time to rest. They cared for him. They didn't call him sir. It was always Deku or Midoriya. He made sure of it. They weren't just his employees, they were his friends. But with Shinso's workload, he just couldn't maintain the same level or intimacy with them. Now they'd heard rumors that Deku was back. There was this buzzing in the atmosphere, an excitement that Shinso himself couldn't help but involve himself with too. And that anticipation had him thinking, so, what now? It would help if they actually knew where Deku had gone off to. Shinso burst through his office door. Kirishima almost fell off his chair. "What did the door do to you?" "The press are swarming me like flies," he explained, clenching his fists in irritation. "Ah, yeah, that's expected. I bet you're not really used to it either." Shinso nodded as he flopped down on the chair behind his desk. The force pushed it across the floor a little. Okay, why did we get wheelie chairs? No idea, not my agency, Kirishima replied. But I think the answer would be that wheelie chairs are awesome. That little trick that BSTRD pulled yesterday's still sitting at the back of my mind. That nearly gave me a heart attack. What? The James Bond reference? Kirishima laughed. I thought it was brilliant. I almost passed out. You weren't alone there, man. I'm removing the wheelie chair from his room. You can't do that. Watch me. He'll just steal yours and probably nick one of your cats in the process. Shinso glanced at his sleeping sphinxes. He called them that because Deku once swore they could stare into his soul. He kept them at the agency because, well, face it, he practically lived there. Home was a place for sleep, and that didn't often happen anyway. Then he could pull off the whole charade seamlessly. Kirishima smiled, spinning his own chair around thoughtlessly. Shinso sighed heavily. Why are you here again? Because I was hoping to see Midoriya, he replied honestly. And I also kind of wanted to talk with you. About Midoriya? Well, there isn't really anyone else I can talk openly with about Midoriya at the moment. What about Uraraka and Todoroki? They're just as in the dark with the whole situation as everyone else in the group chat is. Ah, yeah, the group chat, Shinso remembered, turning on his phone to glance through his messages. Everyone's pestering us for answers. I guess what we said was enough to hint that we knew what was going on, Kirishima acknowledged, glancing at his own phone. But Midoriya's still not said anything. I don't know if he's even looked at his phone yet. No, I think he has. He mentioned something about the group chat when we met him yesterday. He did? I can't remember, I was too shocked. What about Bakugo? Asked Shinso. He knew Kirishima was closer to him than anyone else in their old class. He hoped he'd at least have some information. Last time I heard from him was after Recovery Girl patched up his wounds. Midoriya's shoulder was pretty bad though, I saw it on the live feed. He must have gone somewhere to have that checked up. Wait, so you haven't heard from Bakugo since yesterday? Kirishima shook his head. Maybe he's with Midoriya, or at least looking for him. Their interaction looked, well, explosive. Sounds about right. I wonder if his agency is as swarmed with press flies as this place is, pondered Kirishima. Probably is. But they're less likely to get a word out of him than they are from us. What makes you say that? Shinso shrugged. Well, we know more for starters. Bakugo's place is probably as confused as everyone else's. Yeah, Kirishima sighed. Speaking of confusion, have you seen the news? I don't even want to look at it, to be honest. Fair enough. All of it's pretty much singing the same song. Displacer this. Deku that. We'll have to organize a press conference. Wow, really? Once Deku reappears, that is. But that could take a while. He's probably quite overwhelmed. Understandable, really. Would do the same if I had woken up 2 years in the future. What? Confuse everybody and do dramatic reveals? Probably. I wouldn't. Oh yeah. I would go to the authorities and try to figure out what happened. Isn't that what Midoriya did though? After half a week. True. One of Shinso's sphinxes rubbed herself against his leg. He sighed exasperatedly. He better turn up soon. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm sure he will. I wonder what he's up to though. The Midoriya household rang out with laughter. No, if you thought that one was good, brace yourself for this. Deku exclaimed, scrolling through news articles on his new phone. Stop. I can't take any more. Eri cried, hugging a pillow and rolling around on the floor. This one reckons that I'm a robot programmed by. I don't even know who that is, to ruin Ground Zero's reputation. Okay, that's a little far-fetched, Kuda sniggered. Izuku, honey, you're going to make your sister pass out. Inko smiled as she put a new tray of cookies onto the table. It's not even that funny, Eri. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. My pleasure. I'm glad you all are having so much fun with it. Honestly, I'm having a little too much fun, Deku added. I'm screenshotting all of this. Once it's over, I'm putting them on my wall as posters. Sign one and we'll put it up in the dorms, Kuda suggested. Eri immediately collapsed in fits of laughter once more. Yes, absolutely. The more confusion I bring the better, Deku smiled. I'm done confusing myself, it's everyone else's turn now. Well, that's one way to go about it. Knock knock. Eri stopped laughing. Oh no. That better be All Might, Deku winced, getting up and hurrying over to the front door. He pulled it open only slightly, peering past. Green eyes met red. Hello. Kaken. Deku. Bakugo pushed the door open and marched past him, taking only a moment to throw off his shoes. Yeah, come on in. Deku exclaimed sarcastically. Evening, Auntie Inko. Katsuki. Wow, aren't I loved? Deku sighed, wandering back into the living room. Did you come here to see me or my mum? That's ground zero. Kuda whispered. Good eye, Eri replied. He elbowed her hard in her side. Izuku, be nice to Katsuki. Inko snapped. He gave me flowers this anniversary, you know. Deku glanced at the wilting flowers on the table. He had wondered where they'd come from. Oh, how sweet. Shut up. So, that has nothing to do with the fact that there's a strange little monitor attached to our doorframe? Shut up. You better have told your family that you were alive before you jumped into that fight like the blithering martyr you are. I did, actually. Eri was the first to find out. Deku replied, crossing his arms. Oh, I see how it is. You go running to your sister instead of someone a little more qualified, huh? I actually saved him from drowning, Eri interjected. That's even better. Shut up, Deku replied. The two's relationship was as complicated as ever. It had improved since being at UA, that was for sure. Some distance had done them good. They had been together, going to the same school and living on the same street, for as long as they could remember. But ever since Midoriya had gotten his quirk, he was able to gain a bit more confidence around Bakugo. 2 years ago, when Deku was the #1 hero and Ground Zero was #2, the media picked up on their rivalrous relationship. Honestly, it kind of helped them. They barely talked, the only messages sent between one another being via the group chat or from backhanded comments during interviews. So, when their toxic friendship was brought up by the press, they had the chance to publicly insult one another as much as they wanted to. It was never Deku's style, but Ground Zero's eagerness to share all of Midoriya's most embarrassing moments sure did serve as a good encouragement. Now, the two just constantly insulted each other and everyone around them hoped dearly that it didn't escalate into either Bakugo screaming at the top of his voice or literally exploding, so Deku had to use his quirk to avoid the damage as quickly as possible. You're in deep trouble now, Bakugo snarled, leaning casually against the wall. Oh, how come? Midoriya replied innocently, munching on a cookie. How come? Have you read the news, you idiot? Yes. We were having all sorts of fun with it before you ruined my evening with your presence. How freaking delightful. You haven't changed one bit. Funny that. Considering it's been less than a week since I last saw you. In your opinion, maybe. Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that I literally time traveled, so I definitely am the same as I was 2 years ago. Are they always like this? Kuda whispered to Eri. The others pretended they hadn't heard him. Shut up, I'm enjoying listening. You may not be actually related to Deku, but you sure do sound like him. That's because she grew up with me and I grew up with Kaken, Deku explained. And Kaken has an explosive personality. That pun's getting old. Quit using it at every opportunity, you damn nerd. Killjoy, he muttered. Who else knows? What do you mean? Who else knew you were alive before you were broadcasted all over Japan on live TV? Eri, Kuda, All Might, Aizawa. Aizawa. He ambushed me, okay? You talked to Aizawa before you talked to me? Why on earth would I want to talk to you? You tried to arrest me the moment you could. And you're telling me Aizawa didn't? No, actually. On what terms? That I went to someone at the police force. Don't tell me it was Detective Tsukachi. Maybe. Demon It Deku. Who else? Who said there was anyone else? The freaking look in your eye when you said that. He sighed. Well, just Shinso and Kirishima. You told eye bags and weird hair? They just happened to be there. Where? At my agency? Your agency? What the hell was Kirishima doing there? Working on Displacer's case, apparently. Hey Mum? Have we still got some of that popcorn around? Eri called. Deku and Bakugo pretended not to hear that. When was that? Bakugo questioned. Not long before I joined you. What is this, an interrogation? Yes. Why? Because I still don't know if you're a fake or not. That's a poor excuse, Kaken. Shut up. You've broken enough laws for me to arrest you. I haven't broken any laws. Evading police custody, using your quirk without permission. I have a hero license. An outdated hero license. Hesitated. Oh shoot, that's a good point. Hell yeah, it's a good point. I don't think it matters. I'm sure time travel gives me some leniency. Whatever. You're still evading police custody. I haven't broken any laws, so by definition I am not evading police custody and I am also not officially wanted. Give me a break. You've been missing for 2 years and I've been swarmed by the media all freaking day. Okay, calm down, Kaken. That made Bakugo want to do anything but calm down. Why do you think I haven't been outside? Deku continued. I couldn't help it. I had to get from the hospital to my agency somehow, you dimwit. The hospital? You think those injuries could heal themselves? With time, yeah? That's kind of how non-fatal injuries work. Shut up. What happened to the massive hole in your shoulder? Eri happened. Eri has a provisional license, she exclaimed through a mouthful of popcorn. I know. Bakugo snapped. Just making sure I wasn't going to be arrested too. Deku started to mutter about something as he flopped into a spare chair. If you don't stop your incessant muttering, I'm going to throw you another 2 years into the future, Bakugo threatened through gritted teeth. I knew you missed me. Shut up. You can't keep saying shut up every time the conversation hits a subject you don't like. Shut up. This is the first real conversation we've had in over 2 years. Yeah, and we don't talk for this exact reason. Midoriya sighed deeply, stealing some of Eri's popcorn. What did you actually come here to tell me anyway? Or did you actually come because you care? You need to hold a press conference. Deku hesitated. Oh God, no. Insomniac called. He's organizing one for next Tuesday. Well, it was nice knowing you all. I'm sure it won't be that bad, Izuku, Inko interjected. They will rip me apart like vultures. The only person who's allowed to kill you is me, Bakugo smirked. The press won't be worse than Displacer. I'm allowed to hit Displacer. I'm not allowed to hit you, but since when has that stopped me? Are you seriously suggesting that I should punch any irritating reporter I feel like? It would be freaking funny. For you maybe, I don't want to actually be arrested. That would be even better. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Number 1 Hero. Is my sudden reappearance really so threatening to your ranking that you want to have me arrested? Bakugo stared at him. Midoriya munched on another cookie. Okay, we were all thinking about it, Kuda pointed out. Someone had to say it at some point. Shut up, kid. Sorry. For the last time, Kaken. You can't arrest me. Stop implying it. Deku exclaimed. Bakugo's hands were smoldering. If we weren't in your mum's house, you'd already be dead, he warned quietly enough so that Deku would hear it, but Inko couldn't. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to be so forward. I'm just a little overwhelmed at the moment. I'll go to the press conference, but I'm not planning on doing anything else until then. But where's your hero costume? Why? Is it here? Yes. Take it back to your agency to have it repaired. You need to wear it at the press conference. Really? No suit and tie. I ain't wearing any suit, so neither are you. Fair enough. Can you take it back for me? Why should I do that for you? Because I don't want to see anyone until after this press conference. Fine, where is it? In my room. He stormed off immediately to retrieve it. Hey, you can't just go rooting through my room without me. Watch me. Kuda stared as Deku hurried off to help Bakugo, leaving them alone to hear their distant, but loud conversation through the walls. I can't believe I just witnessed that, Kuda murmured. Eri giggled. It sure has been a while since they were both together. Even before Deku disappeared, they didn't really meet up. Not surprising, really. I heard they had a weird relationship, but this is something else. Inko sighed heavily, coming back into view after she had been purposely avoiding the interaction between the two heroes. They've always been like that. Although it's nice to see Izuku so much more confident around Katsuki. He used to be so timid. Really? Kuda scoffed. Inko nodded. They're going to find it hard at this press conference, Katsuki mentioned. I just hope neither of them react too badly to any of the questions they get asked. Eri picked at her horn with an air of nervousness about her. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. It was by no means disorganized. Shinso had made sure of it. Yet, despite his best efforts, he knew from the start that the whole event was bound to be disturbing and uncontrollable for everyone involved. They had tried to limit the amount of people in the conference hall, but not done as well as they had initially hoped. Every media company around was desperate to get their hands on the news that was bound to come into the open from this press conference. That was why Shinso had decided that it was best that the event was live-streamed, in hope that some reporters would pull out, seeing that the news they would record was already being immediately shown to the world anyway. Perhaps it had helped a little, but not as much as he would have liked. He glanced through the crack in the door from, well, backstage. He supposed that was the name. There were several people that had been called to sit upon the panel that day: himself, the detective, Ground Zero, Red Riot, and of course, Deku. Stupid, Bakugo muttered, pulling angrily at his tie that Kirishima had already had to do up 3 times for him. Why can't we wear our hero costumes? I thought we would be able to. Because that would appear too threatening, Tsukachi replied with a sigh. That's the point, he hissed. Come on, Kaken, the conference shouldn't take long, then all this will finally be over. Midoriya interjected. Shinso and Kirishima glanced at Deku. They tried to make it look like they hadn't been staring, but it was a hard thing to avoid. They hadn't seen him since Displacer's attack, not even heard a word except through Bakugo. You know full well that this conference is going to be hell. You should have seen your face when I told you about it. Yeah, well, it's probably the best thing to do, Midoriya muttered. You might not even have to go out there. Bakugo reminded him. Of course, that was the plan. The other 4 would explain the situation the best they could to the media and hope that things wouldn't escalate too much. They'd planned that Deku would remain silent for the next few months, and then slowly integrate himself back into society whilst causing as little panic about it as possible. Midoriya was only there at the conference for Plan B, which, to be honest, was what they all knew would happen in the end. Kirishima cleared his throat. When do we start? Upon the hour, the detective replied immediately. They all glanced at the digital clock on the wall. 2 minutes, Kirishima voiced. A heavy silence fell over them. Midoriya kept catching the glances of his old friends and was feeling increasingly awkward. I'm sorry, he mumbled. Shinso frowned. Why? I probably shouldn't have disappeared like that, Midoriya explained. You all had a lot of questions that needed to be answered and I was nowhere to be seen again. It's not your fault, man, Kirishima replied, patting him on the back only to make things even more awkward. You've been through a lot. So have all of you though, he pointed out. I've only had to go through all this for little over a week, but you guys have had to deal with, well, everything without me. Don't beat yourself up over it, Shinso practically ordered. It was nothing you could have helped with, considering you were as good as dead for the last 2 years. Midoriya bowed his head in shame, staring at his shoes in obvious discomfort. Hey, Midoriya, said Kirishima, looking into his sorrowful green eyes. Seriously, you've done everything you can? Except I couldn't capture Displacer. After everything that happened, he still got away. That's not on you, you bastard, Bakugo reminded him. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. I am the #1 hero now, you dimwit. Not you. I was the hero in charge and I should have been able to finish him off. Are we done bickering? Shinso interrupted. Bakugo stared at him with a death glare that could rival any villain's. Brain blank is right, added Tsukachi. We need to go in now. They nodded, begrudgingly staring at Deku, who flopped into an old chair to the side of the door. The screen opposite them switched on at the click of a button, as the news channel went to the live feed of the conference. "Good luck," said Midoriya as Tsukachi opened the door. He nodded in reply, and the four of them filed out into the conference hall, closing the door behind them. Shinso was immediately blinded by the rapid-fire lights of the hundreds of cameras. He had never been to one of these things before. He could feel a lump of panic rising in his chest as the cameras followed the group to their table. They sat down in their respective seats. The entire hall noticed the empty chair beside Ground Zero immediately. Thankfully, the detective was the one who started. The three heroes remained silent as he recounted the story that unfolded in their pursuit of Displacer. He didn't mention the monitors or the specific places where they had seen Displacer or even Midoriya appear in, only explaining that they were able to track a specific frequency that was unique to the villain, and that they were using the same technique to continue to track him now, although they did understand that Displacer was fully aware of their methods. Tsukachi seemed to focus on Displacer's story and not Deku's. In fact, he went as far as not even mentioning his name until the very end of his story, when Deku reappeared in the fight only a few days ago. Kirishima helped in recounting the situation as well, talking about his involvement in the case even before Displacer's first appearance 2 years beforehand. He talked about the quirk enhancement drags, explaining that Displacer was not actually as powerful as he seemed, and that this was just the result of the drag that he had brought with him from the past. Of course, that only raised more questions. Did Displacer still have access to this drag? Does it still exist in the black market? What if other villains got access to it? Red Riot had always been at the frontier of the fight against quirk drags, so most of these questions were directed at him and even the detective. But they had been beating around the bush up until this point. It was bound to happen eventually. And so, at a break in the topic, a reporter stood up and finally asked the question that had been humming in the back of their minds for far too long now. So, upon the conclusion that Displacer has the ability to travel forward in time, and that is why he has only just reappeared, can we also assume that the man fighting him alongside Ground Zero was, in fact, Deku, who had also been transported 2 years into the future? Wow, she really hit the nail on the head there, did she? Shinso thought. Bakugo was the one to take this question. He leant forward and tapped gently on his microphone to check that it was on. "We are still investigating what happened to Deku and what Displacer did to him. We all saw on live television a man who not only looked like Deku but who also seemed to have his quirk as well. Not only that, but you were seen conversing with him before he disappeared. Are you telling us that wasn't Deku? Maybe if you actually gave me the chance to speak I could explain a few things?" Shinso snorted. Bakugo took the initiative that they weren't going to be able to hide the fact that Deku was alive any longer. He might as well spill that much of the truth. He glanced at the others and Shinso gave him a supportive nod, which Bakugo just scowled at. "Yes, Deku is alive." There was a loud murmur of excitement across the room as the amount of camera flashes increased exponentially. Hundreds of reporters desperately raised their hands, keen for attention and to ask their burning questions. "Could you tell us what you were talking about with him last Saturday?" Bakugo frowned. "I was trying to see if it was actually him, of course. Has anyone else got a more competent question?" Shinso was so close to brainwashing Bakugo into shutting up. Was Dekatime warped straight to the fight or was he taken somewhere else first? How long has he been in hiding? Deku appeared last Monday and was forced to evaluate his situation before going to myself, coincidentally not long before he joined Ground Zero in the fight against Displacer, which he did due to his extensive knowledge of the villain and what he was capable of, Detective Tsukachi explained. "How are you sure that this person really is Deku?" "We have interrogated him on personal matters, performed a DNA test, and, with the aid of the pro-hero Eraserhead, ensured that there was no quirk in play that could trick us. We are by now positive that this is the real deal." Shinso raised his eyebrow. "Eraserhead? Mr. Aizawa knew about all of this as well? Are Deku's actions against Displacer justified? Considering that he hasn't renewed his hero license in 2 years, was he not acting against the law when using his quirk against Displacer?" "Deku was transported through time," Shinso reminded them. It was the first time he'd spoken in the conference, but the question had been the peak of his irritation. In his point of view, it has not been 2 years since he renewed his license and so acting accordingly towards the situation. Other than that, time travel wasn't something that was considered when developing any laws that he allegedly broke. So, yes, his actions were justified. Answering that question must have alerted all the reporters to Shinso's presence again, because all of a sudden their queries were directed at him. How does Deku's reappearance affect the future of your agency? His agency? Are you at all threatened by his presence? No, of course not. How about the position of the number 1 hero? Shinso's eyes widened in surprise and relief as he was saved from the onslaught of questions. Only, now they had been directed back to Bakugo, and Shinso could see the fury building in his eyes. He supposed this was a question that he'd been thinking about a lot already. What about it? Bakugo replied through gritted teeth. Are you not at all intimidated by your rival's return? Now, intimidated isn't exactly the right word, Kirishima interjected thankfully. Ah, so that's why he was told to sit next to Bakugo. More like pleased to see him back, maybe? Hero rankings aren't something that need to be considered at the moment. The billboard announcement has only just passed anyway, so there's plenty of time until the next one for things to be stirred up. Right now, what's important is that Deku is actually alive and we're all very happy to have him back. Thank you, Kirishima, thought Shinso. Tsukachi was thinking along those lines as well. When will Deku be continuing hero work? Asked another keen reporter. Once you lot aren't swarming him like flies, Bakugo snapped. Yeah, there was a reason why Bakugo didn't usually go to these things. Ground Zero, do you think Deku will overtake you in hero rankings in the not-so-distant future? Why did they keep boomeranging back to this question? Were there not more important things they could be talking about? Deku was alive. Wasn't that a little bit more interesting than his relationship with Bakugo? It was like they purposefully wanted to antagonize him. Because what would make a better news story than the number 1 hero being furious that his rival was back from the dead, just because that would threaten his top spot in hero rankings? Isn't that exactly what Displacer hated most about Hero Society? They were playing right into the villain's hands, making his actions more justified, just like how the hero killer stain had been. Now Shinso couldn't see a way around the inevitable, unless Bakugo could control his temper for once in his life. There is a 2-year difference in experience between us now, Bakugo hissed. We'll just have to wait and see how that will play out. But the levels of crimes that the two of you solved 2 years ago were all but level. However, it was popularity that set the two of you apart, favoring Deku more than you. Do you think that in light of recent events that will turn in your favor or once again play against you? Bakugo snapped. He leapt up out of his chair with fury etched onto his face, ready to spit words that he would regret at the media. When all of a sudden, the backstage door flew open and out marched a figure who didn't once look at the crowd that immediately started to shout and flash dozens of lights in his direction. All he did was waltz over to Bakugo, grab his shoulders and push him gently back down into his chair, before sitting down beside him in that empty seat. Keep asking such vulgar questions as you'll be as bad as Displacer, Midoriya warned. He stood up again and bowed, ignoring Bakugo's glares and the rest of the panel's shocked expressions. I'm sorry I stayed back for a majority of this conference. But we had decided that if we could avoid me appearing in the media for the next few weeks, we would, because I seem to just spread panic confusion wherever I go. He smiled, a brilliant, calming smile that the world had longed to see for too many years. I'm happy to answer any questions you have concerning my reappearance, but hero rankings have nothing to do with that, so I won't be talking about that at all, he warned. But before we start, Midoriya dug his hand into his pocket and pulled out a phone, which, for some reason he handed to Bakugo. This thing has been beeping at me non-stop, all day, and I can't for the life of me figure out how to turn it on silent. Laughter rang out across the hall as Bakugo, bewildered as ever, turned on the new device and put it on silent for him. My old phone didn't agree to time traveling, Deku told the press. So, I managed to get a new one, but I really haven't had enough time to figure it out. Who decided to change how you turn a phone on silent? I have too many unread messages to count, and I know for a fact that everyone who's sending them are watching this right now, so please calm down for a moment, would you? Deku's very presence seemed to lift the tension right off their shoulders. Shinso had no idea if he was doing all this on purpose or if that was just who he was. Either way, they were glad he had decided to march in and save the day. As for the question about hero work, he continued, moving swiftly forward. My mother said I'm not allowed to do anything reckless again for the time being. My sister has seconded her, and they can be as formidable as lionesses when they want to be. So in conclusion, I'm doing as I'm told for once. But I've had my hero license officially restored, so technically I can do hero work, after I've done the terrifyingly large amount of paperwork that I'm sure is waiting for me in Shinso's office, that is. Shinso stared at Midoriya, not because of that last comment, but because of his apparent calmness towards the whole situation. It was clear he'd done this kind of thing before and was adept at it. Shinso didn't doubt that he'd taken pointers from All Might. However, looking a little closer, he could see beads of sweat forming on his forehead and him twiddling his thumbs under the table. He was nervous, incredibly so, but he hid it behind a bright smile that seemed to melt everyone else's worries away. Hey, you can stop with the camera flashes now, I'm going blind. Another wave of laughter, and they did indeed calm down with the pictures. Shinso was in absolute awe of this guy. He'd gotten the entire room wrapped around his pinky finger. He was in control. For the first time in far too long, Shinso finally found himself relaxing. Kaken's not saying anything, so I'm going to say it instead. Midoriya continued. Did he just call the number one hero Kaken on live TV? Popularity is not what makes a good hero. What's important is the difference we make in the lives of the people we help. Displacer's motives seem to revolve mainly around the fact that he thinks heroes care too much about their rankings and not enough about saving lives, but that's not true at all. There are plenty of underground heroes like Brain Blank, or heroes that are not considered heroes at all, those who work on the sidelines like Detective Tsukachi here, who make wonderful, heroic contributions to our society that aren't really recognized. Hero rankings don't matter when it comes down to it. That's why Kaken got so angry when you continued to ask questions about it all, and why I decided that I needed to step in. We're not here to talk about such unimportant things like a popularity contest. We're here to explain to you and the public what happened between me and Displacer and what we're going forward to do in the future about it. There was a shocked silence as everyone in the vicinity stared at him. Yeah, Bakugo said after a moment's hesitation, has anyone got any questions about that, or are we done here? Immediately, the reporters sprang back into life with their familiar bombardment of questions. Midoriya put his hand over the microphone for a moment. I thought we were going to get away then. You do the talking from now on, Bakugo replied. Why? Because you're good at it, that's why, he whispered. You gave me a compliment. Shut up and answer the stupid questions. On the other side of the country, a flash of light filled an empty room. He fell to the ground, crushing his injuries with the weight of his body. Displacer lay there for a moment, breathing in through the dust and the pain. He then struggled to his feet, gazed around in the darkness, and bit back the tears. What day was it? Did he manage to stop his time travel or not? He fumbled for a light switch but found nothing. Eventually he was forced to surface his own power as a light source, despite the effects of his drag wearing off. He found the remote for the old, battered television screen that rested against the wall in the corner of the room. He turned it on, and the first thing he saw was the smiling face of his enemy. Displacer fell to his knees, dropping the remote and clutching his injured side in renewed pain and anger. He couldn't take it anymore, so he did the only thing he could think of doing to let out his rage. He tilted back his head and he screamed until there was nothing left in his lungs. Mr. Aizawa didn't expel us after all. Half and half. You might want to turn on your television. Fromage, is something the matter? Miss, melt your face off. It better not be Displacer again. Caught on tape. Oh, is this that press conference Kirishima was talking about? Class rep. It seems that Bakugo, Kirishima and Shinso are accompanying Detective Tsukachi to talk about the fight last Saturday. Jamming yay, Bakugo's at a press conference? That's not going to end well. Can't see me, remember last time? Tailman, Didn't he blow up a camera? Caught on tape. He blew up, that's for sure. Not positive about the camera, but I wouldn't put it past him. Momomo as the #1 hero, he should be more accustomed with the media by now. Froppy, that doesn't mean he likes it. Especially since he didn't really win this fight. UX Cord, the press will be all over him. I won't be surprised if someone does get blown up. Class rep, the respectable Ground Zero would avoid doing so at all costs. Jaminye, Ida, this is the group chat, you can rant about him here. Everyone else is you don't need to pretend. Caught on tape, he'll scroll up and see that. Jaminye, the respectable Ground Zero would never take his anger out on me. Revelry in the dark. Caught on tape, what the hell, Tokoyami? Mismelt your face of figure. Look at Bakugo. To infinity and beyond. I can't watch this. Mismelt your face off. Uraraka. We haven't heard from you all week. How are you doing? To infinity and beyond. I've just been pretty busy, that's all. Half and half. Have you heard from Midoriya? To infinity and beyond. No, have you? Caught on tape, he's gonna blow. AUX Cord, I'm recording this whole press conference. Mismelt your face of, hello. Jaminye, that's Midoriya. Caught on tape, he's AUX Cord, guys quiet, I'm trying to watch. Mismelt your face off, that's actually him. Look at him handle the press like a pro. Caught on tape, look at Bakugo's face. You better be recording this, Jiro. AUX Cord, I am. Mismelt your face off. OMG, guys were making his phone go off. AUX Cord, haha, he couldn't turn it off. Momo, can you please be respectively quiet until the end of the conference? Mismelt your face off. Yes, Mum. AUX Cord, isn't. Uraraka kept scrolling through those messages. She flipped through recaps of the conference and read reactions online. She sat in her favorite coffee shop, a place that was very out of the way and often completely empty. It wasn't far down the back alleys from her agency, and she knew the owners well. They were more than happy to have a pro hero and her gaggle of friends turn up every once in a while. Uravity! Mina sang as she burst through the door. How's our floating angel? Fine, she murmured in reply, rubbing her red, swollen eyes. Mina dropped her bag immediately and pulled Uraraka into a constricting hug. Hagakure followed close behind her, although Uraraka didn't see her at first. She was just a floating t-shirt and shorts though, so it was understandable. We get it, Ochako, Mina mumbled, pulling away from the hug. It's tough, we all know. It's just hard to get my head around, Uraraka replied, pushing her hair out of her face. The door opened again, signified by the chirpy ring of a bell. I hope we're not too late, Yaoyorozu exclaimed, hurrying inside. She didn't need to know the context of the situation to go in for another hug with Uraraka. I believe we're still a little early, Ribbit, added Sue, who wandered in after her with Jiro in tow. Hey, would you look at that, we're all on time for once, Jiro acknowledged. We need some calming, lavender tea as quick as you can please, Yaoyorozu requested. On its way, Miss Criotti, the cheerful barista replied with a mock salute. It reminded Uraraka of Deku even more. I can't believe he's alive, Uraraka murmured. Well, I can't believe it's apparently been over a week since he came back and he still hasn't contacted any of us, Mina exclaimed. Except Bakugo, Shinso and Kirishima, Sue pointed out, tapping her chin with her finger. He went to Bakugo before us. I don't think he wanted to, said Jiro, pulling up a chair. From the looks of it, they first met in the fight last Saturday. What about the other two? Pondered Hagakure. Detective Tsukachi and Kirishima were working on the Displacer case with me, Uraraka explained. They were with Shinso at his agency before I left to help Todoroki with a villain attack and rescue effort. I didn't hear about that, Mina exclaimed. What happened? Someone tried to burn down an apartment block, Ribbit, said Sue. Uraraka nodded. Detective Tsukachi mentioned that All Might was bringing a friend to the agency who had some information on Displacer that we would like to hear. I think that friend must have been Deku. Ah, so he went to his old agency and met Kirishima and Shinso there, Yaoyorozu concluded, paying for and accepting several cups of tea in the process. I wonder how they reacted, Hagekure said excitably. Probably as shocked as the rest of us were when we saw him on the television, Yaoyorozu replied, sipping her tea. Do you think we should organize a whole group meetup or something? Asked Mina. That way we could all see Deku in person. Well, next week is Eri's rescue day party, Tsu explained. Me, Ochako and a few other heroes always meet up with the Midoriyas then Ribbit. Lucky for you too, Mina exclaimed. You guys have an actual excuse to see him. I wonder how his family reacted to it all, said Uraraka, stirring her tea and staring into space. Maybe that's where he is right now, Ribbit. He explained in the conference that his family weren't keen on him jumping straight back into hero work, pointed out Yaoyorozu. So, I would assume that he approached them about the whole ordeal quite early on. Uraraka murmured, finally drinking a gulp of her tea. They sat in silence for a moment more. Each of them were thinking about Deku, and they all knew it. They had the same concerns and questions. Was it really necessary to say them out loud? All of a sudden, their phones lit up. 6 different ringtones went off at once, although Uraraka's was stubbornly a little more delayed than the rest of them. What's that? Uraraka voiced. That's my ringtone for the group chat, Yaoyorozu realized. I suppose that's why all our phones went off simultaneously. So, they all opened their phones at once and tapped on the Class A group chat, expecting to see another random link to a stupid video sent by Siro or Kaminari. Mr. Aizawa didn't expel us after all. Deku, location sent. Mina screamed. What does that mean? Hagekure exclaimed, leaping out of her chair. Is he in trouble? Where is that? Asked Mina in panic. Uraraka struggled to zoom in on the location that Deku had sent to them. She hesitated for a moment, before knocking over her tea and crying, Dagoba Beach. I know this place. I think it's where he reappeared on Monday. What are we waiting for, then? Let's go, said Mina, chugging her scalding tea and frightening the barrister. The 6 heroes grabbed their things, threw a handful of change at the table for a tip and ran out of the coffee shop in panic. Mina's car was the closest, although no one was particularly keen on letting her drive. She was known to struggle with traffic laws. They didn't argue. Yaoyorozu was happy that the car was big enough for them all and had adequate seatbelts. Mina often melted them, so they set off with a screech of tires. They could have taken the train, but instead opted for panic driving instead. So, an hour of unclear directions and unified screams of excitement later, the car screeched to a halt by an old, deserted beach. Where are we? Mina questioned as she got out and locked the car. This is near Deku's old house, I think, Uraraka explained. Come on, the exact location he sent us isn't far from here. They set off at a run, leaping down onto the sand and then hurrying along the seafront. The place Mina had found to park wasn't far from the location, but Yaoyorozu had insisted that they chose a legal parking space and not just left the car on the side of the road. There, standing in the middle of the beach, were 3 figures, all in a tight embrace. Uraraka could see Todoroki's red and white hair, and the towering figure of Ida beside him, but the third was hidden behind them. Deku, she yelled as the 6 of them struggled to run on the sand. Todoroki and Ida parted as they approached. Uraraka could see Ida rubbing tears from his face and even Todoroki looked like he was holding it in. The smiling, freckled figure with messy green hair held out his arms as Uraraka leapt into them, quickly followed by Mina and Hagekure, whilst Yaoyorozu and Jiro hesitated, who weren't trying not to cry. Uraraka, you're making us float. Deku exclaimed through waterfalls of tears. You're alive, she cried, refusing to let go of him. You're as bad as Ida. He almost knocked me out with a flying hug. Deku replied, laughing and crying at the same time. Our release. Uraraka managed. They all fell to the sand in fits of laughter. Deku got up first, helping Uraraka to her feet, only for her to pull him into a hug once more. Soon they all joined in. Todoroki was the first to say something. Stop sending inconspicuous locations, he murmured. They all laughed. I had to get you all here as somehow. Deku stuttered. I knew you'd all reply T to that. Let's take a picture. Mina cried, pulling out her phone. Human selfie stick. Yaoyorozu sighed and took the phone. In a matter of seconds, she made a metal contraption that stuck out of her arm and connected to the camera phone. They gathered around, pushing Deku into the middle, and took a picture. Mina snatched her phone back off Yaoyorozu. I'm sending it to the group chat so no one thinks you're fighting a bloodthirsty V-villain again. Midoriya, someone else yelled. They looked up the beach to see Kirishima and Shinso charging towards them. Oh, thank God, we thought you were dying again. Kirishima exclaimed as he fell to the ground beside them in exhaustion. You need to stop doing that, Shinso panted. I've been told. Deku cried, still rubbing the water from his eyes. Shinso glanced around at the group. Is this a meet-up or something? Hopefully. Okay. Kirishima cried. What's with you and dramatic entrances? You only get one chance to come back to life. Deku replied. And you only live twice apparently. What's with the James Bond references? Asked Yaoyorozu. What's James Bond? Todoroki interjected. Trust you to not know what James Bond is. Hagakure exclaimed. This guy decided that it would be a good idea to almost make me and Shinso pass out by doing the spin around in the swivel chair thing with no warning that he'd literally come back from the dead. Kirishima explained, pointing at Deku accusingly. Jiro and Mina burst into fits of laughter. That's brilliant, Jiro cried. I know, right? Deku laughed. You should have seen their faces. Not funny, Shinso interjected. I had to hold him up because he literally almost passed out. I will brainwash you. And so, one by one, each member of Class A arrived. Some were in their hero outfits. Some realized after Mina's photo that it wasn't a villain attack and were much calmer upon arrival. Kaminari was so elated that he was sending sparks flying everywhere and everyone else was too scared to touch him. Tokoyami curled up into a ball surrounded by dark shadow and insisted that he wasn't crying. Tsu threw Mineta into the ocean when he wouldn't stop talking about Deku's hero ranking. Siro arrived at the same time as Shoji and Koda, who bumped into each other on the way over. Siro tied Deku up with tape and Shoji threatened to use it as a leash if Deku ever did anything stupid again. Sato arrived late with picnic baskets of cake, sweets, and, mainly because of Oyama, cheese. They ended up having a massive picnic together. Deku told stories of how each of the people he revealed himself accidentally to reacted. Mr. Aizawa's popcorn ambush was a favorite. Meanwhile, the rest of them laughed about situations that they had yet to be able to fill Midoriya in on, including silly bets, pranks and hijacked interviews that each of them had been through over the last 2 years. Although, there was still one person missing. Deku, he screamed. They looked up at the boardwalk to see Bakugo looming over them with a fearsome smirk on his face. Midoriya gulped. What did you do? Siro asked accusingly. That's a good question. Bakugo jumped over the railings and landed on the sand with an explosion. Run! With a crackle of green energy, Deku leapt to his feet and ran for his life. Come back here, you beefy. Jiro filmed as the two ran up and down the beach in unadulterated panic. What the hell did I do? Deku screamed. Bakugo just swore at him and continued to throw blast after blast in his direction. It wouldn't be a class reunion if Ground Zero didn't randomly decide to beat Deku up, Kaminari acknowledged. I thought they got better, said Mina. This is better, Uraraka explained. Bakugo won't actually land a hit, he never does. Well, he hasn't in years, Kirishima pointed out. At least Midoriya's enjoying himself. He looks pretty fearful for his life to me, said Shoji. Want me to brainwash Bakugo? Asked Shinso. Nah, this is too fun to watch, Mina replied, munching on Sato's treats. Oh, is that Deku's phone? I think so, Uraraka replied. Gimme. No passcode. Aries his background. That's an awful lock screen though, let's change that. The whole class took a photo and were delighted to see the panicked, blurry face of Deku in the background, hotly pursued by a furious Bakugo. Deku's fans were even more elated when it became the first post on his social media account for over 2 years. But someone else saw that photograph. And they were not so happy to see it. At Deku_. Insert picture here. This is at Pinky. Who has stolen Deku's new phone? I thought you all might want to see your hero back in business. If he survives his encounter with at @ground_0, that is. Look at their pathetic, smiling faces, Displacer growled as his associate unraveled the bandages around his torso. It's like they've forgotten I exist. Well, for all they know you traveled another 2 years into the future, she replied, attempting to use her weak, healing quirk once more. You were lucky that you were able to restrict it to just a few days. Next time I'll go further than 2 years, Displacer promised. So far that they won't even recognize the world they wake up in, if they wake up. And next time? Of course, next time, he snapped. But, cousin, maybe you should give it a break? Step back and leave them be. And let them think they've won? You've got to be kidding me. But they'll be prepared next time. They could kill you. Not if I get there first. Besides, we have the improved drag now, don't we? It hasn't been tested though. It could tear you apart. Then so be it. As long as I tear them apart with me. No, I won't let you. I've only just got you back. I can't deal with you leaving me again. Hoshi, he said with a menacing tone. I will do this. No matter what you say. I will do this, for us. But they weren't the heroes who stood back whilst our family died. It's not their fault. It is the fault of the Hero Society. Masaru, listen to me, she yelled. You've gone too far. You can't win this. I don't care. I do. What am I going to do when you're gone? And don't tell me that you'll come out of this alive, because you won't. Either you'll lose yourself in whatever limbo of time and space that you go to when you're time warping, or you'll be sent to prison, they'll find out who you are and trace you back to me. Worse, you could die. It doesn't matter anymore, Hoshi. There is nothing left for me in this world. I will show the heroes how corrupt the society they made is. I will be a curse upon the #1 spot. I am a villain. I am Displacer, not Masaru Tanaka, do you understand? Then I won't help you, Displacer, she cried, leaping to her feet and storming towards the door. All of your allies have turned their backs on you. You failed. Deku is back and Ground Zero is still here. You gave them a fright, you made them know. Your name, you made the world question what you wanted them to question. It's time to turn around while you still have the chance. Displacer couldn't look her in the eye. I'm sorry. But I can't. Hoshi balled her fists, struggling to hold back the faint, star-like glow that her quirk emitted. It was the only part of her which she could relate to her cousin. Then goodbye, Displacer. She didn't wipe the tears from her eyes as she threw open the door. Gazing back at her cousin one last time, unsaid words of luck rested on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't speak them. Because somewhere, deep down, she wanted him to lose.